All right, so we are live now. Hi,
Hello.
Barry.
Hi, Lance. There it is.
How you doing?
Hurting a little bit today.
From all that rock?
Nah, I'm almost done with that. I gotta wait about another week, and then I'm gonna acid stain it and then seal it.
Acid stain it and seal it.
Yeah. Um, just it's part of it is like a footing for this foundation, and it doesn't match um the new pour because it's so old. So I'll basically stain the concrete to try and match it a little better. Jen's deciding on a color now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's probably smart of you.
it's easiest, try and
Yeah,
match it all up. We'll see. This is the first time I've done this in about 20 years.
yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done a lot of concrete work in about 20 years. Yeah.
I think the only Well, I mean, I used to help my dad with it long time ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, the closest I've come is pouring quickcrete in a hole and put a fence post in, add
Yeah.
water. Yeah, that's my concrete. But
It's not hard. It's grunt work. Yeah, a lot of grunt work.
a
I
lot
mean,
of grunt work.
I had to remember all the formulas and all that. I had to go on the internet for that. It took a
Well,
while.
quickcrete, you just add water. That's the formula.
Yeah, well, most concrete's pretty easy. I mean, it's basically 1-1-4. So it's 1 part sand, 1 part cement, 4 parts gravel. Usually, sometimes it's three.
Well,
But
what's the thing that the water activates or whatever to make it all?
oh, nudge you, son of a bitch. The water actually
Hey,
interacts with
KK.
the cement, and it forms like a binder. And then it'll heat up and then harden. And the longer it ages, the harder it gets. Usually, like,
So the reverse of humans.
yes.
But bum. Uh
But I'm hurting because I mowed the lawn this morning out
the
front.
whole lawn? You moved the lawn?
Not the whole lawn, only half the lawn.
You moved half a lawn?
Yes, I got a bunch of Amish people, and we got some ties and put it underneath the lawn, just lifted up and moved it like a barn lifting. I,
Lies. No, what'd you do?
I was mowing and got a couple rabbit holes, and I hit one with a good leg,
Ah,
and it jacked my back up. And
there is.
the
So when I here, I'll allow me to tell my story of my backyard. And well, now I got a husky who will dig holes in the yard, which everything I've read is yeah, you can fill them up. You can fill them up, and you can you know put grass seed in and stuff like
yeah,
that. Try to repair the holes, but I guess I've also read there's stuff you can add so like it smells bad, so he won't want to mess with it. But I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like
uh,
maybe you just wait till he grows out of this. I gotta dig
if
giant holes in the yard kind of thing, and then worry about it then. But anyway,
if he grows out of it, yeah.
yeah. So or I mean, I suppose I could patchwork sod in those places easy enough too, right? If I really wanted to mess with it, just go buy. But anyway, that's not what I. So in the backyard, um, we had like these two big ant hills, right? It was just like and so and since we had dogs in the backyard, I didn't want to spray chemicals or nothing, just I didn't want them to get into it. And I remember I read like what's a way to get rid of kill off an anthill uh without harsh chemicals and things like that. And I
Yeah,
read this thing where it was like, oh, you mix like um red pepper dust and water and
yeah,
soap, and then you just pour it all over the place, and you pour it in there, and then like the soap allows the stuff to get into their, and it didn't work. Well, just long
nah.
story short, it didn't do a dang thing. No, so but what I did do is when I put in a bird feeder, I went to one of the anthills and I just jammed the bird feeder into that spot.
Poor ants.
Well, and then I just made sure when I poured the bird seed into the thing, I sprinkled it all around the ground too. And the ants probably at first were like, "Hey, food!"
Yeah.
And then the birds showed up, and then I'm sure and then sure enough, that killed off that colony pretty quick. And then the other one just died off on its own. It just whatever who knows the queen died or something, right? And so it just died off on its own. But I still have this like um lump, right? And so like and it's like if you go over it perfectly with the lawnmower, the blades will actually hit the ground if the blades are too low. So it's just like I gotta like I've been reading about, other than digging it up. I mean, it's like you can wet it down and then you can try to roll it and try to flatten it out a little bit. But I don't know, just probably can't do anything about it.
You could try a tamper if you have one of them.
A tamper, like the big thing just slams it down over and over again.
Yeah, it's like a 9-inch, 12-inch metal square on a stick, and you just hit it down and it compresses the ground and smooths it out. You do it actually a lot for like when I poured the stone for the gravel for the drainage. You tamp it then to level everything out. When I backfill, I'll do the same thing to make sure this one part doesn't move.
I got you.
That's usually how I fill it. I had a big hole in the front of the yard from a tree, and I did that, and then put the grass seed down. Eventually, it did take. But the grass here is weird. It's like I think they're weeds. They just grow constantly. It rains that are 6 inches high again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the grass here, we're constantly cutting it. Now, when I was working all the time, it's like if I sit in a chair, does it reach my ass? No, it's not ready to get cut yet.
Yeah. So you mowed the lawn then? Obviously, because you just shattered your knee or whatever doing it.
I just went down the hole wrong, and I twisted the leg up a little bit, but the back is more what's bothering me than anything. I jerked or something. I don't know. But that usually I do that about every 2 weeks. I'll do the front yard one day, and then the backyard another day, and then I'll weed whack on a third day. It still takes a lot out of me.
Sounds like you got a big you got a big day, big plans.
I always do. I got schedules. I vacuum in here 1 week, mop out there 1 week, vacuum in here the other week. I got schedules. Do clothes certain days. I got a schedule. If not, I would lose all concept of time. Yeah.
The days would run together, right?
Yeah. Well, they kind of do anyway, but this allows me to keep track of days at least. Forget dates. I still don't remember them.
Well, that's what you have a phone for.
Yeah, I do check it once in a while for that. Or I'll ask Jen what day it is. Yeah, usually off by 1 or 2.
You're like the dude, man. Is this a weekend? is this a weekday?
Yeah.
You don't go to work looking like that.
I gotta watch that again. It's been a while.
Yeah, I was listening to my my sports radio program, and they have a decades versus decades thing, and like they did 80s comedies and 90s comedies, right? And then they were like and they yes, Gator Dave, it is still light out in North Dakota. We are way up north. So that was one of the cool things as a kid. Summer, man, the days just lasted forever.
Good.
Oh, but the worst thing is that towards the end, like my son had to go to bed at 8:30. He's got 2 days of school left. But I mean,
Oh, it's still light out.
Yeah, as a kid, you're like, but it's still light out, and you like, and like if your window is open, you could hear people outside talking, having fun. And you're just like, this sucks. But anyway, like the number one comedy, like according to IMDb of the '90s, was The Big Lebowski, and I forget what the '80s was. It was
probably Roll or something with Eddie Murphy. Then he was pretty big in the '80s.
well, no, movies. I mean, there were a couple Eddie Murphy movies, like Trading Places was on there. It's one of the top movies. Coming to America was on there. Man, I'd have to go back and find it, but yeah, it was. But anyway, yeah, it came down to like, and Big Lebowski, was the clincher. It was just like Big Lebowski is the last movie, and this is like obviously like 20 some years ago now, but it was the last movie I went to go watch in the movie theater twice. I was just like, I dug the movie so much. I went to it again when somebody was like, yeah, I'm going to go see Big Lebowski. I was like, you know what? I'll go with you. I want to watch that again.
I don't think I've ever done that. Gone to a movie twice.
Really?
In the theater. Yeah, I don't think I have.
Weird.
Yeah. I'm usually with movies, I'm one and done usually. It's sometimes I go back years and years later. But
well, what about with the streaming stuff? Do you rewatch things you like on streaming?
Sometimes Jen does more than I do. Like I said, she's going through fucking Harry Potter now. All 7 or 8
those
of
get
them.
watched all the time, though, right?
Yeah, I've seen them so many times from her.
See, that brings up something I actually wanted to talk about tonight. Can we still, the sliding scale of the sliding scale God, why can't I talk? The sliding scale of the like what will allow ourselves to still enjoy things when we find out like that the creator is kind of maybe a piece of garbage, just like that it's like it's slowly coming to light that the J.K. Rowling is just an older white woman set in her mentalities or whatever, and so it was just like it was one of those things where would but because Harry Potter is so well loved, people are willing to like, okay, we'll still allow people to read the books and we'll still watch the movies, right? We'll just but like, oh, it's like Kevin Spacey, turns out he was kind of a a dirtbag. It's just like, okay, well, it's like it's like, will you still let yourself? Can you go back and rewatch? Oh God, I can't remember the name of the movie where he plays the guy going through his midlife crisis and begins the movie American Beauty. Will you allow yourself to go back and watch American Beauty and still enjoy it? Or like the first couple seasons of House of Cards are just amazing, right? And that's one of those things too, where it was like House of Cards was just like every single season was absolutely phenomenal, and then of course they had to remove him, because he turned out to be a dirtbag, and then and it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, we know that you can't have him in the show anymore, but I mean that last season was so horrible.
It was. I mean, it just wasn't written well at all.
Well, it wasn't written well. It was like they were just like, how do we do this? Just like, I mean, you can't remove the principal character from the show and expect to pull it off, right? So that's one of those where it's like, can we just pretend there was like, just the 4 seasons or 5 seasons, and then
well, you had to do that with Game of Thrones and everything else, for other reasons. But
I mean, I've defended the Game of Thrones, like the way it ended. I've defended that repeatedly, and I with no, I mean, it was just did it get worse? Absolutely, but I mean, it was just one of those things where
It is what it is.
Yeah, and it still wasn't, you know, it was, not to dredge up old ground, but I mean, the people were losing their minds over like how the the movie was the show was turning up, right? It was just like, oh, it's like this was dumb and that was dumb and this was dumb and that was dumb, and it was one of those things where it was like, okay, but it was just kind of like, it's it's not your story to tell. I mean, it's just like, you might not like the direction it's going, or you might not like the way but it's still, it's the story, so it's
Yeah.
just, take it easy. The best part about that was, it was like, it seemed like the same people who were like defending Last Jedi to me were like the same people who were just obliterating Game of Thrones. It was like, well, you can't have it both ways. It was like, no.
Yes, they can. Damn it, they will, whether you like it or not.
No, I mean, they could have told the ending story for Game of Thrones a lot better, but
Yeah.
they had no idea what they were doing. They were just like, let's just wrap this up.
Yeah. Apparently, from what I understand, the showrunners really had no idea what they were doing. They relied on a lot of talented people around them.
Yeah.
But with the J.K. Rowling thing, that one's tough for me to say because she's English, and it's a bit of a cultural difference, whether I agree with it or not. So there's that. But with the other stuff, we go through this every so often. I mean, at some point, I think we just have to let stuff go, no matter. I mean, look at Ford; he was an anti-Semite, and Disney had his stuff. We still enjoy their stuff. It's some people will boycott it. But I think most people just watch it anyway, keep it to themselves.
Yeah, I agree. The big thing is that um, we tend to just be like I said, is like, could we just hold off on not letting Kevin Spacey not be in anything until House of Cards is over, and then can we throw him off the cliff?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's just like, also, it's also how ingrained things are, right? It's just like, I mean, everybody brings up, oh, well, Lovecraft was a horrible racist piece of garbage, and it's just kind of like, okay, yeah, he was, but it's also one of those things where, how what are you gonna do? Just nothing to do with Cthulhu, and that process. We're just not going to engage with it in any way, shape, or form. We're just not going to have. We're not going to enjoy it anymore. We're not going to have anything to do with it. I mean, it's just kind of like,
Yeah, the Lovecraft thing's a little different for me. I mean, he's been dead like what 100 years now.
well, that's a time and distance, right?
Yeah.
Time and distance.
All right,
We
Nudge.
Yeah, time. So it's like, if enough time has passed that we don't really recognize it anymore.
Yeah, and times were a lot different then. Like, he may have been a racist. I think he was more of a xenophobe, and it was just the culture of the day. Not that that's an excuse. I'm just saying, hive mind.
I would say, I mean, and this is not, I'm not trying to be horrible here, but I would say that if you grow up in a certain culture, I mean, you couldn't expect somebody who grows up in the 1800s to be, have the same kind of
Mentality. Yeah.
progressive mentality that we have now. I mean, there definitely are people that, but I mean, it's just like, it's it's a weird little thing, right? It's just like, so it's I mean, like I said, like, we're more than willing. I mean, obviously, the transgression, the level of transgression, the amount of time that's passed, and how much we really, really love the material that we're dealing with,
Yeah.
is it's all these factors that we combine, and it's just kind of like, you know it's just like the thing about, like, I like, if if the Harry Potter universe wasn't like a $1 billion industry that is beloved by the world pretty much, um it's one of those things where it's like, you know she's kind of gotten to like, not, I mean, enough people have said you're kind of a horrible human being, but that's it. They just kind of move past it.
Yeah.
Just because it's like it's a too big to fail kind of thing. You can there's so many people that are just like, whatever, she's just old and crazy, just whatever, and just give her a weird pass on it.
Well, let's
Yeah.
look at it from a different view. Let's take Malcolm X. He did a lot of stuff when he was younger, did prison time for it. And in a sense, he was a racist. Just because of the Muslim aspect, the white devil thing. And then eventually, towards the end of his life, his mindset changed. But being that people know that, will they still not acknowledge his work?
Well, I mean, and this is where I'm going to try to channel my inner Chris Cluey, and I'm going to say, like, I mean, he might have been, the white devil, whatever, but he was punching up, right? I mean, it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like, he was a disenfranchised person, and he was, so I don't really consider that to be racist. I mean, it's hard to be racist. I mean, he might have hated, people for the color of their skin, but that was just due to the fact that, like, he was in an
The
untenable
oppression of
position.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, the oppression that, it's hard to get past all of that. I mean, it's just, um,
But say, what's the difference between him and Lovecraft? Growing up in the same circumstance. Malcolm X grew up in his circumstances where he was getting fed the stuff with the Muslims and the street stuff, and then so it's other than the punching up, what's the really big difference there? Yeah.
I I don't know, man. I mean, it's just like you kind of put me in a corner here that I don't really
I
want
didn't
to be
mean to.
in.
I'm just
Yeah, so
saying.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just one of those things where it's just like it's tough to fault somebody who is in a like I said, an oppressed
Yeah.
minority.
Yeah.
It's tough to fault them for feeling anger and hatred or whatever towards those that are oppressing them. I kind of have like, yeah. I mean, um, I guess I would hope that, like, they wouldn't hate me, because I'm not trying to, hold anybody down or whatever. But yeah, so
Yeah. I get it. I mean, like I've had my racial problems in the past, and I believe as long as you learn and grow from it, you're trying. We're all people. We're all gonna fuck up. We're all gonna make mistakes. We just gotta learn to live with each other comfortably. Yeah.
yeah. Oh no, I would agree. I would
Hmm.
agree. Um, I hope, So anything else new or exciting besides the fact that you want to go tripping rabbit holes? I do remember. That just you
Tripping
reminded me of a
daisies.
you reminded me of a story of when we were building this house, and he um he we were having a deck built, right? And so they, were they had dug holes to put the posts in or whatever, and they're gonna do the thing. And I remember I was walking around in the backyard just looking at the stuff that was done in the house or whatever, and I wasn't watching where I was going, and I stepped into one of the holes, and it was literally like my entire leg went down.
Yeah.
Like I just, it was like zoom right straight down to the ground. And I was just kind of like, it was super freaky. I was glad I wasn't wearing like flip flops or something,
Yeah.
because I probably would have lost my shoe, and then I would never be able to get it back or whatever. But I remember I was just like, I wasn't hurt or nothing. I just, like, it was more embarrassing than anything. But I was like, there was just something very, very weird about, like, oh, let's go check out how the
Yeah.
just
I went through that.
1 foot all the way down, and yeah, just
I went
crazy
through
stuff.
that all the time building houses. After they dig the foundation, the footing, and all, we come back and it would rain. It'd be so muddy. I'd lose boots. I lost maybe a dozen boots, like just one shoe, in the mud, going down to my knee in it and shit.
Dig it out.
It is a weird
or
feeling.
just leave it, or just be
It
like,
just you
it's
can't
gone.
find it. It's gone. It's quicksand. It is a weird feeling though. Just walking and all of a sudden you're down 3 feet on one side. Yeah.
Honey, you want to say hi to everybody? Okay.
It's just
My wife, ladies and gentlemen.
the most patient woman on earth.
Yes.
One of them.
My brother and sister coming back. It's gonna be warm, so they're heading back up. They're heading back up to drive me crazy, but also they'll take my mom off my hands for a little while, so that's nice.
So where do they go during the winter? Down south?
They go back to California and Nevada, where they live.
Ah. What are they? Shoe birds? Is that what they call them? Snowbirds?
I don't know. No, they my brother my brother he just he's retired and kind of like half works and stuff, and then they and so he comes back up here to go to his lake cabin just to spend the summer, and kind of work a part-time job and do his thing. And my sister works in California, but she comes up here and works remotely and just stays at our lake cabin. And then,
that's cool. I guess for a while. Yeah. I was talking to somebody about that the other day. I got to get used to people in general, but especially my family. I had them down here, some of them, with the patio, and it's just I got to get used to people again, man. Like me and my brother we're close, but we think extremely differently on many things. So we could only really take each other in doses, small doses at times,
Oh yeah.
And he's been around. He overcomplicates shit a lot, like to the point where he gets me confused with shit I've done, But like
Steven Seagal, ladies and gentlemen.
Steven Seagal,
letting the hair flow.
He looks grumpy.
What's up?
You tell me.
Yeah, it is getting long, Scotty.
What's up?
It is getting long there. I didn't realize how long my hair was until I shaved the beard.
Yeah, it's really stupid long. You can deal with this.
Let it grow. Let it grow.
It's getting annoying for me.
Looks dumb to me.
Yeah.
Probably need a trim.
No. So you got breaking news for me?
Are you live?
BGCon, is it happening? We're live.
Okay, cool. I had a meeting with Jeff today.
Yeah.
We're on, baby.
We're gonna go. You're gonna do it.
We're going. Yeah.
All right. I'll tell my boss. He said if the only one I'm gonna have a booth at this year is if BGCon.
We'll put something out next week, publicly. But we're on.
Look at this breaking news live.
Breaking news on the Alaboom. 38 people watch it, right?
He's been hitting it just for weeks. Like I said, you got to say something, say it.
No, that's cool.
I thought you meant Jeff Bezos.
It's funny because we called the hotel, or not the hotel, but the hotel and the I don't forget what we call them. The people that move you in and out and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're so busy.
Are they?
They're almost fully booked. So everything's coming back full force. It's crazy.
No, people.
I mean, I guess that's good.
So Scott, how did that work? Like last year, you had to cancel, obviously, and I'm sure they canceled it for you. But how did they reserve the following year, or is it just first come first serve?
We basically committed to more contracts of just
the following,
bump a year to the contract.
Okay.
So from our perspective, it just saved us time, to push a year. And just basically use the same contract and just change the dates and all that stuff.
Right. Okay.
Ooh.
They've been super good to work with.
Oh, I can't wait till
right?
Late night Alaboom games in the secret room.
In the what do you call it? What do we call that?
What do we call that? Well,
Glasscock
the glasscock. The glasscock.
Glasscock 2.
Glasscock.
I'll have to make you guys a sign.
Yeah, please do.
I did get that scene to see.
I tried to get the hotel said they would make me signs.
Are the doors metal or wood?
They were.
I don't remember. I think they're wood.
They're wood, yeah.
You could do like a 3M thing or something.
Yeah, contact strips.
Yeah. If it were metal, I could just put magnets in it. But
yeah, those 3M contact strips would work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, here's the question: is how many people could come? That's the bigger sort of question. Because we
the hotel capacity, is that what you're talking about, or
yeah?
Okay.
Like, I don't know what the rules are. I mean, who knows what the rules will be in November?
Yeah. We're practically open.
We might be sold out already.
What is sold out already?
Meaning we sold, because we sold, I think we sold 1,800 or 1,900 tickets in 2019 or at the beginning of 2020 for 2020's convention.
Right.
Yeah. So you're gonna honor those people before me?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But I got an in though, right, Scott?
You didn't buy a ticket?
Well, because I thought because my
I mean you're on the. I mean it's you're exhibitor.
Yeah.
Or are you not going to be exhibiting?
Well, no, I will be actually, because my boss laughed at me today because he was just like, "No, I'll have a booth." I was like, "Sweet, a booth," and he's like, "And you're gonna work it." I was like, "You son of a bitch."
Yeah, Lainey came over today and picked up 3 tubs of games that I had been holding. Kickstarter.
Hey, speaking of games, I got to tell a story, and I was hoping there'd be other people here, but that's fine. I just want to tell a story here. So
it's just us, me and you, Barry.
Yeah.
We'll have to do.
Well, no.
Just I
want for people watching it, right? It's just for us.
No, okay. Well, I want a reaction from everybody. So
yeah, so you should wait.
Just the two.
Okay.
Or do you?
Okay.
All right, fine.
No, I'll just tell it. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's just more of I don't want to precurse this. So Tuesday. Okay. So I'm working.
Yesterday?
Yeah, that was yesterday, right? All right. So I'm working.
Yeah, the holiday threw me off.
And I'm just sitting here doing my thing or whatever, and my wife's office is back that way. And this is the family room where I'm in. And I'm working here, just doing my stuff, watching old NWA wrestling and watching vintage Ric Flair and whatever. And I'm just sitting there, and she comes out the hallway and she just waves at me. She goes upstairs to get a glass of water or something. I don't know what. And she comes downstairs and she says, "You have like 4 giant boxes on the doorstep." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Now, so then it was like literally a Tuesday evening. I got up, got done working, got up. I went through the garage, took my kids to Taekwondo. It's outdoor Taekwondo now, which is nice. So I went and sat down, just kind of chilled there. And I got my kids done with Taekwondo around 7:30. I drove home, pulled up in the driveway, and I see those boxes sitting there. I was like, "Oh yeah, the boxes," And so I went and I got them and brought them in. At what point did I become any other? I don't know what point where if my wife had said, "Yeah, you have 4 giant boxes of games sitting on the doorstep," I wouldn't race out there and grab them and tear them all open to see what was in it. But I was just like, "Oh yeah, whatever."
Those days are long gone.
And I was just like, and then I got home and I was just like, "Oh, here's a copy of Shiver Me Timbers. Here's Chronicles of Drunagor. Here's Ruination." Yeah, I was just kind of like, "Oh, well, I mean,
it all came in one day."
Yeah, it was just it was like because of the long holiday weekend or whatever. It just kind of like everything. Wow. Yeah, and I was just kind of like, and then I was just kind of looking at them all, and I was just kind of like, "I'm never gonna play these." It's just like,
what a sad state you're in.
Yeah, it's just when am I going to find the time to open these and set them up and get people over here. I mean, I was so stunned that I was able to play through Sleeping Gods twice. And that was just me and my buddy Brad just hammering our way through it, and me and my daughter hammering our way through it and got it done. And I enjoyed it. And it was fantastic. And I loved it.
And I'll never play it again.
And I probably won't play it again. But
what is your group doing? Nothing? You're not playing?
We play D&D if we get together.
Yeah, okay. You've just moved on into different things. You're still doing
pretty much.
Yeah, no, it was just kind of like, and I was like, I really want to play Chronicles of Drunagor. I mean, when I did the review for that like 2 years ago or something like that, like I was like, this is a game that might have finally bridged the gap between the whole board game and RPG experience, right? You know, where it was like there's an adventure thing and it says, oh, here's what the fountain looks like, and you look at the fountain, and if you decide you want to mess with things, you have to turn to certain numbers and things like that, and bad or good things can happen. And
is that what's in this game? I haven't really looked into it much yet.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. I mean, it's like it's been forever since I played it. Oh, and I also got my my updated second edition Who Goes There for with all the updated stuff. And then and you know that still chaps my ass about that game too. And it's just like and I've never opened my copy because I played it at a convention and I was like, yeah, my print and play copy of The Thing is a better game than this. So
yeah.
So
what'd you get? Drunagor, Ruination,
Drunagor, the Who Goes There expansion, second edition, whatever thing, and Shiver Me Timbers, which I'm excited to play if I ever get a chance to play it, because Shiver Me Timbers was like, could maybe be the best pirate game ever.
Could maybe be.
I've
never played the game, but it could maybe be the best game.
I did the review of it like 1,000 years ago.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah. And then like last week, right before I got my copy of Kemet, the Kemet second edition or whatever.
How is that?
Well, I like.
You haven't played it. You don't play games.
I'm not going to. I don't know when I will. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I almost had a guy. Like I told you my tainted grail story, how like because I didn't complete my pledge manager and I didn't get my thing or whatever, so I didn't get it ever like given to me. I finally got it. I got it during wave 2 or wave 3 or whatever, and then I was so jazzed to play it. I thought this is it. This is the game. I was super sold. This game's gonna be awesome. And then I got it and I was looking at like 17 boxes or whatever, and I was just like, I don't even know where to begin with this. I don't even know where to start. I don't want to open. And then I've been like, when I told my friends, buy this from me. And he was like, well, how much did you pay? And I was like, I don't know. It was like $300 or something like that. I said, I give it for $200. And he almost came over and bought it. I was like, he's like, I'm going to pass. I'll never play it. I was like, just buy it. Just $150.
$100 and I'll give you one of my kids.
There it sits over there. This like underneath the giant Anachrony box that I'm never going to play.
Anachrony. Yeah.
Anachrony, because I was just like, I remember somebody said, why don't you like Anachrony? And I was just like, well, I mean, I like heavy games, I like complex games, and I like, I like, processing games or whatever. What I don't like is when I feel like you've just like, well, we could play the game like this, but let's just make it a little more complex just so we can say it's a heavier game. And that's what it felt like to me. It was just like, I don't want to play a game that I have to relearn how to play every single time I take it out of the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those days are, yeah. Yeah. No, I understand. We, so we played Etherfields this weekend. 12 hours of each.
I was just going to say, I was going to ask you about that because you were super jazzed to finally get it done.
It's got some fucking awesome things in it. And it's got some fucking terrible things in it.
Yeah, I thought there was a butt coming. What was the terrible thing?
Here's the deal. And I don't know. Look, I hate being really critical because I know there's a shit ton of work to do this stuff. Yeah. The manual is just dreadful. It's
Really?
you cannot learn the game from it. It's very strange because there's a walkthrough. We read the walkthrough and we're like, no, out of all the 4 guys in my group, including me, we could not figure how the process of the game worked. I mean, I sat there and just read it out loud, and we're like, I think we do this. It was one of those things, like, and it basically tells you if you don't understand something, just ignore it. Telling that to a group of gamers that I've been gaming with for like 10 years is like fucking pulling teeth.
Yeah.
I'm like, Mike, just ignore it. Just let it go. He's a game designer too, right? Like, oh my God, he's got some cool game coming out. I will, you know Mike, right? Mike Lance, you met him.
Yeah.
Had dinner with him, as I recall.
Yes, he's a splendid human being.
Yes, they got a new game coming. It's going to be awesome. From what he's told me, I haven't seen it yet. Anyway,
is it going to be like Etherfields?
No, I don't know. No, because Etherfields is so they say it's like an escape room in a board game, right? It's an adventure dream world. Anything can happen. The world changes. They have these cards that overlay the dreams. As you explore the dreams, you like unlock more dreams. We've played 3 of them. First one was the intro, and I already knew it. I had already played it solo. It was fine. Second one knocked our socks off. We were like, "This is fucking awesome."
You're gonna need an extra pair of socks because we're gonna knock.
Yeah,
off.
They knocked our socks. We were like, "Holy shit, this is amazing!" And we're like super jazzed. Then we played the third one, and we sort of just like did the math on it. Like it gives you a kind of a puzzle thing to do, and we just did the math of it, and we said we could sit here and draw our decks 30 times, right, to get the numbers, or we could just go. Like we knew how to do the problem, but we didn't want to sit there and do 30 because when you're playing multiplayer, you have to multiply the number of players times the number, right? And I think the number somehow came out to 30. Well, yeah, with 4. No, it was something like 28. It's either 28 or 32. I don't remember, but like we're like you have to get 32 successes to solve this puzzle, and there was no threat. So we're like, we eliminated the threat at the beginning of the game. So we're like, okay, well, we can just, go through the motions of drawing the cards and doing the thing and whatever. Or we just say we're done, which we did at the end. And that was sort of a letdown because we were so high from the previous dream.
Right.
And then there's a hub world it's called the Dream World, Dreamscape, I think. And it's like an overworld. Like, you're playing video games, you go to the hub and you like travel around and go to different, different world. Like in Mario, the castle. Or Super Mario World, Super Mario 3D. That is really, we played it a couple times on the right way, like by the rules, of which we couldn't, honestly, if I'm being honest, I couldn't tell you whether we were playing correctly or not. We think we were. We played it a couple times the right way, and we're like, this is not good, right? It's just not fun. So I looked up they have a thing called continuous dream mode. Which makes you pretty much skip a lot of the drudgery in the dream world. So I downloaded that, printed that, and we started playing that. And honestly, that shaved off another hour. It should probably shaved off like an hour to 2 hours of a game that we would have been grinding through this thing. I'm saying the first time was cool, but you end up doing it so many times because you're drawing a deck of cards, and if you flip over what they call an entity, which is like a bad guy, you have to play a mini dungeon, right? Or a mini dream, which is interesting, but not, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Like, it was cool the first time, but not
it's
like
old quick,
the third time.
Yeah.
And then we looked at the map of the dream world, and you have to collect keys in the dreamscape, right? To open dreams, unlock them, right? Sort of just like to, and I really don't understand the design on that. I would have done continuous dream mode if it was me designing the game, because I'm walking around on this mini map and literally nothing's happening except for me getting a key, going to a dungeon, fighting a monster, going to get a key. Like you're doing these loops on the map to kind of like get your keys.
Sounds like the same thing Time Story had. You think they
consider
that
I was
by
getting
now.
lots of Time Story feeling from that.
Yeah.
Well, there's some interesting things in the dreamscape, and you still experience that. But when you basically play a one-turn dungeon and you just like advance out of it, right? They just, you skip them, and those are probably good 20 to 30 40 minute dungeons. I'm saying dungeons, but they're dreams. Uh-oh.
How long is each game, Scott?
So we played 12 hours. We finished the intro dream. We did, and it took us a fuck ton of time to get through the dreamscape, man. I swear to God, we read the manual. Like, I read the manual. I started looking at videos. I'm like, how does this work? We can't figure it out. And it's really so stupid. It's just moving on a map, a mini map.
Yeah.
Like around and doing whatever the icons tell you to. And we're like, I felt really dumb after we got it, like done. But that's just, the manual is written such that it's not cohesive in the order of the way you play the game. It's just got little pieces and parts of the rules, like all over. Try to be like, well, I need to do this. Okay, well, find that part of the map, and then it tells you a little bit, but it doesn't tell you everything, and it doesn't tell you like the order of things. It's just infuriating. And we literally, and Mike, bless his heart, super critical of all that. And we're just like, he goes, I have to understand it. I just have to. And I'm like, Mike, let's just skip it. I don't think we're losing anything in the game here.
It got personal.
Understanding it. We'll come back to it. I'll we'll keep playing as we think it should way. And he's just like, okay. He's like, I'm trying to calm him down. And finally we did. We got through it. But the game is awesome. Like, other than the things that I mentioned, which I think you can just go overlook, because it's so cool. Especially like the puzzle escape room stuff and the way the dreams work, and like you feel smart, playing it. At least I did.
Yeah.
So other than
the artwork is fucking amazing.
It's
amazing.
Other than the rule book, do you think it's worth?
Hold on 1 second.
The money.
Hi, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
Oh, hey, Matt.
Is it worth the money? I don't know what does it cost now.
Or was it worth your time? I would say, or whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna finish it. I committed to the guy because I'm the one that bails out on campaigns pretty much every time.
Oh, you're the one.
You're the surprise,
I got 10 games sitting here I want to play, right? Like in the span of a week. Shiver Me Timbers comes in. I got the what is that? The Merchant's game, Merchant's Cove.
Oh yeah, Merchant's Cove.
Waste Nights, I want to finish. I want to play that. There's a whole mess of games I got that I want to play with.
The Waste Nights second edition, they streamlined it way hardcore from like the first one. The first one was like, it was definitely let's throw everything in the chili bowl, and this one they definitely cleared it out a little bit.
So there's a ton of games that I want to play with them, but I feel like I let them down by not doing the campaigns because they get into it and then I bail out, right? So I'm just gonna say, well, let's play these fields till we all feel we're done with it.
It sounds like you need a second group, Scott.
I don't want a second group. It's a perfect group.
It's hard finding time for the one group, right? Like I had to yeah. I mean,
it's
you
weird
just got to schedule a day.
It's Saturdays. Like it starts at noon. It goes to midnight usually.
Every week.
Me,
yeah.
Oh my
gosh. Before pandemic.
So
that's amazing.
We got together last weekend.
For us, it's every other Saturday, basically, because wives, kids, life.
Yeah.
Got to schedule.
I'm pretty lucky that way.
No kids.
I gotta find a new group.
Well, eventually your wife's boyfriend's gonna move away, and you're gonna have to pull up.
Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with that eventually, man.
But no, yeah, but
build a guest house or something.
I always feel bad though. Like one of the D&D group we have is there's 6 of us, and one of the other 5 guys can't make it this weekend. I feel bad because he likes to play, and and it's just kind of like one of those things where it's just like, well, yeah, you're going out of town, man. I mean, it's just kind of like we're gonna play without you, just like and it isn't like a board game night where you're like, I might play Battlestar Galactica without you.
I might do a weekly game night at the building because there's a whole bunch of people in Dallas that we used to game at the Dallas Games Marathon, which is gone now.
Oh, is it?
COVID killed it. I would like to have like a little kind of like 2 to 3 hour, 4 hour, maybe weeknight type thing. Would be fun.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Our building is like perfect for that.
How many people you think you get in there? In the space
Oh.
you're dedicating?
I could probably do 100.
Really that big?
It's a big
Wow.
building.
Oh wow, you could just charge everybody $5 to be in there.
Bring your own booze.
It turns into something else when you have like open to the like
Yeah.
there's certain requirements by the law. This would just be a private small party.
A private social gathering.
Yeah.
So hey,
That's a lot of people.
so I was sitting there and it was one of those rare evenings where like I felt like I was caught up on my email and I felt I was caught up on all the stuff that I had going on. And so I went upstairs and nobody else was like using the TV somehow in the living room. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll just play a video game for a while. And then I was like, I couldn't think of anything that I had on the PlayStation that I wanted to play. And then I found this whole like if you're a PS Plus member, they have like this whole library of like games that are part of this like it's like classics or PlayStation classics or whatever. And I was just like, oh, okay. Then I found this 2-year-old zombie game called Days Gone, where you're a post-apocalyptic.
That's awesome. Yeah, on the motorcycle.
On the motorcycle.
Yeah. That's it just came out on PC.
Yeah, it's like every other crafting / exploring / mission / level up game ever, but man, can like 3 hours just vanish when you're just sitting there just like da, da, da. Oh, new spot, okay, destroy the zombie nests, okay, oh, got killed that time, try again, oh, got killed that time, try again, okay, killed the zombie nests.
That's why I don't play video games.
Holy cow, it's 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I have to get up at 7 because I have a meeting at 8:30.
Who scheduled an 8:30 meeting?
God.
It was me. God.
Some jackass on the East Coast.
But yeah,
no.
So that's been fun, just to run around, shoot zombies. And it's cool because it's like it's not just zombies either, and there's actually kind of
right?
Yeah, it's humans, like because
they call them drifters.
Yep. And so well, like you and your guy that you're like your buddy, you're considered drifters, because you don't belong
to the camp.
Yeah, you don't belong to a camp, and you just kind of you go your own way, man.
What they did to that guy's arm is horrific.
Oh yeah.
I was like, ugh.
Yeah.
Even though it's just video game graphics.
Yeah, I mean, just applying an acetylene torch to somebody's arm. Yeah.
I wasn't gonna spoil it.
It literally happens in like the first 15 minutes.
I know, but it's still a spoiler.
Yeah, I don't play any games. I mean, I over Christmas I downloaded Original Sin.
Divinity, Original Sin, yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good one.
It was fun, and then it got hard, and I just lost interest.
Oh, I hate that. I hate when you're playing a game and it's just like you kind of
hit that wall.
You hit that wall where it's like, okay, now you gotta like. There's like this. There was this cartoony wrestling game that Caleb wanted to get because like we watch wrestling together and we were having fun with it, but then you can't unlock everybody until like you progress through the storyline of it. And this is like a kids game, right? And I'm like, I got through like the first 2 chapters and I got to the 3rd chapter and like I couldn't. I had it on the easiest, like, I have like a thumb and a finger on each hand. Please, play this in the easiest level possible. And they're still just beating me down every single time. I was just after like 2 hours, I was like, screw this. I just like that. I mean, I get it. You want to be challenged or whatever, but I think there should be and most games have this. There should be just a difficulty level that's just like, look, we'll just completely take it easy on you, and you can just win, and then you can get the stuff. They should just, if you want to get like 100% completion and like do it, yeah, fine, ramp stuff up, but like to keep content hidden behind, like, oh, you gotta beat this thing in 3 minutes. It's just like, no, I paid for the game. Just I gave you your $50 or whatever it was.
One of the not recent Final Fantasies, but it was pretty recent. Got me to a boss, and I was like, this one. And it was one that they made it like an MMO. I don't remember. Do you guys play Final Fantasy?
I played
PS4 one.
No.
It got me to a boss, and I could not beat him, and I couldn't go grind. I'm like, oh, great, shelving moment.
My last console was a first generation Xbox.
Oh, really? 2000.
Yeah, I mean, so I downloaded Divinity, or the original Sin 1, and then the first Witcher at Christmas as well.
Oh, The Witcher is great.
It was fun too. But the thing is, I mean, Christmas holidays were over for me, and I'm like, you know what? Back to work, and I spent. I don't have downtime really.
What do you get inspired by then?
What do I get inspired by?
Yeah,
The Alaboom.
like other games. Like there's no, I mean, or movies.
So most of the time when I'm working on this monitor I'm looking at right now, I have something playing,
Right.
and that's usually what keeps me going.
Hardcore pornography.
Well, there's that. That's for Thursday nights. But yeah, I don't know.
I do have a question for you, Matt. When you're done, go ahead.
Yeah, when it comes to video games, my jam is just playing MAME ROMs. That's what I love. 80s arcade MAME ROMs. That's just.
I will say that
Bejeweled.
is. I have unlimited quarters, so you're going down, Black Tiger.
One of my favorites, man.
Oh, Black Tiger was so good.
Oh my god! Actually, my text message sound is when you find the shop, that noise.
Oh yeah.
Sound effects for that game were like next level.
Really?
Yeah. No, Black Tiger is one of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
And most people don't know what we're talking about, but just Google Black Tiger arcade game, and it was
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, and it was like because you leveled up, and it was so good.
I pre-ordered an Atari Classics 2 arcade 1-up. It came, and I'm like, I have nowhere to put it. I can't find a spot to put it in. I gotta find a spot.
Is it like a cabinet?
It's their 3/4 scale cabs.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen an arcade 1-up?
I don't think I have.
They're not as massive as a regular arcade cabinet, but it's Tempest it's shaped like a Tempest machine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then it's got Asteroids Deluxe, Crystal Castles, Centipede, Millipede, something else I can't remember. There's some games I don't know.
Also, a lot of ball games, a lot of rollerball games.
It's got a spinner and a trackball and a bunch of buttons.
One of my favorite games that you can't really play on MAME is Major Havoc.
It has Major Havoc too. Well, it's a spinner game. Have you played that game any time recently? No. So I played it. There's this awesome arcade, which when you guys come to Dallas, we're going to. We can't if it's open, whatever. The Cidercade. It had the pristine Major Havoc, and it was free play all night. And I played it, and I'm like, I have better memories of this game than what it is. Like I remember as a kid loving it, and now as an adult, like
it's such a neat game because it has that little mini game before you have your
you have your little shooter game, and then you go into the thing and you run around, but you hit your head and you fall all the time, and it's like annoying.
It almost reminded me a little bit of the mechanics and the fluidity of it. Reminded me of Prince of Persia a little bit because it wasn't real time.
You had to run a dungeon,
and you're whatever you had to plan ahead for what you're doing because your guy would not react immediately. Yeah, right. So, what was your question, Barry?
You brought up the porn thing. I've only been to Canada once, and I went to Niagara Falls.
It's the best part of Canada.
I believe it was pre 9/11, or it was right after.
Okay.
Like I used my birth certificate to get into the country.
Oh wow. Okay.
But my question, I'm sure this is in all the Canada. It's probably because it's a tourist area. But the only thing I really saw there was wax museums, stripper bars, and alien stuff.
It's a tourist.
That's Niagara Falls, though. I mean, that's like a microcosm.
It's like the surrounding area of Disney World. It's all tourist crap shit.
No, my
Yeah.
question was: is that like all tourist areas up there? Or is that just Niagara Falls?
No. If you come to Ottawa, you're not going to see that stuff. So Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in Calgary, no, in Niagara Falls. I think that's the only wax museum I know of in Canada. There are probably more, but yeah.
No, that's all like tourist trap stuff.
Yeah, you should come to Ottawa. It's a nice place. I mean, it's the capital and it's a government town, but there's a lot of greenery.
Yeah, one day I would like to go up to Canada. I would like to
Still come in winter.
Manitoba, and I don't want that. And
If you
I'd
want
like to
a
do some
real nice
fishing up
time, go to the Maritimes. You'll have a blast. If you like seafood, go to the Maritimes.
Yeah, one day.
There's
Some of
so
the best
nice.
pizza I've ever had was in the Canadian side of the Niagara Falls. There's
Really?
like it's one of the ones where they cook it in that stone oven. You know what I'm talking about, like those giant stone ovens.
Yeah.
And the thin
With
crust.
the fire going inside.
Yeah, like the wood burning fire in the oven. It was like we were just blown away. Like we went back 3 times just to get the pizza. And here's the weird thing: Niagara Falls, there are no restaurants except pizza, wings, and subs. Not making this up. No restaurants besides pizza, wings, and subs.
Maybe in the
On the U.S.
tourist
side.
areas.
On the U.S. side.
Oh, on the U.S. side. Oh, that's fine.
There are also 18 Indian restaurants right on the border there, and they are all awful. We
Really?
went to almost all of them, and they're just the worst. Like, how can they all be bad?
That's one
You
thing I
come,
never got into.
come to the Canada side and get a
Yeah,
poutine.
the Canada side's where it's at, man. They got good food.
Hi, Evan.
Yeah, Evan.
Hi, Evan.
He's muted.
Hey guys, how's it going?
You played anything lately?
Just a lot of prototypes, man. A lot of prototypes, and then just online stuff. Beyond the Sun, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I
It's on,
really
board game
really
Arena.
enjoying that one. And then getting my first play of Ruins of Arnak. Also,
On board game Arena.
I don't know what I'm doing yet, but I think I'm gonna like it.
Research.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Research and explore.
I don't even know.
It's a
Like,
pretty good game.
yeah, I don't even know what the different areas are called.
There's some items in that game that I feel are like they're super powerful. Like get a free gold. You know, like you just play the thing, you get a something free.
I just got a card that says Lightning Bolt 2 gold, and I think that's good.
That's pretty good. That's one of the cards you start with.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't know. That.
Or no, 1 gold. Those are 1 gold. But 2
Yeah,
gold
yeah, those are
is
1
good.
gold.
That's better. It's like
I got a 2 gold. I was like, gold is good, right? It lets you
Yeah,
do more
they just
stuff.
put out a solo campaign for that. Like a campaign.
Really?
What game is that?
Lost Ruins of Arnak.
Arnak.
So you know Arnak in French is swindle.
I like it.
Lost Ruins of
So the game's a
Swindle.
swindle. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's spelled a little bit differently. It's QUE at the end. But
Oh yeah, Arnak.
the reason why I know that is because when I was at the bank, we did a exhibition with swindle in the title, and in French it translates to that.
I like it. Do you speak French?
I can serve tables in French.
Yeah. Hey man, that's all you need.
That's what 13 years of schooling does for me in French. Well, not in French, but French class every year.
That's awesome.
You know what I really like about Canada? Jack Astor's.
What is it?
There's a
What's up?
chain of restaurants called Jack Astor's. And
yeah.
like I'm crazy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. I used to work for one of the sister companies.
So there was a Jack Astor's in Dallas a long time ago, like in the 90s, and we used to go there all the time. And then
The
closed.
neon sign
There was the
outside goes from Jack Astor's, and then the STORS, whatever, falls off, and then
Also,
there's a Jack Ass,
It's
and
just
then
Jack.
there's a big picture of a jackass with its ass.
It says
facing
sorry,
to you.
we're open.
Yeah.
For some reason, like the Jack Astor's, whatever, it's just Fridays food, right?
Oh my gosh.
It's like Fridays.
Yeah, it's a roadhouse.
Maybe like a
Sounds
little
perfect.
better than Friday. I don't know, like, but there's something about it. Like, I was just loved it. We'd go there all the time. When I worked a day job, we would go there for lunch and stuff.
I
And
worked-
they had a thing called the world's tiniest pudding. Do you remember that?
No.
It was a pudding. No, I think it was called the world's tiniest dessert. It was like
Yeah.
$1 or $2.
That's funny.
And it would give you this little pudding in like a shot, almost like a mini shot glass with a huge whipped cream
Sparkler?
on top of it.
Oh, okay.
It was just the dumbest thing.
Yeah, I
But if
worked for
But if you wanted dessert, but not really order really dessert, you get
yeah, I just want a little
tiniest
taste.
dessert. Yeah,
Work for Timmy Hortons.
awesome.
For what?
Horton.
Timmy Hortons.
Tim Hortons, yeah. Timmy's.
That's
I
dumb,
worked for
right?
the sister company for Jack Astor's called Alice Fazouli's.
Alice what?
And Alice Fazouli's.
Faduli?
Fazouli's.
Fazul.
Fazul.
Was it
Yeah.
Italian?
It was like
Pasta
this
fagioli.
made up name, right?
It had to be Italian, right?
It sort of. It was an Italian crab shack, is what it was. So we served crab and mud bugs and all these other things, right? It was pretty good. It was so most of the Jack Astors and Alice Fazouli's and all that stuff. There's a couple more smaller branch offs as well, but they're mostly in the GTA in the Greater Toronto area.
The GTA.
Alice Fazouli's didn't last here long. I think I opened the restaurant and then 2 or 3 years later it was closed.
Closed it.
Yeah, but Jack
Pretty good
Astor's is still,
concept,
there's
though.
a whole
But-
bunch of them in Ottawa.
So another thing about Jack Astor's is they have these funny cartoons everywhere,
Yeah,
like drawn on chalkboard, so they could like erase them and like redo them
yeah.
for the times. And then
The one
it's
thing I liked
not
about Jack
stop-
Astor's was they would take from the service bar behind the bar, they would throw beers to each other.
Oh yeah.
So they would open up a bottle and then just spin it off of there,
Yeah.
and it would kind of fly in the air like perfectly still
Huh.
because it was rotating.
Right. It's the centrifugal force.
Or they would put a coaster on top of a draft and chuck that.
So it must have been a real fun place to work.
Oh, yeah, I bet it was. Yeah.
They also had the brown paper on the tables with the crayons, so you could draw and stuff. And then another thing they had, which passed the time while you're waiting for stuff, kind of like videos of like people getting hurt, or like
I
like
remember that.
blooper videos, like world's funniest videos.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it wasn't in the one you were. Yeah, it's like playing Jackass. Jackass was like
Right.
running 24/7.
Oh, what's his name is retiring? Johnny Knoxville.
Oh my, did you read that article on Vanity Fair?
I might have.
Hiring from what? Acting
He's
or?
so fucked up.
He is fucked up.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think he thought Jackass retired.
Oh yeah.
It's not like Dick's Last Resort, but Dick's Last Resort is also fun in a different way.
Did you watch that documentary about Action Park?
No, I never saw
Yeah,
it.
I did.
Oh, it was
I think it's
so
on
good.
Netflix, Scott.
It's on Netflix. Okay.
Yeah, it's about
And
the.
I've heard of Action Park. I've read
Okay.
articles about it.
Oh, but the documentary, you're just like,
The thing that like horrified me was the loop-de-loop enclosed slide.
I know.
It was a slide with a loop in it
Yeah.
and like completely enclosed tube. I'm like, what happens if you don't make it around the loop?
Well,
You
then
get
some
stuck in
people
there?
didn't.
Some people didn't.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
like,
and
can you imagine just getting stuck in that? Like, oh, I go halfway and I land and I'm like, how do you fucking get out of that?
Time to disassemble.
don't.
it.
And then someone comes behind you.
Yeah.
Well, and then
Oh.
like the thing was, they said that people had like lost their teeth and stuff, and like
Oh, yeah.
they are embedded in the plastic and stuff, and yeah, it just sounded absolutely horrible. But hooray!
Good old days
Yeah,
before
Jackass.
regulations.
I wish there was a Jackass here still. I have friends in Canada. They're like, let's go to dinner. I'm like, cool, let's go Jackasser's. Like, no. We're gonna go somewhere better than that. I like Jackasser's. Is awesome. I love it. They're like looking at me weird. Like, come on.
You're one of them silly Americans.
Exactly.
Well, the big thing that
It's nostalgia.
when Ryan and Jonathan Gilmore and all them came up for Daryl's board game
Oh.
base camp,
The
they were
Swiss
leaving,
Chalet.
and what's that?
They went to the Swiss Chalet.
They did.
Mhm.
That's
I
where
wanna
all
go
the
there
blue-haired
someday.
people go.
It's all where the what?
All the blue-haired old people go.
Oh, okay.
Like,
wanna
like
try
it's, at 4 p.m. it's packed.
Early bird special.
The early bird special.
I mean, it's good. I mean, there's that, or there's the French Canadian one called Saint Hubert's, and Saint Hubert, and I like that one better because the sauce is much better than the one at Swiss Chalet. Personal bias.
Is it like
Personal bias.
Sizzler? Like
I don't know what Sizzler is.
You don't ever been to Sizzler? Okay. How would you describe Sizzler, Lance?
The steak,
Like
Yeah,
you order
it's
steaks
like
at
a
the
cheap
counter.
steakhouse, I guess.
Cheap
I would-
steak.
yeah. I haven't been
But they
to
have
one in
really good
years,
rolls. The rolls were like phenomenal. Like the yeast
Yeah,
roll,
I mean, like they had those honey,
honey butter.
honey butter rolls. Yeah.
Yeah, we have. I mean, we don't really have cheap steakhouses here. The last cheap steakhouse I could think of is Ponderosa when I was a kid.
We have that here.
Similar to that, yeah.
That's gone though. I haven't seen.
So
Ponderosa
Sizzler's
in
semi-fancy, like
30 years.
fast food.
Oh, okay.
Like you order a steak and then you go sit down and they bring it to you, but like it's not.
Oh, it's they call QSR, I guess. You order at the counter and then go to your seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they had a salad bar.
Yeah, I do remember.
But the only thing I remember liking about Sizzler was the roll.
It's kind of like me and Red Lobster. The buns are the best part of it.
Cheddar biscuits.
Yeah.
That's what my wife. I've never I think I've been to Red Lobster like 2 times in my life. I don't remember the cheddar biscuits, but that's what Michelle remembers.
Yeah.
The cheddar biscuits.
My dad likes to go there, so go there.
Yeah, I've only been to a couple of Red Lobsters myself.
Yeah.
I think we've talked about this before, but beefsteak Charlie's was another obsession of mine.
I never heard of that one.
It's a place where you get like steak and shrimp, and it's all you can eat shrimp.
What's it called?
Beefsteak Charlie's. It's like a chain of steak places. We've talked about it here before many times. I won't reiterate. I just remember the commercial. I'll drop it.
Okay.
They bring this couple's eating dinner at the Beefsteak Charlie's, and the guy brings the shrimp, and they're just like doing the shrimp. They're doing the shrimp around their hand, shrimp, and they're just eating shrimp for like 30 seconds of the commercial, and then the steaks arrive, and they're like, "Here's your steaks," and they're like, "Steaks?" Like we were
Like
just
you
eating
also get
shrimp.
steak.
Yeah.
Surf and turf, baby.
Surf and turf. That's where Jen wants to go next week. This place called the Lobster House down in Cape May.
I
She
bet that'll
wants-
be
I'm not a fan of the lobster or the crab.
No.
I'm the same way. I'll eat lobster. Crab's too much work.
No, you get it pre-cracked. You get the Alaskan king crab pre-cracked.
Well, yeah,
That is
yeah,
the shit.
that's a little different.
Too lazy.
It's so cheap too.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I'm into
So my-
like mussels and shrimp and
Not cheap.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was actually for this past Christmas, because like we had my mom over and that's it, right? For Christmas dinner, the first time ever I made prime rib,
Nice.
and I also and my wife really likes crab, so I got Alaskan king crab, and I'd never made either, and I didn't screw up either of them. So I'm
Man,
proud of myself.
I didn't know Alaskan king crab was like so good
Yeah, neither did I.
until I tried it once by
Yeah.
accident. Like,
Yeah.
oh, here's some Alaskan king crab. Where
So-
has this been all my life?
Uh-huh.
Like that kind of thing.
My wife's a maritimer. She's Acadian.
Hmm.
So when we went back to, I think we were still dating at the time. We went back to New Brunswick, where she's from, and what they do is you can walk up to these counters at these canneries and fisheries, because they catch it, they flash freeze it, and then
Right.
send it off, right?
Yeah.
So you walk up to the window and you get, can I get 10 lobsters, please? And then they give it to you. You go to the park, you staple a garbage bag to the end of the picnic table, you put the newspaper down, and then you just eat the lobster.
And you hit them with a hammer.
My kind of place.
Not even, right?
Yeah.
And I'm what my wife calls an upper Canadian, which is not a compliment. Upper Canada is like Montreal and Ottawa back in the day when it was like, all the French against the English kind of thing.
Mm.
And before Confederation. Anyways, I went to the dollar store and bought this stuff so I could rig up a little garlic butter heater thing. Because they just do it, they eat it cold and they eat it without anything. It's just,
What?
Yeah.
It's the only reason I eat that stuff. It's a melted butter delivery system.
it's like dining with the Klingon with them.
I know.
Just a gout delivery system.
So anyway, it was funny. I got shade for that for years.
Yeah, but like you put a little candle under there,
That's what I did.
something like that. Yeah, you go to a restaurant here in Dallas, they give you the candle with the butter on top of it.
Oh, here too.
Yeah.
Here too.
Like, I mean, honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, when I go out to eat, like it's pretty rare that I go someplace that costs so much that they make the food better than I can make it for myself. Because I know how to make food for myself that I know I'm going to like and that I know I'm going to enjoy. And I don't say that, I mean, if you came to my house, you probably wouldn't like the stuff that I make, but I know
Right.
what
I think that's
make.
your area of the world you live in.
Maybe, but I mean, it's just like, I mean, there's expensive restaurants that I could go to, and I could, and I could definitely like have somebody else, make me a steak or something or whatever, and it would taste good. There's no doubt about it. But I mean, or I could go to the butcher and buy a couple of New York strips and grill them up myself the way my wife and I like them, and they taste,
You're very similar to my dad. He's never had a steak that's better than the one he can cook himself. Like,
yeah. I mean, I've definitely screwed up a steak, but I mean, because you don't pay attention to it, because something comes up and you're like looking over, and then you look over and there's flames coming out of the thing, and you're like, no, I've definitely made a mistake before, but I mean, if I'm watching it and I'm paying attention to it, and the 20 minutes it takes to really make a good steak, then I tend to think I make them pretty good. So
I think
you have would you call your palate like a wide palate or
perfect? I would call it perfect. I don't know, man. I mean, it's just like I'm like
orders.
What?
I'm just messing with you.
No, I'm weirdly picky.
You ordered. What did you order? That time we went. I forget where we ended. Did you order buffalo broccoli bites or something?
No, I would never eat anything green.
Buffalo broccoli. Yeah,
I can't remember what it was.
Green's blasphemous.
No, not broccoli. It was cauliflower. Didn't you order that?
That's even worse.
No.
That terrible place we went to in Ohio.
Oh, that place was garbage. Yeah,
it's the worst.
I don't remember. Yeah, it wasn't good though. I don't remember what I got though. I mean, honestly,
you were on the keto.
Yeah, that's right. I had to try to find something that wasn't. God, I should go back on keto. I lost so much weight. No, it was just there wasn't much there. It was just like it was fine what I got. I mean,
I won't miss that place.
So
although the pizza place was pretty good, the midnight pizza, what do they call it?
Yes, that was good. I'll say this: it's like I do feel like when I JL Beers in Fargo, yeah. I forget that there's somebody here actually that listens. It's like there's a burger place up here. Once again, if anybody, it's fairly local, but it's called JL Beers, and it's just they have really good burgers there. And they just fry them up right there. But I mean, no, I mean the weird thing about when you're on keto is that like you get so desensitized to other foods, right? You're just taking in meat and cheese, and you're not having sweets, you're not having bread and everything like that. So it's just like the range of tastes that you have after you get past the craving part, which if I remember correctly, it didn't take me long to do that. It was like maybe a week or two before I was like, yeah, I don't need cereal. I just don't need to. But I mean, and then it was just kind of like, just whatever. I mean, I'll have a stick of summer sausage and some Swiss cheese, and that'll be my lunch. I mean, just like eat that. It was just and that tasted just fine. Plus, you get full in like a half a second. It feels like you're just like, yeah, I don't need it anymore. So you just don't care, And obviously, I mean, I lost like whatever it was, 90 pounds, and I gained it all back. But I mean,
You had that one cookie.
yeah.
And
Well,
it
no, I
fucked
mean,
you.
I don't even know. It was one of those things where it was like combination of
We also did have a pandemic.
yeah, pandemic
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
help.
Kind of messes you.
I actually lost weight during the pandemic. It was surprised the hell out of me.
I did not. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
Five
lose it
Guys,
now.
Five Guys Cajun fries are the bomb diggity.
I gotta try.
Yeah, they are
Everybody
good.
talks about them, but I'm super picky.
Five
Well, no,
Guys
and
is
here's
so
here's
good.
the weird thing is that like so they're fresh cut fries, right? So I mean, I've actually
Guess it
gotten
does for me.
fresh cut fries are then you're not eating them in the right place. Then
What are they like in and out?
the better, way better than In-N-Out.
Okay, I'll try it.
So there's also a place here in Fargo called, and I've told you guys before, it's called Grand Junction, where they make hot subs and they have fresh cut fries there too. And it's just it's so simple what they make. They fresh cut the fries, they throw them in the fryer. They don't overdo them. They make them just a little, so they're just a little bit soggy, and then they just put Lowry's on them, and it's like it sounds dumb. But it's just, it tastes. Lowry's is, hey, Lowry's. But here's the thing about Cajun fries is that I was like, man, what is this seasoning on the Cajun fries they have? This is so good. Yeah,
Tony
it's just
Chachere's.
no, it's
No?
it's McCormick Cajun
McCormick
seasoning.
Cajun seasoning?
Yeah, that's all.
Off the shelf.
Off the shelf McCormick Cajun seasoning.
You know
Out-
there was go ahead.
No, I was gonna say 1,000 milligrams of salt for every tablespoon or teaspoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, they and then when they make the hot dogs, they split them in half and then just fry them so they get
On the flat top?
Hot dog,
Deep
yeah,
fry?
the hot dogs get just crispy.
That's a
And
great
the thing
way
is
to-
that like I'll want a hot dog there, but no, I want the bacon burger. It's just because that's bacon burger with jalapenos and onions and mushrooms and A1 steak sauce. Oh, that's so good.
just get your dog with bacon and cheese and stuff on it.
Texas
But
Tommy.
I'd rather I know it's something about the burger. I don't know, man.
Yeah, they're
Just
pretty
something
good,
about
Fry
it.
Guys.
Tony Bosca's having Five Guys for dinner tomorrow.
Well, good for him. Maybe I'll do it too.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Speaking of self-destructive carbs, see you guys in a minute.
No, I mean that's just I mean it's just we're all sugar junkies, even if we're not like my son.
Yeah,
My
we
son
are.
said something really clever today. I asked him a weird trivia question that just to kind of fool him with it, and I said, what has more sugar in it? I said lemons or strawberries, and of course he's a kid, and he said strawberries, but actually in fact it's lemons. Lemons have more sugar in them than strawberries do. Per pound or whatever. It isn't like because you have a giant lemon and you have a little strawberry. It's just. And then he looked at me and he goes, yeah, actually that makes sense. He said, there's a lot of citric acid in lemons, which is basically which is what a form of sugar is.
Wow.
And he goes, and that's what makes them so sour.
So screw you, Dad.
How old is he?
He's 9.
Get him,
Wow.
get him into that magnet program.
That's pretty astute.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the age.
He
to
knows
get
what
'em.
citric acid is at 9.
Yeah, that's the age when you're fascinated by everything. Still, yeah.
I'm trying to eat better, and because the Giselle's always at the bake shop. I'm pretty much the cook now, so I'm.
Because you're gonna live forever, right? You're never gonna
Which is-
die.
Yeah.
Right? You might as well eat food that doesn't taste good.
Yes.
No
No,
ice
it tastes
cream.
great. Like we had some really awesome stuff tonight. But anyways, I'm finally.
Go ahead.
I finally kind of decreased my. I don't have a big sweet tooth to begin with, but every now and then I do want something. But tonight she brought home these things that she wanted to test. It was like a butterscotch blondie smashed with a fudge brownie with Rolos on top. I had a half of one and I was just about in friggin' coma.
No, that makes sense.
And then I froze the rest because I can't have them tempting me.
I noticed that.
That's counteracting those runs, man.
So
No
here's-
kidding.
my wife sent me this video once, and it was some like weightlifter guru guy or whatever, and he was just I mean, admittedly it sounded scripted. I'm so jaded on anything, you know. It just I don't take it out. It wasn't his like this is my off the cuff moment where, but he had this rant about health food, and he's just like, you know, when I started doing this, everybody was saying to me like, you know, it's like, oh, don't worry about it, you know, it's just like keto bread tastes just as good as normal bread. You fucking liars.
Yeah.
He's just like, and it was like everything. He's like, and it's fine. It's totally fine if like you said to me something, you'll get used to it, which is a giant difference between you'll get used to it and it tastes just as good. It's just like there's a reason why it tastes better because it isn't good for us. Because that's
justification if I ever heard it.
Yeah, it was a very funny video that.
That is funny.
It was just, you know.
Do you guys watch TikTok at all?
I do not.
There's some great.
I think I osmosisly get a ton of it because both my wife and my daughter watch.
So I've curated a very good list of followers. I'm following all the people that work at fast food and like restaurants, and then there's this Cajun guy. Have you seen the Cajun guy?
No.
He's amazing.
I don't watch.
He's amazing. You got to watch it. He's like, he's got the best accent, and he's like, just I don't know how, like, TikTok is like a genius invention.
When the camera isn't on him, you know, he's just like talking like a normal dude.
You ever watch
New Yorker?
It's so good.
You ever watch that Australian guy?
Crocodile Dundee.
Nat, he's a cook. It's Nat, I reckon, or something like that. Long blonde hair.
I don't.
He's hilarious.
Is this TikTok or is this YouTube?
Oh, it's YouTube.
Okay.
It's so good.
Yeah, so I've got the Starbucks channel. I've got the guy who works at Cold Stone Creamery, although he quit and he does other things now. But it's just, I can just sit there and watch it for like an hour. Like some guy making Cold Stone Creameries all day, or making Starbucks drinks.
I don't get I don't get the Cold Stone Creamery. My daughter and everybody but me, they're like, let's go to Cold Stone, and I'm just like, and I'm not a big ice cream guy anyway. I mean, like,
there you go.
But I mean,
but you go to an ice cream
I don't
store.
really like ice cream. I don't get Cold Stone.
No, okay.
I'm gonna go to an ice cream store, but I don't like it.
Okay. If I go to a Breslers 33 flavors or something like that, you know, and I just say, give me a scoop of that, right, and put it on a sugar cone for me, and they get me a scoop of butter pecan, which is the best ice cream ever, and they put that on the old thing. That's good enough for me. I don't need to have some weird concocted. I mean, I'm not saying that people are wrong for liking that stuff. I'm a simple guy, and I know what I like, and that's give me 2 scoops of butter pecan on that waffle cone, and I'm a happy man. And I will walk out of your establishment with no, they don't have butter pecan. Yeah, you know, just like, and I will be a happy dude. I will walk out of your establishment after I give you your $5 plus tip or whatever it is that I had to give you, and I'll be happy dude. But the thing is that like I have in the freezer upstairs, like my kids have like cookie dough ice cream and Neapolitan ice cream, and there's like cookies and cream ice cream, and then there's a thing of butter pecan in there that's like half empty.
Touch Daddy's butter pecan.
Well, no, they would never. They think it's the worst ice cream of all
it
time.
is pretty much the worst.
As a kid, you don't want that shit.
Really?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's that
even
bad,
as an adult.
Scott,
It's good. I like it.
Dave's got it right. 2 scoops of butter
disagree.
pecan and no Last Jedi talk.
if I get the butter pecan, Jen will eat all the ice cream
Pecan,
and leave the
pecan,
nuts out there.
pecan.
All right, Ruff.
Pecan.
Pecan.
You guys have
there's a
creams and
Canadian.
cream?
Pecan pie.
There's another channel I found. There was this Canadian toffee. No, not toffee. Hard candy maker, where it's really fascinating. They pour the candy onto the hot plate and it boils. Like they get it boiling hot and then they pour it on there and they form it. And you never know. Like you can't really tell what it's gonna make. But then they stretch it out and then they start chopping it. It's like little faces or pictures inside.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Like
really,
the hard
really
candies,
cool.
yeah.
Is it Hastings?
Might be. I can find out. I've got them bookmarked, baby.
Why isn't there like a board game TikToker?
Oh, I find the board game TikToks very extremely boring.
Do you?
There's some people who are doing stuff, but I can't watch them.
Well, way to support the industry.
Well, if someone made a good, interesting channel,
Then
I
he
would watch
would.
it. I don't know. I don't, just me.
Yeah, way to support the industry.
Where is this person?
I had a playtest session today to show off a game.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I got into it, and the designer had completely revamped the game without telling anybody. So I was like, all right, let's get in here and play the game. And I don't understand anything that I'm looking at right now. I was just like, and I had like 3 playtesters waiting, and I was like, give me a second. Trying to get a hold of a designer in Germany. I was like, can I get the new rule book, please? Oh yeah, here you go.
You don't need no stinking rulebook.
And I was just like, and I was like, okay, everybody, take 20 while I read the rule book again. But that was interesting.
You don't need that for playtesting, right?
No.
It's optional.
It was way better. It was Evan knows the game, so it was way better, Evan. It was.
Oh yeah, I sent in some feedback to Josh.
It was highly streamlined.
Good.
I was actually surprised at how well it was. It was definitely better than every single iteration of that. Like, it just keeps getting more and more refined, which is what playtesting is supposed to do, right? So.
Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
So I like the basic conceit of the game. Like I think the basic idea is good. So
yeah,
glad to hear it's getting there.
So I don't know. I was gonna say today. So
it's not Hastings.
Here's a weird thing that I was thinking about. Like, have you ever like found yourself like backing a game or something on Kickstarter, like in the last like 8 hours or whatever, and you're like getting ready to back the game, and it's just like, and you're in like literally it's like flip of the coin, like should I do this, should I not, kind of thing. And because like literally, like if it was something you wanted, you would have backed it like right away and just walked away, right? But I was sitting there and I was just kind of like, with the expansion to Keeper, it closed out like a week or two ago. Or whatever.
Keeper by the Sea or something like that.
Yeah, Keeper by the Sea. It was just a little expansion for it or whatever. And I remember I sat there and I was just like, man, I haven't played Keeper. I remember when I got Keeper, I played it, and then I said, this is cool, but it's not as good as Keyflow, and it's not even close to as it can't even like stand in the shadow of Keyflower, because Keyflower is just phenomenal. And I was just like, but I ended up backing it anyway, because I think because of the price, it was relatively inexpensive just to get the expansion. But I was like, it was one of those things like, why am I doing this? Why am I getting this? So I can, because I know if I ever sit down to play Keeper again, I'll be like, and this is Keyper, I'll be like, man, oh man, why don't I have the expansion? I'll be mad at myself for not having it.
I mean, you just got to be realistic, Lance. Are you really going to be playing games ever again? You're going to be playing D&D for like the next 5 years. So why bother?
Shane, I wish Shane was here, because we were talking about this on the phone, and he told the story last week about how he really wanted to play Indonesia. Everybody talked about how Indonesia was just such a great game. He bought 2 copies of it at Essen because it was finally available again. Yeah, but no, some people may not have followed along. Jeez, look at you! I let you ramble on about your talk ticks all day long, but
I mean, whatever. I mean,
but anyway, and that's the whole thing. Like he played it once, and then he got rid of both of his copies, just sold them, got rid of them. Kudos to him, right? So
he doesn't like games.
And here's the deal. He said to me, he's telling me, just get rid of your games, just get rid of them. You'll
never miss them.
It won't matter. He's like, because he said, here's the deal. He said, when your kids put you in the ground they're just gonna throw them away.
Yes.
What a sad day that would be.
Nah, I think your
Oh.
kids will have a Viking funeral. They'll set up a little boat and a pyre and set it out to sea on the lake or
Did
something.
you guys see the Dice Tower video of them unboxing? I think it was a guy, and I don't know where he's from, but he died, and somehow the Dice Tower acquired the games. They called us too, but we never got to talking about it. But Dice Tower bought the games. It had to be probably $100,000 worth of Kickstarter stuff, unopened, all unopened.
Hmm.
You guys see these
What?
videos?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard about it. I didn't see it. But I
It
heard
was
about
quite astounding. I really wish I could know the story of it. Guy
I
died.
remember when
Family sent the games to Dice Tower. They opened them. They did a video. It's like I watched it for a good long time. It was 3 hours long, and they only like barely touched the surface of it.
I remember
Wow.
like 15 years ago or so. It might have been less, but I mean, it was quite a while ago. Troll and Toad.
Yeah, they got like a big one, right?
Like they got that warehouse that
Yeah.
that guy had on his property that he was just collecting. He was just like between like his own
It
board
was like
games.
Avalon Hill. I remember there was like a ton of Avalon.
Oh
Hill.
yeah, and it was just like and it was just one of those things where and like plus he just had like he would go to like Toys R Us's when they'd clearance out their
Yeah.
board games, and he'd just buy them all, and he would just it was just racks and racks and racks of games and toys and all this stuff, and yeah, like it was and they bought it 30 cents on the dollar from him.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of people in the chat have seen this video. He was from Connecticut. Everything was in shrink. Full pledges of everything. Like name it. The guy had. It was weird because it was like, oh yeah, I remember back in that. It was like stuff from like 5 or 6 years ago, all unopened. I just want to know what the story was. Is he just a collector or was he like an investor? Or
It had to have been like a collector.
because he would have like 2 and 3 copies. There was 2 unopened Kingdom Death monsters. There was two like full zombie side thing. A lot of the more rare Kickstarter stuff that was like all unopened. Pretty interesting. But anyway, sad story.
Well, I mean, why? I mean, the guy obviously probably got some sort of enjoyment out of owning the stuff. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to know that. You want to know.
I'd just be curious of the story.
Was it an
Yeah.
untimely death, or was he like in his
Right.
70s and he had a good run or something like that? I mean, you don't know, right?
Yeah, it was quite amazing.
What day is time the next time he comes on?
I was sort of.
That's why I said Andy Anderson, friend of the show.
I was like, I wanted to get the collection because we were like, oh, we need some stuff for our charity sales, and I thought it would be cool to sell it all to like charity. And then, but they never contacted me back. But I'm really glad we didn't get it. It was so much stuff. It was overwhelming how much stuff they got.
I don't understand.
It
Like, I
was a
understand collections
garage
and I understand collections and bigger collections, but you get to like people like Jason Levine and where he got thousands and thousands of them.
It's his whole house.
Yeah, I don't understand that level at all.
Really? Why not?
It's probably because I'm not really materialistic like that. I never really have been. Like, I have a collection, I enjoy it, but I'm not attached to it. I could get rid of it at any time.
Mm.
Yeah.
Then you're not a collector.
Yeah, I really don't collect any
Be hard.
tools to an extent just because I use them.
Yeah.
I have like a rules on shit. Like, if we haven't used it in 5 years, it goes. Yeah.
I have the collector bug, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But could you see, if you didn't have BTG, could you see your collection being that big?
I don't know. Hard to separate.
Yeah.
I bet it is.
I don't know. Maybe.
One Kickstarter.
I just love
there's
seeing
so many
everything.
weird things. Like, I mean, I know somebody who has like 10,000 records.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, and I've said, and the thing is that I've said to him, it's like, have you listened to all these? Oh no. It's just like, it's you get anybody who collects anything, you get an enjoyment out of just having it, right? It's just like, oh, it's cool that I own this, even if nobody else thinks it's cool. To you, it feels cool to own it. and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's issues if like, you're having, a problem with, you've got to buy a warehouse to put all your stuff in.
That's
But
what I'm
even
talking
then-
about.
But even then,
Stop.
no, I'm not targeting Scott here, but I mean, but even then, and Scott's different because it's a
Yeah, it's like I said, it's hard to separate it because I'm
but
like,
I mean,
I'll
but
play a
if,
game
if,
one
but if Scott
time.
was
and then
still
put it in
working
library.
if you were still
Yeah.
working in like the video game industry and you were just coding and stuff like that, but you also you filled up half of your house with board games, then you had to go and buy a warehouse to put the rest of them in. Yeah, somebody would say, okay, let's what are we doing?
There's more to the
Yeah.
warehouse than just board games.
Well, I understand that.
There's
That's
a
where
store.
you- that's where
There's
you
a
keep
store
your-
there as well.
Yeah, that's where
People
you
work
keep your,
there.
your gold bullion,
Yeah.
whatever.
No,
Yeah, but no, it's just it's one of those things where but then again, like I said, if you have the means and you can afford it and you want to have like that stuff and you can, I mean, like my brother on his lake property, he's got he erected, like a metal building, like just he and his son-in-law got all the parts and got a front loader and everything, and they built basically a metal warehouse on their lake property so they could have a place to keep all their stuff that's at the lake. And it's just like, I mean, Marco Ornato, he built basically a board game shed in his backyard to keep all of his board games in. Now, I mean, is that a little bit crazy? Absolutely. But I mean, is it the norm? No, absolutely not. But I mean, is it like it's one of those things where it's like, has it become a problem kind of thing? And
Yeah,
it becomes a problem if it affects other people's lives.
Right.
or if
Right.
it's negatively impacting your life.
or
like
let's
health-wise or something.
put it this way. Let's put it this way.
Well, that's addiction in general. I mean,
Right.
Well, and let's put it that way. I mean, it's just like, okay, so I mean, and I don't know anything about Marco's. Let's just take Marco out of the equation because I mean Marco's a friend. And I don't want to put
use
any
me.
kind of. Well, no, like let's say just okay. Let's just say Joe Board Gamer, right? Whatever.
I don't know this
I know
guy.
him.
Yeah, Joe. Fine. Let's say Jane Board Gamer. Like I mean, let's not,
I don't know
be
her
sexist
either,
to
but
it.
okay.
But Jane Board Gamer, like has like filled up her office in her house, like the wall has nothing but shelves and it's filled up with board games. The board games are leaking into the like other areas of the house. She's bought like some sort of storage solution outside of the house where she stores some of them or whatever. But like I mean it. Nobody's saying, hey, this is ridiculous or anything like that to her, but perhaps the rest of her family are like, it's like they're not like not being able to like pay for food or rent or anything because of it. It's one of those things where it's still impacting though, right? In some weird way. I mean, it's just like in some like kind of unspoken, unwritten way, it kind of impacts the entire situation. The thing that I think that sucks the most is that like if there are so many moments when I'm like staring at the games in my collection and I actually just start mentally checking off the ones that I would get rid of. Like I was like, yeah, that's gone. That's gone. I get rid of that. I get rid of that. And then, but sometimes I'm in a weird mentality where I'm like, oh, I couldn't get rid of that. Oh no. And like the same games, like I'll be like, oh no, I can't with that one for some reason. Like it's some reason I just whatever can't mentally pull the trigger and say that's one I need to ditch. And it's like I need to like get to that the preceding one to make it happen. The other thing that stinks is that my guy that normally I dump all this stuff on, and he'd give me like 20 cents in the dollar for it, which I'd be happy to take, and just because it's easier to do it. He's like currently doing a walkabout in the redwoods in California, and he's been gone for like almost 5 weeks, and like left his ex-girlfriend and other people in charge of his store while he's gone. I have no idea when he's coming back, and I've been just like, man, you need to get back here so I can give you this crap. I can get rid of it.
It's always about you, Lance. Poor guy's trying to figure himself out.
Well,
you're
yeah.
pissing on his experience.
You know, fine. I mean, you know,
Just because you want to get rid of some games that you're going to regret and then buy more to replace them.
Oh no. I will. I mean, like miniature market. Like here's the quick miniature market. Like said, giant RPG sale. RPGs up to 60% off, or whatever. Like I took a look at it, and I know like some people, like I know Chad Roberts said he spent a ton of money on it. I went through it. I couldn't find a single thing I wanted. I was just like, yeah, no, I don't want any of
You're
this stuff.
satiated. Is that the right word? Sated? I don't know what the right word is.
I mean, like I was like when I took out Chronicles of Drenagor, I was like, this looks cool. I was like, this looks cool. I mean, but then but then I was also like, huh.
Your fire is dimmed, man. You gotta reignite it.
The romanticism of the board gaming is gone for you, Lance.
The fire is out.
Is it out completely? You still bought? You were.
Oh no, I still played games, obviously, but I mean, I don't know. It's just
I ebb and flow with that stuff.
Yeah, I think that's kind of natural.
Like a bunch of time will go by where I'm like, I can't look at a game right now, and then it comes back.
I don't play games enough to actually ever get that opinion. Unfortunately, I wish I did.
Yeah,
like,
gotta get a group.
Here's the thing. So like my son is like he's like 2 days of school left. Like this week is his last week of school. So like I was driving to school on Tuesday. He's like 4 days of school left, then summer, and like he's just counting down the days.
That's the first thing in summer.
He's just jazzed. Like he can barely contain his excitement, right? And I was sitting there thinking, I was trying to remember being that young and being excited for summer. And I there's some being that young that I remember. Definitely remember, like I remember going to like elementary school and then just like the last day and like running screaming out because they made a big deal of it at the school. They were all like, they did a countdown, like 10, 9, all the kids screaming at the top of their lungs, and the bell went off, and you'd run out the door, and but the memories I really remember are like high school, like sophomore and especially junior year. Junior year, I had a car, I had freedom. I had another year of high school ahead of me. So like, you don't have I got done with high school. Oh God, what am I going to do? You didn't have
grade 11.
Like, what?
Is that grade 11?
12 would have been senior. So grade 11 was junior year. And I remember I was sitting there, but I can remember being in the common area of my high school, Fargo South High. And I remember sitting there and like they would post the finals grades. And I don't remember what my final was. I think it was European, like Western civilization, I think was like my last final. And I remember leaving that room and just saying, I'm done. I took my last final. There's nothing left. No more studying, no more anything. I'm free and I'm clear. And I remember like I had to hang out and wait for like my friends to get done with school too, so we could leave, right? And I was just like, and I remember just sitting in the commons, just hanging out and BSing with people, and then like seeing them. The teacher comes out and just you have like they just use your initials and like they tell you what your final grade was on the thing. So I was like, okay, cool, I did great on the test, whatever. But I remember just sitting on a picnic table, because you weren't supposed to. I was sitting on the picnic table with my feet on where people would normally sit. I remember just sitting there and just BSing with my friends, waiting for the rest of everybody to get done, and just like sucking down a Mountain Dew and just being like, man, oh man, this is gonna be a great summer. Just like I got nothing to do.
And I wish I had such an idyllic end of school years. I had to run home as fast as I could to avoid the roving gangs of kids that would beat up other kids.
Yeah,
I live in a rough area. They're like, you got to get home as fast as you can. I'm like, why? This is my 6th grade. Oh, well, they're typically people, they beat up the kids now, like after school.
And where was that?
Pompano Beach, Florida.
I went through that in Philly.
Yeah.
I went through that.
I never
junior
had the
high.
Mountain Dew moment.
No, I went through
I
that.
was like, get the fuck out of here. I'm going home. Running home.
The junior high, the guys that like the kids who like Dungeons and Dragons, we got picked on a lot, and the bullies definitely picked. But then the thing is that I think I've said this before, like 8th grade is when I actually kind of grew up and like got bigger, and then I broke Tim Bush's nose, and then after when he pushed me into my locker, and then I thought I was going to get in trouble, but no, then none of the bullies picked on me anymore, and then it was just kind of like, and then my friends, we don't just hang out together, and so then they wouldn't pick on everybody else. But yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it would suck. Yeah, one of my friends got beat up with a hammer handle.
Oh.
Like they took the hammer off the handle and they just used the handle, and you're like hitting him on the head with it.
Well,
And it's like, well, I could try to run back there and maybe help him. But when you see like eight guys beating up one kid, and I'm like, we got to just go tell his dad. You know,
just
like,
why?
running.
Just because they just wanted to beat kids up?
I think it's like it was sort of racial.
Yeah, that was
It was racially ignited.
Yeah.
You know?
Just get on a bike and pedal as fast as you can.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. It sucked. I've sort of put it all in my back memory, my shitty ass.
See, I had a Chevy Nova at the time, so I didn't. I guess like if anybody tried to beat me up, I could just run over them, I suppose. Yeah, no, that was thank you. I was all like,
I
like
brought you down.
reminiscing, and you bring me down with your.
Lance, the world is different in different places.
Yeah,
it is. Well, yeah, when you live in like
Yeah, you live in different part of the country.
Oh, upper small town, upper Midwest. Yeah, you don't really have that problem. No, I remember. Yeah, it was just I remember, but I mean, I'm so excited. My son is just like so jazzed. It's just like it makes me happy to see him. That, my daughter is tweening hard, so nothing makes her happy. So it was just no, seriously. I mean, it's like
is that a verb? I like it.
Yeah,
you'll be all right in 6-7 years.
No, like she got to test at Taekwondo to get to red belt, which is like one step away from black. And this is something that she's been working for a long, long time. She started Taekwondo when she was 5. She quit, and then she went back when she was like 7 or 8. I forget what, but she's been like working hard at it, and she's been doing really, really well. And she's gotten awards and stuff like that. And it was just kind of like, one, she was testing for it, and she told me, I don't want you to watch me, Dad. Just like, I was like, well, I'm going to. So, just like, I'm not gonna, and I was just like, so I watched her, and like, she broke 3, like, she had to like, break 3 boards in rapid succession, just like, with like a forearm smash, a palm smash, and like a 360 axe kick, just like wham, wham, slam, just did it amazing. And I was just kind of like, and like literally like 2 years before, she had been jumping for joy and super excited, and then she does it. Everybody in the entire room applauds and everybody cheers. She's just like, whatever. I'm just like, yeah, great, give me the belt. I was like, can I get a picture of you? Fine. Just like,
how old is she?
She's almost 14. She turns 14
Oh,
in
man.
July.
I was super into Taekwondo when I was like 17, 18, and my mom was in the same Taekwondo class. And she totally outbroke boards in like this big competition we had, and she totally beat me.
Yeah.
It's like, Mom, not in front of the kids. Mom.
No, yeah, no, I'm like super proud of her, and she's, now she's trained to, she's gonna hopefully get a black belt here, like next year, and I was trying to explain to her, I was like, you realize that you've like accomplished something that like a very scant percentage of the world's population can do, right? It's just like, you should be proud of this, and she's just like, yeah. Who cares? Whatever. I want to go watch TikTok video. Just like,
Can't blame her. It's addictive.
She and God can bond.
You got a few more years, and your son will think the same way.
No, he's gonna be.
Yeah, it's the teenagers. They're all assholes.
He's gonna be awesome, yeah, no, I mean, I still got my boy. He still likes to watch wrestling with me. He still likes painting miniatures with me. He's gonna roll the dice for D&D on Saturday night and cackle evilly when we kill people.
Nice.
You know, he's I still got him. He's still on my side.
Speaking of watching videos, I went down a rabbit hole today, and I had a stupid grin on my face the whole time. I was watching incognito dealer hall walks at Comic-Con for Adam Savage. It was just
yeah,
he's
I've seen that.
Such a kind. Well, he appears to be such a kind man, and it's just there's a big difference between, I think, seeing people like him or Henry Cavill, who are like in their heart of hearts geeks and really into stuff, versus these celebrities that are just there to promote their shit.
Yeah.
And like Bryan Cranston, or when he walked the hall in the Walt mask, which was kind of funny. But it was such a and then one of the best ones was when he walked in spacesuits with Chris Hadfield. That was really neat.
The astronaut?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the other guy doing these days? Jamie.
What's that?
Well, didn't they used to be like a couple, like where they both did stuff together? Jamie.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see those. It was just Adam for the ones I've seen. This was just for the last few years.
After they kind of went their separate ways.
Oh, did they?
And from what I understand, he still does the special effects stuff for like production theater, movies and all that. But he's like lower key than Adam is.
He seemed kind of crusty too. That guy.
He was, He was the jaded.
Yeah.
Part of that whole.
He was the Lance.
I am. It's been this last year and a half has been. I mean, I know I've got it way better than 95% of the people on the planet, but man, this last year and a half has just been really, really rough.
Yeah,
it's been a trying time for everybody.
Yeah, it's like it's been tough to find happiness in most things, right? I mean, it's just kind of like you feel like you're hanging on by your fingernails some days. And again, and then again, when I feel like that, I'm like, well, Jesus Christ! It's like I got food in the fridge. I got I got a family. I got friends. I got a roof over my head. I mean, I have it better off than so many people. But I mean, it's all relative, right? You just kind of, I don't know.
In my experience, you just got to find one thing a day. Like today, I was watching when I got done mowing the lawn. I was watching these two hawks circling really low to the house. They were like maybe 10 feet above the house. So
they were waiting for you to keel over.
I was thinking that for a minute. And I thought maybe the rabbit. And then I went on Facebook 10 minutes later, and Michelle had a picture. Oldie's wife had a picture.
Yeah, I just saw that.
We had a huge hawk on our fence today.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it. It was massive. I'm like, holy shit, go get the camera.
And I got a kick out of that.
Take a picture of it.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, I've been watching.
You're like wondering how many birds he's killed already.
Yeah. I've been watching. There's a family of 3 or 4. I've been watching them for a couple of years now. They're fascinating creatures, the hawks.
Well, they are descendants of dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
And eagles, I've seen.
Well, I got initials. I also got who wants to go in the box. I was waiting for Forrest maybe to show up because
I'll go in the box.
You want to go in the box?
Is it really American centric there, Lance?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
I'm a box virgin.
But I sprinkled both like questions that are kind of tough with questions that are kind of easy. I kind of sprinkled them in there. So
all right,
just to kind of get a more thing. So Matt, if you want to go in the box, you want to mute yourself, then I'll give you guys the questions and
mute your speakers.
Yeah, you can't hear us.
Right?
You
can't hear us.
Yeah, you can't hear us. So once you've accomplished that, I will.
Actually, we should talk about Gen Con after this.
Okay.
Who's going? Yeah.
Well, actually, we'll do this in initials, then we can talk conventions.
Yeah.
And then we can see where we go. All right. So here's the, and I think that if Matt can't hear us, okay. So this is This will be weird. So here we go.
Here we go.
Question number 1 is, what independent candidate for the president of the United States got 19% of the vote in 1992?
Ross Perot.
But I'm guessing their Canadian brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I tell you my Ross Perot story?
No.
It was
I think-
Dallas.
Yeah. Didn't you meet him or something?
In a roundabout way.
Did he
In a
finish?
roundabout
We were at the
way.
same restaurant. Father's Day. My father-in-law knocked his fork off the table. Some guy walked by. As he's walking by, he bends over, picks it up, and hands it back to my stepfather and says, "You dropped this." He gave it back. "Thank you." I'm like, "Fucking A, that's Ross Perot."
Awesome.
Matt, can you hear us? Matt can't hear us. Okay, good. All right, here's question number 2. Which planet in our solar system has a day that lasts 8 Earth months?
Good. One of the bigger ones.
Jupiter?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Venus.
Venus?
Venus? Really?
Venus's day lasts almost as long as its year.
What is that a space nut? I don't remember.
Guessed correctly.
That's
but
a hard. That's a hard.
I don't know astrology.
I would
Astronomy.
say, yeah, man.
Astronomy.
Astronomy.
I don't know either one.
What mega online site was originally called relentless.com?
BGG.
Ah. And if you type in relentless.com, it'll still take you to the site. So you can test it right now if you want.
I don't think I'll
Mega
get that
upload?
one right.
I don't know.
Type in relentless.com. Let's see where it takes you.
Is this a porn site?
Oh, Amazon.
It was the original.
You'll never get that.
Yeah, I'm
eBay?
thinking he won't.
Is it eBay?
Amazon.
Oh, is it Amazon?
What worldwide recognized pop star was the drummer for the band The Breakfast Club before she went solo?
Shirley.
Madonna.
Was it Madonna? Yeah.
She was.
And these
she
are
was
tough.
Oh yeah, I watched
She was a
a
drummer.
documentary on that. Yeah,
Yeah, she that was her first love was being a drummer.
you might get that.
What color are a zebra's stripes when they are born? If you think this one
Black and
through,
white.
it'll make sense.
Hey,
White.
Because no, they're white with black stripes. So,
Mm,
they as a baby they have to be able to hide. So what color would you think they'd have to be camouflaged better? Brown.
brown. Yeah, I was thinking tan.
Without that help, though, there's no way he's getting that.
He might. You never
Might.
know. I got faith.
I got him for 0 so far.
I got him for 2.
got one.
Okay.
What 2 countries share the longest border?
2 countries long.
Canada, US.
There you go, Ray. There you go, Scott.
Yeah.
All right.
There's one.
There's one.
What famous science fiction television creator served as a pilot in World War II and received the Distinguished Service Cross?
Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, Roddenberry. I
Gene
think we'll get
Roddenberry.
that.
That is
Who else
correct.
could it be? Yeah.
I think we'll
That's
get
the
that.
only one I can think of. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's gotta be it.
What is the longest running sports event held within the United States?
World
It's
Series.
baseball,
Kentucky
yeah.
Derby.
The Kentucky
yeah,
Derby. Very
yeah.
good, Scott.
Uh,
Kentucky Derby is correct.
I don't think we'll get that.
Name 2 of the 4 mammals that cannot jump.
Two.
Emu.
Did you say emu? That's a
Yeah.
bird.
Emu and elephants.
First of all, emu's a bird. It's not a
One out
mammal.
of two ain't bad, but
Name 2 of the 4 mammals.
A whale?
a mole.
Cannot jump.
You
Whales can
can-
jump
A
out of
whale
the
can't
water.
jump.
Can they?
Oh,
Yeah,
they can jump out of
they
water.
could jump.
But I mean, they don't jump with legs.
Manatee.
Uh,
A
elephant,
sloth.
elephant, hippo, sloth, and rhino are the 4.
Oh, wow.
Oh Jesus.
I will change that to
It'll-
for land mammals.
I don't
Yeah.
think I'll get that. Yeah, I don't
Change that
think
to
I'll get
4
that.
land mammals. There you go. And the final question: what letter in the English alphabet is not found in any of the 50 U.S. states?
It's fine if I move that couch for a second.
Yeah, of course. Do you need help?
No, I mean, unless it's really heavy.
Z.
Arizona.
Arizona.
Oh shit. Yeah, right.
X.
X.
Texas. You live in it.
Yeah, you live in it. Yeah.
Wow, this is a tough one.
Q.
He ain't getting this, but
Oh,
yeah, Q.
Probably. He'll get that. All right, I got him for 3.
All right. So
That's a
Scott,
harsh-
you got him
it's
for
a harsh-
3.
It's a harsh quiz.
Yeah, this one's tough. Scott, you got him for 3. What do you? Evan for 3. What do you got from
Yeah.
Barry?
I'm gonna be optimistic and say 4.
All right. All right. Let's wave him in. Can you hear us, Matt?
Come back to the dark side, man.
This is a tough one, Matt.
Matt, can
I
you hear us?
saw I saw Evan go 3. I'm like, yee.
Exactly.
So here we go. We these are, like I said, this is a more difficult group of questions. So, but I have great faith in you, Matt. Here we go. Question number 1. What independent candidate for U.S. president got 19% of the vote in 1992?
I don't know if he's independent or not, but Ross Perot.
Holy
Final answer? There you go.
Good.
You're off to a good start.
Holy shit.
Correct. Ross
I never
Perot.
thought you would have got that one.
Yeah, we didn't think
Yeah, Ross Perot. There you go.
The only
There you
reason why I knew that is because of all the Saturday Night Live skits, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
Can I talk? Can I talk? Can I talk?
Mhm.
That's all- that's all I know.
Which planet in our solar system has a day that lasts 8 Earth months?
Day that lasts 8 Earth months. I'd say Jupiter.
Final answer?
Final answer.
And the answer is Venus. Venus's
That's what I
day
heard, too.
lasts almost as long as its year.
Oh, really? Okay.
Doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense.
It's funny, man. All 3 of us thought it was Jupiter, too.
Yeah.
What popular mega online site was originally known as relentless.com?
Popular mega online site. Relentless.com.
To this day, if you type in relentless.com, it'll take you there. Now,
Oh shit, I don't know. Yahoo. Final answer.
it's Amazon.
Good guess.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, Amazon.
Good guess, though.
I thought that was kind of cool, though. Relentless.com. Anyway,
And notice how they didn't give it up, even though they don't really use it anymore.
Still their mindset, Lance.
Try it from my cold dead hands.
Exactly.
all right, here we go. What worldwide recognized pop star was the drummer for the band The Breakfast Club before she went solo?
Drummer. star.
Worldwide recognized.
Who the hell was a drummer? Debbie Harry? Final answer?
And Madonna.
Oh,
Yes.
really?
Yes. And I guess like and I know, and if I remember correctly, like I remember seeing clips of her, like she would go and like play the drums during some songs, like
Oh, okay, no idea.
before she went all diva and the 17 different things,
Yeah.
when she just had the
Kid-
band and stuff like that.
When I saw Kid Rock one year, he played pretty much every instrument one song.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
he's
pretty
pretty
cool.
talented.
Yeah.
He's also the bull god.
Rock.
He's also the bull god, just so you know.
The what?
The what guy?
I am the bull god, and I see this.
Oh,
His
bull
song,
god, yeah.
the bull god.
Oh, I heard-
am
I
the
thought you were
bull
saying bulldog.
Yeah,
I heard
thought that
Lady
was
Hawk.
good.
Lady Hawk.
All
Yeah.
right, here we go. Question number 5. What color are a zebra's stripes when they are born? And just so you know, they are white with black stripes, not black with white stripes.
Brown. Final answer.
Ding, ding, ding. Correct. You got it correct. All right, here we go.
I didn't think you would get that one.
Well, thanks for having faith.
But I
in
guess
that.
you sort of gave it away, Lance.
Maybe just
When you say white with brown or black stripes, you sort of make it like it's not black.
well, but I said that when I was telling you to you
Oh, did you?
too.
No,
yeah.
you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
He
I
did.
don't
He
think you
did.
did.
He
Yeah, I
did.
did. So it's not my fault. You can't.
If
factor
Stone
that in.
remembers, Scott, he's got to be true.
Collusion.
You said it after you said something.
What two countries share the longest border?
Canada, US. Final answer.
Ding, ding, ding. 3 right.
How many is
Picking
that?
up-
3?
You're picking up
3.
speed. You're picking up speed here.
What is
All
it,
right, here we go.
7?
This question number 7 is right now.
Okay.
What science fiction television creator received the Distinguished Service Cross as a pilot in World War II?
Science fiction creator? Television creator. I'd probably recognize the name, but I don't know. I'm going to pass on this one. Final.
Pass. That's the final answer. Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek.
Okay. Yeah. That.
I think that's the
Okay.
first pass we ever had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Question number 8. What is the longest running sports event held within the United States? Nice look.
The Kentucky Derby. Final answer.
Whoa, look at
Wow.
that. Ding, ding, ding.
How
Really?
is that?
Nice.
Yes. All right, here we go. Here we go.
I'm out.
Name 2 of the 4 mammals. Oh, sorry. Name 2 of the 4 land mammals that cannot jump.
Land mammals that cannot jump. Oh man.
It's not a whale.
No. I'm completely blanking on.
Very fat house cat does not count as an answer.
Yeah. She's upstairs.
Ha!
Land mammals. Come on. I don't know if it's a mammal, but I think maybe the
2 of the 4.
platypus and I'm gonna say an anteater. Final answer.
And
Yeah.
who would have accepted elephant, hippo, sloth, or rhino?
You know, I was gonna say sloth too, but
That sloths can jump.
All right, as always, it's always a sweat. No matter what, it's always a sweat. Here we go.
What are you at right now?
He's at 4. So it's
these
always
are
a sweat.
hard.
This is always a sweat.
Barry
Yeah.
needs 5.
No,
Barry needs 4.
Well, if you get it right, Barry loses, and nobody wins, and you prove everybody
You
wrong.
would do better than
You prove
everybody.
everybody wrong, man.
This is the last question.
And
Yes,
I
the
was the
last
optimistic
question.
one, Matt.
and I'll give you the Alaboom bucks, Matt,
Yeah.
for this one. So here we go. What letter in the English alphabet cannot be found in any of the 50 U.S. states?
I was about to say X, but that's not right.
Chance, prove them all wrong. He's got a globe right in front of him.
No.
He's Canadian. I bet he doesn't even know all the states.
I probably
I
don't.
don't even know all the states.
I probably don't either. I know quite a few though. I think.
I think you could probably get there if you took the time. Like you,
Yeah.
Given enough time, you can get there.
yeah, you'd get there. It's all those little ones on the East Coast.
Them sons of bitches.
So I'm down to either J or Q.
Just so you know, Japan is not a.
And for some reason, I don't think it's going to be Q because I don't know. I can't think of a state that has a Q in it, but. Oh, New Jersey. It's not J then. No, that's New Jersey's not. Is it a state?
Technically, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go with Q. Final answer.
Ding, 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 ding.
Hey, you got it.
Matt, you proved them all wrong. Nobody
Yeah.
believed in you. Nobody
5?
believed in you.
got
5.
5.
Wow, that's super impressive.
That is
Nobody believed
impressive.
in you.
Yeah.
I think it was Kentucky Derby that pulled me up at the top.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Yes,
You nailed
I
it.
never thought you'd get that one.
I didn't think he'd get.
Or the pro one. Like I said, I never thought you'd get that one.
Yeah, those were hard, man. Jeez.
Well, mistake for us. We've gotten 0.
I think he would have
What?
surprised.
He coulda
He
got
got
the Q.
2.
The Q and the border, the Canadian border.
Yeah, maybe that one. He would have like. So what is Russia? They're around somewhere. He would have. I could see him doing that.
But that's not a country anymore, though, is it? Like all of Russia? It's
Russia
it's
is still a
broken up.
country.
Yeah, it's country.
Russia
The
itself
Soviet
is a
Union
country.
doesn't exist
Yeah, the
anymore.
Soviet Union doesn't.
Right, but is Russia still like huge, or is it?
Russia's pretty
Yeah,
big.
it's still
yeah.
huge.
The country
It's
of Russia
pretty
is
big.
pretty big. Yeah.
Okay.
But I was actually thinking like Siberia and China.
Oh yeah.
Did anybody else ever play that that skating game with the foosball battles, basically? That had the
Not
rounded
Skater
thing,
Guy.
and the puck would fly around, but it had a covering over the top of it.
Oh yeah, we had that. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, of course you did because you're Canadian. But then there was the button that you could hit for boo. Hit the button and the crowd would boo and stuff like that.
And you know who the two teams were for our version? Where it was Canada
Well, I'm
and
guessing
Russia.
Canada and Russia. It was U.S. and Russia, and then so like down here in like in Minnesota is the state of hockey. So it was, and then so the Grand Fork, the UND, University of North Dakota always has a really good hockey team, or perennially has. and the Golden Gophers. And so like a lot of the college area ones had the green and white for UND and the maroon and gold for the Golden Gophers. It's just the way it is. But yeah, I remember we'd always play it. I worked at a pizza place called Slapshot Pizza actually, and so it was hockey themed. And we had that game in the entryway, and we would sit there and because the owner owned it or whatever, and we would sit there and play that constantly and just sit there. And I always play Russia, and whenever we'd score a goal, I'd break into a bad rendition of the Soviet national anthem.
And they had the boo button on the side.
Yep. Boo. Anyway, here we go. Let's go dive into initials, then we can talk about conventions. Obviously, conventions are happening because BGGCon's happening, baby.
It's not official yet.
Yeah,
Lance.
baby. Well, he said it was. He says it's going to happen.
It'll come out next week.
Now
When-
you don't.
when-
Well,
now
I mean,
you don't
can't-
believe in all
It's not
the.
like you can buy a ticket or anything right now.
Yeah.
If it were to happen, when would that be?
The week before Thanksgiving,
Oh, so the same
which
time.
is let me look.
Like November?
Yeah.
Sorry,
End of November sometime.
End of November.
American.
I'm bringing up my calendar.
All right, as always,
What
this
is your
is,
Thanksgiving,
the
Matt?
initials.
October sometime.
So it'll be the week of the 17th to 21st.
Okay.
It's Wednesday to Sunday.
Only one
Five
of the greatest
glorious
weekends
days.
of all time.
5 glorious days.
I come for there's two things I
That
show
is
up
my
for.
favorite con.
I show up for the Glasscock, and I show up for
The
and I
tepid
show up for flea
lemonade.
market.
The tepid pink lemonade.
Yeah, well, three things: the tepid lemonade, both lemon and pink, and then the Glasscock, and then the
Barbecue.
well,
Yeah?
I mean,
Fourth.
The food-
Four
the
things.
food's
I
good.
go to.
for amongst our
Five
weaponry,
things.
five things. No,
Five
no, no.
things.
No, but the flea market day, love flea market.
That's pretty good. What's your closest airport, Matt?
Here?
Yeah.
Ottawa.
Ottawa. Is that a
Yow. YOW is the
Yow.
And that was the one thing too that was
tickets are a fortune, by the way.
Are they?
Really?
Probably.
Even that far in advance right now?
Yeah. I would imagine.
So,
So Scott,
It
what
cost me-
airport?
It cost me $1,500 to get to Reno.
oh.
Wow.
no, you know what? the
So
thing
Scott,
was,
what airport would be
the flea market
closest
day?
to you?
There's
The problem is he has to come through an international airport, which would be DFW.
yeah.
But if you want, Love would be the
Love. Okay.
one to come to. Yeah.
Oh, also the greatest thing, flying from Fargo to Dallas, one-way trip. No, don't have to switch airports or anything. I just get on an American Airlines flight, and in the morning, I take that shitty pillow they give you, and I cram it up against the side of the plane, and I fall asleep, and I wake up in Dallas, and all my stuff's waiting
Glorious.
for me when I get there. Oh, it's super glorious, and I can pack super light. I bring underwear for every day, and then I bring like 2 pairs of shorts and 5 t-shirts, and I'm good to go. And then the rest of my giant luggage can be filled with games when I leave.
So Scott, how far is the new building from DWI? Is it like a half hour, 45
DFW?
minutes?
Yeah, I would say it's a 45-minute ride.
Yeah,
It's
that does suck.
$50. United, one stop, $324.
Really?
No,
Huh.
it's got to stop.
Oh, I don't care.
I don't know what IAD did.
See, now I gotta look. I'm gonna go.
I did 3 planes to Reno.
Oof. Yeah, DFW.
And
is international.
that was the shortest one. It was such a pain in the ass to get to that convention.
As long as the stop is not in Chicago, you're good.
What's IAD? Oh, YYZ is another good stop because YYZ is like
That's Toronto.
Yeah, it's easy.
That's Pearson.
So I'm going. What's the date again? I'm going from Fargo.
17th is when it starts, so you probably do the 16th.
Yeah, I would, and then
So that was 375 American.
324 is the best I got. I'm on Air Canada. Oh wait,
Is
that's
that-
one way. Hold on. Oh, wait. Let's do it one way.
Oh,
Boom.
See, God, if I go to Love Field though, I think it almost always wants to like make me switch planes.
Yeah.
so I got
I need a round trip.
383 round trip Canadian.
Okay. Canadian. Jeez. It's like free.
$200.
That's on cheapflights.ca, and it's direct. No, it's not.
No, it can't be.
Oh, one stop in YUL, whatever that is.
YUL.
YUL. It's Canada somewhere.
Yukon.
No, God no.
It's Montreal.
Oh, it's Montreal. Okay.
Trudeau.
Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Justin's dad.
Yeah, that is a pain when you do the
prices are
layovers.
not that bad right there.
Why are you getting it so cheap? Mine, if I go to well, let's not go to Love. Let's
Yeah,
go
round
to,
trip is $324 on United. Air Canada is a little cheaper.
Yeah,
but
I promised.
it's longer. Oh no, it's not longer. It's only 5 hours.
I promised Giselle I wouldn't fly anywhere this year.
What? Well, you're driving.
There we go.
Better get
Sorry,
started.
I promised I wouldn't travel to the States this year.
Oh, okay.
That'd be a ride for you, wouldn't it, Matt?
I can get on a plane at 6:45 a.m. on the
Tuesday?
16th on Tuesday, and I can fly a round trip on a nonstop on American Airlines for $357.
That's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, it's might as well be free.
Can you get a seat upgrade?
I don't really care about that shit.
You don't like the wide seats?
Whatever. I'll be
You
sleeping.
don't care?
No, I just like I
Gotta
said,
be a bulkhead seat though, right?
no. Well,
So you
yeah.
can put
If I can get the spot where I can put my feet out, absolutely. But I mean, seriously though, like when I go that early in the morning,
Yeah,
like
there's nobody on those flights.
one, there's hardly anybody on the flight, and
Especially
two,
coming
it's-
from Minnesota.
and then two, it's just like I mean, it's like whenever my family travels anywhere by car, I have to drive. Otherwise, I'm out. I mean, I'm like just like because I
Yeah,
get
like
so
that,
bored.
yeah.
I get so bored, and it's just like okay, I'm putting my head up against the window, and I was the kid who fell asleep on every single bus ride. I would just put my head against the window.
I
and
can't fall asleep traveling. Oh, I wish I could.
I usually can't.
Nope.
Yeah.
You teleport.
Although I
baby.
fell asleep when we drove to Florida quite a few times.
You weren't driving,
just-
were you?
No, I wasn't driving. Sean did all the driving.
Oh,
That'd be
look
a
at
story.
this. It's
How
almost
far
like
is that, Scott? Florida to Texas?
3 days.
3 days?
Oh, that's a good track. Holy shit.
Yeah, first day we went to Alabama.
Oh, you did
Second
stop.
second day was Gainesville. And then it was like 8 to 10 hour days.
So we can drive to Florida. Oh, how
And then
far is
Gainesville to
North
Florida is 6 hours.
How far is North
Okay.
Carolina to Florida?
That's a full day. That's like a 10 to 12 hour drive.
Okay, so there'd be 2 days for us to go from here to Florida then.
That'd be a long bit, 2 days though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
it
think
It's a
depends on how
long.
you
It's a
drive.
real long day from North Carolina.
Yeah. I've done it, like, I've gone to Florida.
Although
from
Texas, I'm
here.
not sure. I'm talking about Florida.
From here,
That
I've
might
gone
be
to Florida
free.
in 16 hours straight.
yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't drive to Florida or to Texas from
I'm
here.
not sure how far it is from North Carolina to Texas.
I know from here,
Google
from
Maps does.
Delaware to Texas it was 2,500 round trip, I believe. I think it was something like 1,250 each way.
It's like 2 days each way.
I drove straight through 24 hours.
Oh, boy.
Going down, Jen. We stopped on the way back once when Jen. I drove myself going down and then coming back. Jen drove with me. She flew in,
Okay.
and it took us a couple days then because I was just exhausted after the con. And
Yeah.
I went to stop by Graceland, but when we got into Memphis, it was nighttime, and I know that's not in the best of neighborhoods. Yeah.
I loved Graceland. I thought I would hate it. I thought it was great.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I never.
they've set up a huge museum across the street from the house.
I
And
dig it.
Spent a few hours there looking at all the stuff, the cars, the costumes and stuff.
Yeah, I have more respect for Elvis the older I get. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We listen to his Christmas double CD every year.
They.
You booking it now, Lance?
Well, I'm telling my boss to book my flight for me. I mean,
It's in Dallas,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
Scott?
It's Dallas. Yeah, you
Yeah.
want to come. Well, I mean, if you're coming in, yeah, you have to be DFW. But if you can get to Love Field, that's closer.
here's the question though. Well, no, I mean,
What's
like,
the code for that?
So here's the
LOV.
deal. So here's the to go to Love Field for me, it's like $600, or it's
Is that on
350.
Southwest?
Something like that.
It's basically Southwest.
I think Delta, which is Southwest.
And there's only like 2 other gates for other flights. Like I flew in a Virgin America flight to LA once from there.
No,
nice,
so
this Love Field is not crowded.
yeah, but I mean, so yeah, the 45-minute drive to whatever kind of isn't.
Yeah,
great.
you can meet up with somebody, I'm sure, and then like.
But still, that's even if I pay for that myself, an Uber, I paid $50 for that.
That's
it'd
a
be
big
like
Uber.
it's still less, right?
Yeah.
It's still less money.
LOV?
LOV.
Yeah,
Oh no,
I
it's
can't-
DAL. It's DAL.
DAL?
DAL.
Yeah.
Not sure where I get LOV from.
Hey, whatever happened with your Essen hotel room thing?
I got fucked.
I shouldn't laugh. So like they just said, thank you for renting the room. We can't do anything for you.
Yeah. I got 10% back.
Wow, you did get fucked.
Yeah, I did.
I got screwed on my.
I'm never going to Essen again.
Last year.
Really?
Really?
I forgot to cancel it.
Oh, you.
Me.
Personally.
No, fuck it. I hate going to Germany.
Oh, are you looking at my?
What
my
about your
license plate up
road
there?
trips
You're
and all
you're
you
just
used to do?
channeling your hate today.
I'll do it. I'll do it for fun. Here's the problem. I can't relax on the trip ahead of time because I'm so nervous about fucking everything up in Essen. Right? Like everything has to be fucking perfect to get there. Right?
Yeah.
All like, especially in the later years recently, it's been an immense amount of planning and work to get all rolling, and it's probably like hundreds of hours a year to plan for all that, plus making sure everything ships there. The customs is now a nightmare. I don't care about that anymore. Yeah.
And
And here's the thing, and I'm being really honest here. Whoever's watching me, nobody watches it. Not saying nobody watches it. Not enough people to watch.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. It's the same group of people that watched it like the year before and the year before and the year before.
It has zero growth. It has actually negative growth.
Yeah,
so,
really?
So why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Like I could just buy all the games and like ship them back.
I can
spend less money.
Now, will you still send guys to like that Italian con and the one in England and all that?
No. Why?
I can take Alaska Airlines.
Yeah.
2 stops from Toronto to Love Field.
Yeah.
It's only going to cost me $7,000.
Oh,
that's all.
That's all. Yeah, that's
class,
great.
right? That's business class.
Coach.
He's actually on the wing.
Yeah.
Economy.
So expensive.
You're next to the animals in the cargo section.
I mean, that's what it costs to fly international first class. It costs less than that. Weird.
The most miserable flight I was ever on, like I was like going stir crazy, and it was when I flew to Japan. Coming back from Japan wasn't bad, but I mean, flying to Japan, like I mean, it was just like, it wasn't that like the being on the plane with Michael wasn't bad or anything like that, but I mean, he was just in his own little world, so he wasn't. I mean, it was like you could watch these movies, but after I'd watched like nearly 2 straight movies, and I knew I still had like 14 more hours of like plane ride or whatever to go, I was just like, I felt like, I mean, if I thought that it would have been okay for me to start drinking, I would have. I had enough. That was way too long for like, and just so boring.
So Barry's in the chat. Barry Doublet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he has been on our team for the past year or so. Like I know he didn't want to hear that, but Come on in the
Maybe-
chat. Come in the game. Come in the.
Barry Dublé.
Damien Scott
double it.
pissed in his cheer rooms.
What team is that?
Poor
He-
game
he
Geek
goes-
Europe.
Double it.
Yeah, no. What team?
Yeah,
is
no,
on?
he did FIJ. He worked at FIJ, and I think he helped out us at Listen last year.
Oh yeah,
Or the
that's
year
right.
before.
He's one of your real friends.
Sorry, Barry. Here's the thing. I will probably never go again. That doesn't mean this team will not go again, but probably not in the same way.
If SN happens,
I mean,
my
we
boss
bought
says
the
we're
biggest
going.
booth. We bought the biggest booth. We stayed at the most expensive hotel. We all had international flights. Like everybody's coming from the States. We shipped thousands of dollars worth of product. They had to pay tons of taxes.
Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, your booth area was huge.
Yeah, we have huge booth.
Was
We
this
did it.
Essen?
I mean,
Plus the
Essen
stress
was-
of it. It's hundreds of hours of planning.
going
Yeah.
to Essen was like cool. Like I was like, that was really cool when I was there or whatever. But it was like, and I got to experience it. And I'm pretty sure if Shane goes, he's gonna want me to go. But if I never went again, I'd be fine. I mean, it was kind of a cool little experience, and it was.
I
Kind
think
of like,
it's an amazing trip.
I mean, it was.
Not the way we do it. If that
I don't
makes
know.
I really know where to go.
If I could just like teleport myself to Essen, that'd be awesome.
I hate designing the booth stuff for them. It's such a pain in the ass always.
Well, we have to do internet power, plus there's a bunch of little things that
Yeah.
Oh,
frustrate me.
running a booth at any convention is a giant pain in the ass. I don't care where it is. Dealing with like Fern and all that other garbage and trying to like get things handled or whatever.
The what do you call it? The marshalling yard.
Yeah.
Like you want to leave? Too bad.
Yeah.
You're waiting in line to leave.
Yeah. To leave.
We had to
the
wait
area.
till 5 p.m. I was 6 p.m. one year, and there was no fucking air conditioning. I'm off tonight. You got to delete this episode. No air conditioning. We had to
Teacher's
wait
guy
till
is
6
coming
p.m. to get out of the hall, right? Because you can't just unload when you're ready to unload. They have a thing called marshalling yard where you put your truck in the marshalling yard and you get a ticket when your time has come to go. And it was so late, and we were like dying of the heat, waiting for the banner to come down. Oh my god! Couldn't
You're
get the
talking
marshalling
about
yard.
Essen? You're talking about Essen?
No, this is Gen Con.
Oh, Gen Con.
Dying in the heat, waiting for the banner to come down. I was just like, I mean, the banner was like quite expensive, so I was just like, we got to take it back.
Remember that year, like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was like it was. I mean, like if
They're all
it wasn't 100 degrees in there, I mean, it was.
Oh, it was. I mean, I went to the bathroom to cool down, and it was only like 5 degrees cooler in the bathroom.
It was
Remember that?
absolutely insane, and it was just and they refused to turn the air conditioning on because
Well, it costs
Doing setup, yeah.
It costs like $1 million a day. or
Yeah,
something,
it
right?
costs them a lot of money, I'm sure.
well, I mean,
it's
I'm
tens of
not
thousands, if
saying
not
it doesn't,
100,000.
right? But I mean, it was just kind of like it was absolutely insane. It was
Well, the
just-
Wizards of the Coast used to sponsor the air conditioning.
Oh,
They pulled out.
yeah.
Magic's Gathering.
yeah, they
They
got
would
little-
sponsor setup day air conditioning back before we really missed it.
Well, because I remember the last Gen Con before this one was when I didn't have a job and I went there with my daughter, and like I didn't have to do anything, but I had a badge that allowed us to get on the floor, and so we were just wandering around, and it was just like, and it was still 85, 90 degrees, 100% humidity, and everybody we saw, their shirts were just drenched.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
my shoes were falling off.
Shoes are falling
Yeah.
off.
Lost so much water, right?
Yeah, and it was just, and everybody, and I was just like, and I was mildly uncomfortable. I was mildly.
You weren't working.
displeased.
You were just doing your stupid walk around thing.
Just
Hey, how's
walk
it going,
around.
man? Anything I can help you with? Words that were never uttered from Lance's mouth.
Well, I mean,
I'm-
you seem busy.
Ever.
so-
He said, "Do you have a game for me?"
Yeah.
No, see ya.
That was fun though. I did.
I bet.
That was.
Oh man, some of the worst memories I have of setting up booth was at Gen Con. The heat was just unbearable.
Really?
Oh, and we had a huge booth I want to say
And
last
then
year, but it was
so-
2019 because we rebranded that year, right? We had all the
Yeah.
stuff. We had so much stuff.
Oh, speaking of unbranded, Unsettled is actually being delivered pretty soon to backers. Anyway, sorry, Orange Nebula guys.
All right, let's play the game and then we can really talk about conventions.
All right, so the initials. Initials game is the initials game was created by
I'm sorry. Oh, hey, there's Barry.
Hey, Scott.
Initials game. Oh, hey. Oh,
The other
wow. We'll have to say.
I don't
he'll have
think
to
you can hear us
He'll have to
yet.
say. He'll have to say French berry or something to get in, or something like
But
that.
he's English.
Anyway, whatever.
And-
The Initials game. It's designed and made by my friend Corey Cove, who works at KFan, the #1 sports radio station in the nation. This is a game that he created because they play it every Friday. I totally stole it and did it for a long time and made my own thing, but then he gave me a copy of this game, which you can pick up yourself at theinitialsgame.com. It's awesome. The Initials game is I give you 6 clues for all these entries. Each one of them has the same initials, and the clues will eventually reveal what that is. When you think you know what it is, you yell your name out and to make your guess as to what the thing is. If you get it right, you get a point. If you get it wrong, you are out for that specific question, but you can get in on the next one. Whoever scores the most points at the end wins the whole schmeal of the game or whatever. I know we have Kabuki Kid, who is the arbiter of reality. Paul Tompkins, are you present this evening? Are you going to be handling the score, or are we going to make Kabuki
I think
Kid
he's here.
do that?
Tom was, or yeah, he was.
Well, I
there.
saw they were mentioning. He was at least mentioned by somebody. I saw. I haven't seen Paul type anything, but if he
Paul
isn't
was
here,
keeping score earlier.
all right. Well, here we go. So the initials today are going to be R B.
What have I just teleported myself into?
Have you
No,
not played this with us
initials.
before?
You've
Yes,
done
I have.
initials.
I
R
thought you might have.
B.
as in rocket. B as in
Badger.
Badger.
Yeah.
Because Rocket Badger isn't a thing.
Radio Barry. I got it.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1.
Rabbit Barry.
Known for its violence. Appears in black and white. Involves stand-up comedy. The title includes an animal.
Barry. This is wrong.
Very.
Raging Bull.
Raging Bull
That's gotta be
is
it.
correct. It is correct.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay,
In,
wasn't sure.
in 2007, the American Film Institute ranked it the 4th best movie of all time. 1980 classic starring Robert De Niro, who played boxer Jake
get Badger out of my head.
LaMotta.
No, I was like Royal Badger.
Here we
Royal
go. Here we
Badger.
go.
What's the comedy reference though?
He did stand up after the boxing thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clue number 1. In 1926, Skinner's was the first in United States.
Matt, root beer.
And
Ooh.
good guess though. I like
That was so good.
I like a good guess. Clue number 2. Outside of the United States, the first word is sometimes changed to sultana.
Raisin bread. Barry, sorry. Badger.
What?
Raisin bread.
And
Good guess though.
clue number 3. Most often connected to a specific time of day.
Badger.
You can't come back in.
You
Oh!
can't come back in.
Give him a
Once you
click. Give
guess
him
and
a
you're
break.
wrong.
Give him a break.
Yeah, give him a break first.
No,
It's been a while.
Evan.
absolutely not. Evan.
Roast beef.
And
Oh.
clue number 4. Found in boxes and bowls. Aldi.
Raisin Bran?
Raisin Bran is
Oh.
correct.
That's the one I
Raisin Bran.
Skinner's Raisin Bran. Never heard of it.
Yeah, there you go. Here we go.
Did you know it, Badger?
No.
Back when I donated plasma and they said my iron was low, they didn't want to take my plasma because my iron was kind of too low. They told me eat more Raisin Bran because raisins
Is that a source of iron?
Raisins are a really good source of
Oh.
iron.
Did not know that.
That's why I drink them.
Ah, here we go.
It's a French thing.
Here we go. Clue number 1. Over 30 years old. Originally from Europe. Multiple countries initially fought its ability to be sold.
Oh.
Despite its past advertising, it does not force the growth of new body parts.
Oh.
Has connected itself to numerous extreme sports.
Aldi.
Barry.
Aldi.
Red Bull.
Yeah.
Red Bull is correct. Here we go.
It gives you wings.
It gives you wings.
Yeah.
And they actually had a successful lawsuit over that.
Do you remember when the guy jumped
they
out of the
did.
plane in space and he
Yes.
like they cut away for like a good 5 minutes? He was blacked out
Oh,
when they did that drop.
Oh yeah.
Sucks to
It was
be
a Red
him.
Bull stunt. Yeah, they were lucky he came back up. It came back up.
Well, from what I understand, the instruments
That's what they want you to believe.
would have
He blacked
the
out.
pressure would have been
pressure.
the thing. Yeah. Man, that'd be cool to be that guy though. I mean, it'd be scary as hell, but that'd be
I'll be
cool.
scary as hell.
They get blacked out. Woke up and like, oh
Imagine.
shit, I got
He's
pulled.
like,
in.
pulled
Wasn't he blacked out? Did he
Yeah.
come out and say? Did he come out and say he
Yeah,
blacked
yeah,
out?
it came out. Yeah. Go look it up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Clue number 1. Born and raised in California. Clue number 2. Connected to the numbers 5, 21, 22, 23, and 25. Has appeared on a video game cover.
Mm-hmm. It's got a sports star.
Yeah.
Connected to our Kardashian.
Yeah.
Oh.
Played for 5 professional teams.
Oh, I can see the dude. I can't think of his name now.
Final clue. Former Heisman Trophy winner from USC. 5, 4, 3.
Sports ball. Sports ball. Sports ball.
Sports ball.
And
H2O.
that would be Reggie Bush.
Bush.
Reggie Bush.
Bush.
Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Nope.
Here we go. Good night, Greg.
Mm.
Greg Literal is taken off. Clue number 1. Connected to Chicago. Number 2. An Ivy League school is frequently referenced. Involved future enterprisers. Included prostitution.
Anyone else asleep?
Famously included a Bob Seger song.
Matt,
Risky Business. That is correct. Dun 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 dun.
on the board.
Nice.
On the board. I like that thing where they're like, we invested our $1,000 or whatever, and we've managed to turn that into $3,000 or whatever, and then like they get to, I made over $73,000 in one evening. Just as a pimp, basically. All right, here we go.
I changed my job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a good movie too. Risky Business is a good movie. Rebecca De Mornay, that's who played the lady of the evening. Clue number 1. was a collector for a loan shark. Had a horse-related nickname. Often seen near Mickey.
Barry.
Barry.
Rocky Balboa.
Rocky Balboa is correct. Dun, 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 dun,
I had it on the
dun,
collector
dun,
thing. I
You
just
didn't
wanted to
get
make
that,
sure.
yeah.
dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
dun,
that would have kind of been
dun,
humiliating
dun,
if I
dun.
didn't.
It is really weird how those movies. I mean, like Rocky 1 was obviously like I mean, it won Best Picture, right?
It was really
Yeah,
good.
he won
yeah.
a Grammy. Yeah,
Grammy.
or not Grammy.
Oscar.
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 Yeah.
Did it
Yeah,
really?
no, it was
Two of them
and
did. I think the
and
first
like,
two.
The second one didn't. But I mean, I remember Rocky, the first Rocky, like they offered Stallone like $500,000 or something like that just to not star in the movie, but he demanded that, like he said, no, this is my movie and I'm gonna play the guy.
Yeah, there's an interview with Carl Weathers saying, "Just give me an actor to work with, man. I can't work with this guy." And
And it was because of that Raging Bull didn't win an Oscar a couple of years after.
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
A Raging Bull did win it. No?
No, it didn't. I know. I remember. What was and then he came up with the idea because he went and saw, like at the Madison Square Garden, Stallone watched a fight between some journeyman boxer that was just, they basically paid the guy $10,000 to go and stand up and let Muhammad Ali beat the piss out of him.
Yeah.
And he managed to go like he went the distance. He went like 14 or 16 rounds or something like that against, and then he lost, but like he fought against the champ and he made it throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, I watched a documentary on that guy. I can't remember his name.
Cool
but
stuff.
he was actually, they tried to film him for Rocky 2, but he was so fucked up on coke and shit that he just couldn't get it together.
Oh,
what the hell was the guy's name?
Thanks for bringing us down.
Yeah, it's just interesting. He kicked, he swung back later in life. It was an interesting story.
Clue number 1, connected to the number 4. Clue number 2, had a signature catchphrase. Married a coworker. Plays the flute. Was once nearly killed by a bear. Fictional, iconic San Diego TV anchorman.
Oh.
5.
Can't think of his name.
4, 3.
Oh, Evan. Ron Burgundy.
Ron
Nice.
Burgundy.
One of Jen's
like, I
favorite
know this.
movies.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
You're not missing
I've
much.
not seen it.
When I told my wife when we were dating that I had never seen the movie, it was almost a deal breaker for her.
Mhm.
She had seen the movie so many times.
Yeah, very good. Recently saw it, and I would highly recommend it. Very funny.
Yes. Clue number 1. A pharmacist was the first to successfully market this.
Aldi.
Drugs.
Aldi.
Root beer.
Root
beer.
is
Matt,
correct.
give that one to me.
There you go.
Found success during the Prohibition.
Yeah.
I like a good root beer. I do enjoy a good.
So do I once in a
I
while.
like root beer.
Birch beer too.
Yeah, I mean, I like Dad's.
Dad's is
and
good.
Dad's is good.
Mum's is good.
What?
Brothers
Mum's.
is good also. Yeah.
Never
I
had
mean,
Stewart's.
Barks isn't bad, but I mean, it's
Stewart's
like,
is good.
Barks has
Bark-
bite.
Barks is white. Barks has
Sparks
caffeine.
does that bite.
Does it have caffeine?
Do you have
that's what it means. That it has
Does it
life.
give you wings?
Do you have root beer over there in France, Barry?
I've seen it in England a couple of times, but it's like you know, a section that
Yeah.
big in an aisle, which is
It's next to the peanut butter.
Yeah.
It's in the ethnic food section.
peanut butter, jelly, root beer. Yeah.
I mean, if I can
They have
find
fancy.
if I can find A&W root beer in the glass bottle,
Forget
It's
about it.
pretty hard to beat an A&W root beer served in a frosted mug at the restaurant, though.
Yeah.
oh my, yeah,
With
I
Jim
miss the old
Hortons or
A&W
whatever?
restaurants.
Or no,
I don't
A&W
think- I mean,
restaurant.
They're making a resurgence here in Canada.
Yeah.
The new ones they're building are very retro looking.
You know, look, Paul and Kabuki Kid are like, Mark sucks, it's trash, but whatever. If I could put it in front of you and just tell you it's Dad's root beer, and you wouldn't know the difference. You'd be like, oh, it's great. Yeah, just all these people. Anyway,
All right, focus.
who number one? Matt, your mic is still too hot. They're saying so. Cool it off. I don't know.
Matt, click mute and then unmute. That sometimes fixes it.
I can just turn the gain down on it.
Oh, it's perfect there.
Yeah, you could just if you could just not say anything ever again. That would probably-
Well, he might not throughout this game. So.
All right, here we go. Clue number one is a national historic landmark. You know, Kabuki, I might hold you to that. If you ever actually come to like BGG Con, I will go out and I will get like 5 different types of root beer, and I'll say which one's Barks. We'll see if you can prove me wrong. Let's see if you can prove me wrong. All right, is a national historic landmark. There you go. When it was made, its construction cost was $272,198. It is a place and an event. Connected to the World Cup in the 1990s. Connected to a parade.
Aldi.
Go ahead.
Rose Bowl.
Rose
Oh.
Bowl is correct. And yeah, you know what, Kabuki? Then come to BGG Con in November. We'll make this happen.
Oh,
She says
What?
she's gonna do it. She's
an
she
official root beer tasting.
said, like a root beer
taste off?
tasting. She says I'm a super taster, whatever that is. and she can you won't fool me. It sounds like we're throwing down here.
It's on now.
It is
on
on.
like Donkey Kong.
On
You've
like
never lost a
the
Pepsi
Kong
challenge.
of Donkey.
And I'm gonna watch Kabuki Kid Smackdown Lance.
You can use the glasscock too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
With tempered lemonade as a chaser.
And like,
Peppermint lemonade is a
we need
cleanser.
to get a fridge put in that room. We need to get a fridge put in there. Oh wait,
Yeah,
we
you
had the
do.
fridge. We had the fridge, didn't we?
Yeah, we
Didn't
did.
we
There
have
was
the
fridge
drinks
in
and
there.
snacks and all that stuff in there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
had
did.
the snacks, baby. Why do you think I lived in there? Anyway, clue number one, received nearly 70,000 votes for president in 2012. In a sense, known for singing.
Oh.
Matt,
Matt.
Roseanne Barr.
Wow.
Oh,
Well done.
wow.
Well
Yeah.
done.
Wow.
Has been roasted. Went by
How
the
did
last
you
name
get that?
Connor, known to back
It's because
conspiracy
her
theories.
bad singing of the national anthem.
Yeah.
Her television show was revived in 2018 before being canceled amid controversy.
Yeah.
Well, name change.
A little bit.
Heard the show was good.
Yeah.
It was like the number one ranked show in
Mm.
the
I
nation.
haven't seen it.
And
It was a good
like,
show.
And it was like they were representing like blue collar conservative values.
Yeah.
And they were doing it in a way that was like very Archie Bunker-esque, but they weren't like, yeah, I mean they were. And then she went on and was like, Trump's the god, and they were like, yeah, you're out. See you later. And then they tried to keep it going without her, but then it was just like, how do you have that show without her? So just like
Isn't it still going though? The Connors?
maybe I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know who has normal TV. Anyway.
Oh.
I mean, like I have like 27 different streaming services.
Yeah, you got
I don't-
27 streams.
Yeah.
You probably pay more than we do.
Disney, Hulu, Netflix.
Well,
Probably.
well,
Matt, you're
we can
probably
discuss
right.
that, but yeah, I mean, it's like Yeah, Jesus. Apple? No, I'm not. I'm not
Don't
going to.
go.
If I start doing it, then I'll start being depressed. So
My bill's $500 a month.
yeah, no. I mean, no. It's like there's like 8 or 9, which is
I
kind
got
of
6.
ridiculous, right? But
I want the
can-
service that encompasses all the other services.
Right.
Well, you know what the thing is that it kind
It's
of
coming.
annoys me that like Apple TV, you can clue into the other ones as well, right? You can get them
Yeah.
all through there. What I should be doing is I should just be canceling all of those and just like all the ones that you can get through Apple, and then getting them through Apple, right? You know, and save myself some money. But it
still
just
gotta
seems like it would.
I
take
just
so
pay for
Yeah.
Netflix. That's it.
Disney?
No.
But you pay for Netflix? You don't have any ex-girlfriends or anything?
All right, back to
Here we
me.
go. We got
Focus.
4 left. 4 left. Here we go. Aldi in the lead, but it's anybody's game. It's anybody's game right now. French Berry. Does your microphone work? Just making sure.
Test 1, 2. Fuck you.
I bet your kids.
All right,
love
here we
you.
go.
A royal badger doesn't say words like that.
Nah,
Clue number 1.
not at
is
7
a-
o'clock in the morning.
is a David Bowie song title. Was patented in England in 1845. Often connected to model aircrafts. Usually ring-shaped.
Evan. Oh, wait.
Evan.
Wow.
5.
Red Baron.
Yeah. We're out.
He's a little later.
Often combined and made into balls. Final clue.
Oh, Matt.
Matt.
Rubber band.
Yeah.
Rubber band is correct. Yes, an elastic loop commonly held used to hold objects together.
See, Red Baron actually works for the first 3 clues, by the way.
So that makes
David Bowie.
that makes French Berry out, but he can still be spoiler. We have Aldi 4, Matt with 3, Barry, American Barry with 2, and Evan with 1. Evan, you need to run the table to tie Aldi. Here we go. Question number 1. Often cave under pressure. Sometimes deals with nerves or fear. Often seen in white. Released July 30th, 1999. Have extremely cold feet. They leave someone waiting at the altar.
Matt.
Matt.
Runaway Bride.
Runaway Bride. Matt pulls back into a tie for first with Scott, who is talking to his wife right now. Who's very disappointed in his.
I would have had that one.
Hi,
too.
Michelle.
I thought he was talking to Batman's crotch. That's what it looks like.
It's his Robin.
I was muted. You want that one? She's coming on.
Oh, sweet. I haven't seen
Michelle's
Michelle in forever.
Or not.
Or not.
Everybody print.
Shows.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
Some of these guys.
Hello.
You taking care of my boy for me?
Yeah, trying to.
Okay, good. Thank
I'm
you.
trying to take care of her.
Yeah.
that's what I
How
thought.
are you feeling, Michelle, after your
do you
excursion
feel?
there?
Yeah. How are you? Is she feeling okay?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Okay. Good. She just shrugs.
See you, Michelle.
She had the face. I don't know. I think she's lying. She's still in the second week of recovery. I mean, it's a full 2 weeks of recovery.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to.
Was it a major operation,
I
Scott?
mean, you don't have to
Yeah,
share
it's
it.
a
or
major
anything
operation.
Okay, yeah, it's going to take a while.
She was in the hospital for 3 days.
Wow.
It is. It's,
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a long one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know what it is, and I don't need to know what it is, and I don't want to know what it is. So just,
Yeah,
I just hope she's doing okay.
There's many
Get a
cuts
vestigial
involved.
tail removed.
That's right. Yeah, your vestigial tail.
Oh yeah. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, it's gotta hurt. She says.
All right.
All right.
Well, I'm glad she's doing well.
Me too.
Yeah.
yes.
Because you outkicked your coverage.
And
Scott,
hope she
and-
bounces
and-
back fast. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go. 2 left. We got a tie. Barry, you could run the table and tie. Evan, you are out. So am I, for that matter. But you can still play spoiler. Here we go. Clue number 1 can be found indoors and outdoors. Often found on grass. Connected to a shotgun and a pistol. Often seen in an eye. Sometimes connected to thunder and lightning. Final clue. The defendant in the trial of the century was one of these during his career. Aldi.
Running back.
Running back is correct. So Aldi.
That's funny. I had that answer in my head for the OJ, the Kardashian one, but it didn't work.
So Aldi is sitting there with 5. Matt, you could tie. Everybody
Good,
else,
Matt.
if anybody else gets it, Aldi wins. Here we go. Clue number 1 was a double-crossing troll. Voiced a man who invented a fart gun.
Badger. Oh no,
Badger.
no! It's a fictional
5,
character. It's a fictional character.
4,
Ray Barone.
3. What?
Ray Barone.
Eh.
Oh no!
All right, clue number 3. Performed as the lead in the band Infant Sorrow. Clue number 4. Had a short marriage to a pop star.
Who didn't?
Clue number 5. In 2011, was the lead in a remake of a classic Dudley Moore film.
Matt.
Matt.
Russell Brand.
Russell Brand.
Nice.
Is
I couldn't
correct.
think of it. I had it on the pop star thing, but I couldn't think of his last name.
British comedian featured in Get Him to the Greek and Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Forgetting Sarah Marshall is a quality movie.
I did enjoy it.
Yeah.
I have a younger brother named Peter, and
It
so
was not a good movie.
Not a good movie.
You didn't like it?
No.
I took the audio of the moment where like he's doing the song. He's like, Peter, you suck. Peter, you suck. You don't do anything of value. And I like repeated that over and over again. Like called my brother's voicemail and left that as like a 5-minute long.
Oh my
message.
goodness.
He's like, you have a new voicemail. Peter, you suck. Peter, you suck. You don't do anything of value. You didn't like Forgetting Sarah Marshall, huh?
Oh no, I like that. I thought you were talking about Get Him to the Greek.
Oh no, Get Him to the Greek
Oh,
was
it was
horrible.
terrible.
It's like
Uh,
yeah, it was trying to cash in on the thing.
No.
So
Yeah, it was like unfunny. Like
so
in every
Forgetting
way.
Sarah Marshall has like that thing where there's a lot of times and I'm sorry, it's a weird parallel, but in the RPG world, there's a lot of times when people are like, oh, hey, I've created this RPG thing and I've been working on it since I was like 18 years old. And so I've been playing it and working on it for 25 years. And here it is. And everybody's just like, oh my gosh, this thing is amazing. It's stupendous. This is like fantastic. It's like, well, and then they come out with their second thing and they're like, this isn't that good. Well, it's like the first thing had 50,000 hours of playtesting and rewrites, and this had like maybe 1,000 hours of the exact same thing.
the band's second album.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so the forgetting Sarah Marshall. I can't think of the main actor. I can't think of his name right now. But that was like a
I Met Your
screenplay.
Mother.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
That was a
Yeah.
screenplay that he had been working on and writing since he was in college.
Yeah.
And like and creating it and working on it. And like that whole opening scene where he's naked and the girl comes in and dumps him, that happened in real life. And he like made a like short little skit around that moment of his life, and then it just progressed and grew and grew.
Jason something.
Jason, yes.
Eagle.
Jason
Seagull, yeah.
Hey, we got
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Matt,
We need to be on a pub trivia team.
I love trivia.
Oh, I know. I love that. I love that the vampire musical was awesome.
I swear I'm better at trivia than the Initials game.
I swear when I meet Van Helsing, I will kill him. It's just like,
Going back to the second album thing, I would say that my 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th album are better than my first.
Oh, yeah.
well, that's because you're a talentless hack. I mean,
Got
I
a
noticed
point
you
there.
didn't.
You got a
I noticed you
point.
didn't say your second was better than your first.
Yes.
My second was a passion project, which I've been working on since I was at school. I used it in my actual music exam at school. So
Go back and watch some of his stuff, man. It's all good.
Do I have to?
You did
I'm
this whole
talking
series
That's
of like,
later, or-
Yeah.
did so many parodies. Like, I think I dug into your YouTubes.
Badger did parodies?
Tons of them.
Oh, yeah.
that's all I can
Didn't
do, though. I'm a one-trick pony.
So what do we hate about
Silence.
conventions?
Forget so
then?
quickly.
Yeah, that's the world today, though, isn't it? It's like
Yeah.
let's move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
I mean, no one talks about Wingspan anymore.
What's
Well,
that?
why? When you
I
used
was
to have
actually
it,
talking about that yesterday with somebody.
Wingspan?
Yes. I've never played it, so I can't give an opinion, but
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so there's a
really
Kickstarter
good
on
game.
right now that I'm amazed at how well it's doing.
What's that?
It's that orb dice one.
Orb dice?
I don't know.
I've never heard of it.
So I mean, I had one of these dice when I was a kid. It was like when I was 10 years old. It's like a sphere,
Like
a
a 100
D6,
sided?
and there's a ball bearing inside. And it's, I mean, the one I had sucked. It was horrible. But there's these dice that are out on Kickstarter right now. It's like $400,000, something like that.
Wow.
It's that, and
346 grand in American dollars, which is
right,
what,
so like 700,000 Canadian.
The
so
lake house.
7.2 billion Canadian.
Yeah, that's right. But
So yeah, I had these things too, and they sucked because they would never stop rolling.
no, I know, and there's a D20 there, which I sorry, my cats are fighting.
I mean, here's the thing about this
spherical
is that
dice.
the reason why people get these is just to play with a different kind of die, right? Or just looks different or whatever.
And the Kickstarter page is beautiful. I mean, it's really well done.
No, they've done the right thing, right? I mean, with making it do what it does or whatever, they definitely do highlight it. I'm looking at it right now, and I'm not going to share my screen because I don't want to bother. But then again, every single time I ever see a thing where like, oh, check out our new cool dice, I'm always just like, are these going to roll something different than the literally 5,000 dice that I already own right now? And you want me to give you, $60 for 7 of these suckers? Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
The dice that I really wanted to be awesome and cool that probably aren't are the different class dice. There's like the rogue dice, and they're all different shaped like different objects.
Oh yeah, those were actually pretty cool.
They're really nice.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
When I was working on Merchants of the Dark Road for the travel dice, I tried to convince Brent to do lantern dice, and because lanterns are a big part of
Dice
the
you
game.
guys made though, I want to see those in real life.
Oh man, there was a lot of time spent on dice, and they're going to be like amazing.
Yeah, some of the pieces in that game I definitely want to see in reality.
I want to make dice like the cube you have, Scott.
Oh, like this? The
The
acrylic?
CMYK cube, yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Wouldn't be cheap, but it'd be cool.
Yeah,
Oh, that's really cool.
it's good.
Wow.
Magenta on one side, cyan, yellow. It's hard to see here. Oh, see, it's making green because it's combined.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
Because
really
it needs to be
cool.
light. But
Science, man.
Yeah.
Science.
so if you want to be really depressed, go check out the. I mean, I guess it's good for somebody. The Binding of Isaac Kickstarter.
Oh, hey, can
I think it went up yesterday.
The what?
The what?
Go check it out. The Binding of Isaac. It's a video game, board game. It's a board game based on a video game.
So
That's the
the
second
Binding of
version.
Isaac is one of the like best like roguelite.
Oh yeah, it's a really great video game.
Wasn't there a game before this as well?
Yeah. This is the second printing plus.
Holy shit.
Yeah. For a 3.6 million
Whoa.
a day.
Whoa.
Dirty dozen.
So 87 billion in Canadian money.
4.3. Thank you very
Let's
much.
check the rating on BGG.
Wow.
What's the name of it?
The Binding of Isaac.
Binding of Isaac.
Binding of Isaac.
So the game rank is it's ranked 2,783 with a 6.9 average.
Wow.
I mean, it's the property, right?
I absolutely love. I haven't played it in
Yeah, the
forever
video game's
because-
awesome. I love it.
Well, and the thing was, what kind of stunk about the video game is after you kind of learned everything, like I mean, if I started a bad run, I just quit. I'd be like, you're giving me shit. There's no way I'm going to get to the end game stuff, so I'm just going to quit and I'd restart. Same thing with Nuclear Throne, which is another really good roguelike little game like this as well. I probably like Nuclear Throne more than I like Binding of Isaac.
So it went live yesterday.
2 million.
But that's it. It's kind of amazing.
Yesterday.
Some of these video games like can activate their audiences.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also some crossover there too. So,
Maybe.
Wow.
yeah.
Add in-
They
Into
already had a board game for it like a couple years
Oh,
ago.
did they?
Yeah.
Or did I?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember the few people I talked to had played it said it wasn't really that good. They were like, yeah.
I heard it was just I don't want to say I haven't played it. It's a deck building game. 2018.
Oh, can I say something about sports ball real quick sports ball thing that doesn't really have anything to do with sports ball. So the starting catcher for the Minnesota Twins, Mitch Garver, in a game he played yesterday, he took a foul tip off the groin. Playing catcher, he took a foul tip off the groin. He laid on the ground and was motionless for 2 minutes.
Whoa.
He was helped off the field. Trainer took one look at him, said, "You need to go to the hospital right now." And he had emergency surgery on his, they said, on a severe contusion to the groin. And
Did
he
he
is
rupture?
now out indefinitely. There is no
Wow.
timetable for him to return.
Did he
to-
burst a gonad?
Well, if it's a
There's
contusion,
no
then it wouldn't have been
no
bursted.
details have been made, but I mean,
Well, I mean, it had to be something like that.
yeah.
Ouch. They wear cups. though, don't they?
Technically,
Yeah,
a
Yeah.
burst would not be a contusion, but
What's
they
a
might just say that.
I mean, I played catcher.
bruise.
I played catcher in baseball and softball, and and it's like, and people don't realize that when you play catcher, and when I played in baseball, it's like you get dinged up because like there's a guy throwing a ball at you, like immediately, and like when I played in American Legion,
Guy throwing balls at your face.
Just how he likes it.
so you're wearing armor, but there's a guy out there who is throwing this
100
baseball.
mile an hour.
Well, no, it isn't 100 miles
rock.
an hour, but I mean, but he's like we had a guy on our team that could throw 86, 87, which is huge for
Give or
Legion.
take.
But he's throwing that thing, and every single time you miss it, and it bounces or it skips or he doesn't reach, and it bounces up, it catches you in the shoulders or it catches you in the knee, and it's like you leave the game just beat up every
Yeah.
single time. It is like, and there's tons of times where like a guy will swing and he'll foul tip it and it'll go right off of your mask, and it's just like, and yeah, okay, the ball doesn't hit your face, but like it pushes that mask up against your head, and it just rattles your cage a little bit, and it's just it sucks. And you know, and it's just like, and like, so I've taken one off the groin, but I in the cup, and that even though the cup didn't. Cup depending on nothing that bad happened, but I mean, man, I couldn't breathe for like 30 seconds. It was like you know, and then also when I played softball, a guy like hit a foul ball and he like was mad and he swung the bat back and he's like, dang it, and he went like this and cracked me right on the top of the skull. Gave me like gave me like a 3-inch long cut down to my like on my forehead.
That explains.
And that was, and I went and had to have staples or whatever, and it was like two things about that. I was like, did that guy just hit me in the head with a bat? Like it literally, like and then I put my hand up, and then I pulled my hand away, and it was just like covered in red, and I was like, weird. And then I was looking at it, and I was just like, and then I'm looking up at all these people staring at me, and they're like, hey, are you okay? Are you okay? And I was like, and my mom was in the stands, and she came down to see me, and I was like, and I wasn't worried until my mom like came, and she's like, oh my god, she went like this, and then she ran away, like literally, like I my mother had to like go off. And I'll always remember like that was like, yeah, I mean, just staples and whatever, and I was fine. But the thing about it is that where I got hit, I used to have hair there, and my hairs are receded now, so I have I can feel the scar still, and where there's no hair now, so it makes me sad. I was like,
can you look up it on the Kickstarter for me? And explain
absolutely.
to me why it's making so much money.
Well,
it's a wet pallet.
Oh, the wet pallet guys. I mean,
you can go buy a wet pallet on Amazon right now for $15 to $20.
You can make one for nothing.
I mean, but what do people not? I don't know. It's just mysterious to me how some of these.
If this is 731 grand, yeah, I
731,000 for a wet pallet you could buy for $15 on Amazon right now.
What's a wet pallet?
Okay, so a wet pallet, when you paint miniatures, you basically you have the ability to like not let your paint dry out, and so you can like stop painting in the middle of your thing, and you can close
put a cover on it.
Yeah, you put a cover on it, and it's airtight, and you can come back the next day and you can continue painting. You don't have to worry about.
It's a sponge inside of a plastic.
So here's the deal:
sponge,
you can
just a plastic bowl.
You can take
some paper on it.
You can take a like a piece of Tupperware, like that cheapo Tupperware you get, the flat ones. You can take that. You can put folded just a piece of paper towel that you folded, and you can put it on the bottom, and then you wet it so it's not like overloaded. Like you know what I mean? Like you wet a paper towel that's just damp. So it's like if you squeeze it, you can get water out of it, but if you just let it sit, no water is gonna run out of it. And you put that on there, and then you put a piece of wax paper on top of it. You've just made a wet pallet, and then the Tupperware, you put the top on it, and it's airtight. You know, I actually own their very first Kickstarter that they ran, the first one.
But I don't know. I just don't understand Kickstarter now. If it's supposed to be a product that doesn't exist, like this product exists.
I was one of
a product that I know.
7,747 backers of the very first one.
That's just unreal.
Back in 2018, I gave them $25 of my 700 Canadian.
Maybe we're in the wrong business.
Well, I don't know. Sure, seems like just to purchase a product on Amazon would be easier. You don't have to wait 2 years for it.
Yeah,
just the hype built up around it. Yeah.
But why? I mean, like when I look at the picture of that, it looks exactly like the one I've got.
Well, the fact that they have Angel Heralda's using it, he's got a huge following.
Sure. Yeah.
Well,
and he's a Golden Demon winner. So
I mean, that's why people are buying them.
And the thing is,
I don't know. It's just a little
what
bit
are they
cynical
charging
about
for
this
it
stuff
now?
sometimes.
I mean, so they want They want $36.
I paid 20 for mine.
Yeah. How often do you paint?
I just started this week.
What'd
Once.
you paint? Let's see what you
Once.
painted.
I don't have it near me.
Oh,
I painted a Marvel United. Came out terrible. I painted the Hulk. It's terrible looking. It's awful. I used the wrong color. I used Dark Angel green, which is like almost like a dark forest green, which is not Hulk like.
Yeah.
Here's the
All we have
deal,
to do is
and
highlight
this
it
is,
now.
and I am
Yeah.
just as what's I'm looking for. I am just as
Pessimistic.
no, I am just
Hungry?
as yeah, I am hungry right now. But no, I am just as much to
Hairy?
blame for this as anybody as far as miniatures painting. People that paint miniatures collect the stuff they use to paint the miniatures like so much more than actually painting, spending time with painting, right? I mean, if you really want to paint,
Yeah. I mean, it's an accessory.
You have to say to yourself, I'm going to take every Friday from 3 to 5 p.m. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to paint, and I'm going to set aside that time. That's the only way you ever get painting done. You know, like every time you say, "Oh man, I really want," like I've wanted to paint. I picked up some miniatures that for my guys that play playing D&D, like this little halfling dude, like one of my characters, and I was like, oh, and I saw this, and I was like, it was like $2 at my, and I was like, that would actually really
Don't you have
represent-
10,000 bones things?
Shut your mouth. I saw this. And I was supporting my local game store.
Do as I say, not as I do.
I bet that packaging costs more than the mini.
And I saw this and I said, you know what, this would be a really cool miniature to paint. And then I actually have a friend who's playing in my campaign that has a halfling that uses a bow and a sword. And I was like, this is perfect for him, and I will paint it. And I was like, I'm gonna do that. And then it's sat here.
Stay here for a month. Oh, we should talk about conventions, like for real again.
We have been talking
And
about
we'll
conventions.
talk.
One second. So I just came across an ad on board game art direction and graphic design.
I will be right back.
It's are you looking freelance graphic design? It's got this really interesting drawing. And I guess they're Indian based, and
It's a firm.
well, I guess it's a thinly, it's probably just a guy though. For 2,100 rupees, you can get branding design, which includes a logo, ladder herd, which I think they mean letterhead.
Oh yeah.
Visiting card and envelope, which turns out to be 35 bucks.
35.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Canadian.
So that's like 15 American.
I think.
Next time you need
we're
some
pretty close
branding
to
work.
parity right now, actually, with the Canadian dollar.
Next time you need some branding work done, Scott.
I know.
Don't go to Fiverr. Go to these guys.
We're at 83 cents on the dollar.
I guarantee you're gonna have problems with this one. Just close the language.
Sometimes you do just need bulk like graphic design that doesn't really require like a lot of skill, just like not design skill, but like just assembly skill, right? Because we have like all this stuff.
Absolutely, you do.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you do. I mean, you don't want to pay 85, $100 an hour for
Someone
somebody
assembling a banner, yeah,
or yeah,
without designing. Like we have all these art assets, we just mix them
Yeah,
up
exactly.
all the time.
if you have a strong style guide and visual guide that people can follow, I'd be the first person to tell you not to pay the big bucks.
Are you going to go to Essen, Barry?
I'm booked in.
You booked
at the
in?
moment. Yeah, I'm.
Where are you
gonna
staying?
do, at the usual hotel. Was it the Atlantic?
The Atlantic Congress?
Yeah. I'm going with Bombay X, so I'm going to be
cool.
helping them out their stand.
Nice.
Yeah.
Bombay.
Yeah.
They've got a good game right now, don't they? They've got something that I wanted. What is it? I'll find it.
The only one I can think of is Codex, but they've got Imaginarium. I think Imaginarium expansion.
There was something new. Hold on.
Yeah, it's Noir or something. I can't remember what it's
Maybe
called.
that's it. I'll look here.
I cannot.
The problem with
remember.
Bombex is it's a republisher, so it's hard to separate. Glow.
It's not. It's not.
Glow.
They're not a republisher.
Sometimes. Are they?
No, it's sometimes they work in collaboration with Asmodee, and sometimes they work in collaboration with Matigo.
I'm mistaken. You're right.
Yeah, but
Glow is the game I'm thinking of.
yeah, I won't tell the boss.
Like Glow is a really cool game. I wish it was out right now.
Yeah,
I think they should make a game.
It is here.
Yeah, you have it in France.
Was that the one with the really cool art?
Black and white.
Black and white.
Yeah,
Yeah, black and white with color dice. Yeah, there flashes of color in it.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good game. I want to steal the system and do a different game with it, but but then I'm like, why would I bother? I'm not a developer. That would be too hard. I think the system is really cool though. The dice allocation system of it and the activation of powers. I don't think any game's done it. Like it's a dice rolling dice game, but you don't place the dice. You just activate every power that you can with the dice you have, and you cannot choose not to activate it. Meaning you could kill your characters by accident.
Oh, interesting.
Right? Like if you roll, like one of the characters could be like, he's very powerful, but if you roll 3 red symbols, he'll die. And you can't stop that unless you re-roll. When that's re-rolls a resource. So I thought that was really clever. Like you get really cool powers, but like you could lose the powers too. And it's like a team of adventurers, and they all activate. So if I use 3 red for this guy to activate him, the next guy will activate as well if he has red powers.
Okay.
So it's not spent. Everything's conserved. It's all activated. It's really cool.
I'm heading out, guys.
Cool, man.
Hey, Matt.
Oh, all right, man.
Good one.
Yeah.
See you at BGG.
Yeah. 2022.
Oh, 2022. Wow.
Probably. I can't see me. I can't see
Well,
me.
you never
getting
say
first.
never. It's
Well,
it's
yeah.
the end of the year. It's November.
That's true. All right. Fingers
I'll
crossed.
hold the spot for you.
Okay, cool.
I'd like to try for next year too, Aldi. This year's out.
This year's out.
Yeah, I promised Jen we go to Florida.
I may not even have tickets for this year.
Yeah.
We sold a lot of tickets last year. I don't know what our limitations will be.
Yeah.
Now
we're going to Florida in the beginning of November, so.
Where are you going to Florida?
I'm letting the rat rate me one more time because that's where I proposed to Jen at Disney World.
Where?
Disney World.
Orlando?
Yeah, just Disney World. I don't do Orlando, just Disney World.
Disney World.
Yeah. I don't go up into the city or anything like that.
Yeah, why would you?
Yeah. But yeah, we're staying.
I mean, there's other things there. That's not much.
I would like to hit Kennedy
Space Center.
There's Space Center on the way out again. I did it once. I didn't realize there was more planning involved than I actually realized. Like if you went to do some of them tours, you had to buy special tickets and you had to buy them early because they sold out. But the initial, like I did the initial thing, which was
I went
pretty
there
cool.
once as a kid, and we got put on the Spanish tour.
Oh.
So I got to see the tour in Spanish. And I didn't know why my parents were mad. Like they were really pissed because you can't get off the tour.
Yeah.
You can't get off it and go back because you're on a bus that drives miles around the whole complex.
Did you learn some Spanish?
My mom was super mad. I remember that.
Yeah, it was.
Well, you get to see the stuff. Honestly, like it didn't really matter because you got to see all this stuff.
Yeah.
You got to see the giant rockets and stuff.
Yeah, they're huge.
Huge, giant.
It's amazing just the ingenuity and manpower that went into making them things. It's like on TV, it's different. When you're standing next to them, you just realize the length and all that.
Did you see the there's a documentary where they use all the footage from the day when the Apollo moon lander one went out. Well, I don't remember. I don't know which number that is, but
the one that landed on the moon.
Yeah, what was that one? Is that 11?
11, yeah.
Apollo 11. There's a documentary. I think it's free. If not, I think it's somewhere.
Amazon Prime, I think. My wife was watching it a while ago.
Yeah, it's not free, I guess. Some of the fucking footage they have from that just blows my mind. Where they're using these massive, tow trucks. They're towing the platform out, and the truck, the tire is like. There's a guy standing next to the tire, and he's like, the tire's the whole screen, and the guy's like, it was like, what is it, a 40-foot tire?
Yeah, they move with something like a mile a minute or something, or a mile an hour or something like that.
Something very super slow. It was really awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I have to check that one out.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it.
Yeah, there's lots of footage that I've never seen before, photographs that I've never seen
Yeah,
before.
and it looks, and it's all really high def. Like it's all.
Yeah,
I think
it's all
they
been
shot
cleaned
it on,
up.
like Super 35 or something like that.
Well, that's one of the things with the actual moon landing. The actual footage was very clear. It was like what you see in, I'm sure what you'll see in the documentary.
Yeah.
But we never seen the actual footage because we got like a recording that was bounced off, and the original.
Yeah, plus it was only over like VHF. What is it called? UHF?
Yeah, something like
that. It
that.
was like transferred over the airwaves.
And they lost the original tapes to time somewhere. Yeah. But,
well, they remastered it all. It's all film. It looks like it was shot yesterday.
Practically, yeah.
Yeah, practically. If it wasn't for the people wearing the funny clothes.
Funny clothes, yeah.
Well, you know, and then everybody's wearing horn rim glasses, and
yeah,
it's the style of the time.
Yeah.
All the guys are. It's all guys, of course. Maybe like one woman. They're wearing those short sleeved.
Oh yeah.
Shirts,
like office shirts. Yeah. And they have their slide rule. They have their pocket calculators.
Yeah, the pens in their pocket.
The pens in their pocket.
That's where all the women were. They were the real calculators, computers.
Oh yeah, no, the women. Yeah, what's that movie? I really liked it.
Oh, about the black.
Yeah.
Group. Hidden
Figures.
The
women that did the calculate. Hidden Figures. It's really good.
Yeah, that was a good movie. I like that woman who starred in it. It wasn't the main character; it was one of the supporting characters. But she's been in a lot of stuff, like The Help and a couple comedies.
Viola Davis? No, it's not.
I can't remember the lady's name now. She's
Octavia
becoming
Spencer?
real. I think it was. Yeah, maybe it was Octavia Spencer.
She was in The Help.
She's a little heavier set woman, shorter. Well, on the screen she seems shorter. Yeah,
no,
but she's turning out to be a pretty good actress. She's getting pretty good roles and all. Yeah, I wish I could remember her name. I'm so bad.
Octavia Spencer.
I think it is. I'm just so bad with names anymore. It's like I'm forgetting terms that I used every day with the trains. Just like electrical terms and shit, just skipping my mind. You know, it's like I'm getting real bad with that.
Getting old.
Yeah.
I'm sure the drugs have something to do with it too, but yeah. Getting old.
What else you got going on, Barry?
What else have I
I
got
did.
going
I
on?
did listen to the music on that game.
Which one?
Destinies. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Oh, thank you.
Here's
It's not much. Go on.
Yeah, it's not.
No, I think there's 2 tracks, but it's mainly sound effects they wanted, and they actually did something different to what they did with Chronicles of Crime. They layered, so you've got like background sound effects, and then they'd have other sound effects that would occasionally sit on top of these sound effects. So like you had infinite possibilities.
Right.
So you could have like inside the church and then nothing on top, or you could have inside the church with prayers and stuff, or you could have inside the church with like a very scary or creepy sound on top. And it worked. It blew my mind. I was like, because it was the first time I've actually heard it together layered.
So did they just give you a list of sounds they wanted?
Yeah. So they gave me a list of the different things that they wanted, and then I had to make them and
loop
cut
it.
them. Cool. Yeah.
So Barry, I don't know if I know your stuff. If I had to go look up one thing on YouTube, what would it be?
The size of my penis? I don't know.
No. Unless you have a song named that.
I don't know. It just depends on what you want. I mean, if you're
What's your channel
interested,
called, Barry?
I've got Board Games Everybody Should.
That's what's the one with all the music?
The other one is Music of Barry Doublet. And so, yeah, I've just finished. Well, Kemet soundtrack is now out. So if you've got Kemet or the new Kemet Blood and Sand, you can go and download that or stream it because it's free. I finished the type.
Doublet.
That's correct.
was the ones where you did the board game songs?
Wouldn't it be good to not play solo?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be good to not get copyright on this video?
Yeah, you're pretty close there for a second.
Yeah.
Is that on your Music and Berry Double, or is that on the board games?
No, that's on the board games one, because that was in my board game review stage.
Nice.
Why did I do that for?
I don't know.
I don't know.
About like board games.
Possibly. But yeah, I started work on Seventh Citadel now, so I'm doing the soundtrack for that.
Oh, cool. Do you have the game?
No, they don't. They don't even have the game.
They just basically.
They just have. They have it all on their computer. You know, it's. I think they've got it all in some kind of choose your own adventure computer program. But no, they don't even have the game, I don't think. And I don't think I'll have the game until the Kickstarter backers get their game. So, but it's a case of just taking them at their word. I've played the demo. Well, it's 2 years now since I played the demo. Bloody hell.
2 years.
Yeah.
You're slacking. I don't want no excuses, slacker.
Can't find it. You have to post the link.
I
Oh, there it
don't
is. I found it. Found it.
Oh, you found what?
I'll put it in the chat.
No. You don't want to watch that.
It's pretty fun.
Oh!
But doesn't it have like a bunch of people like it's got Rodney in there from
Yeah,
Eight was-
Rodney.
I mean
There's
it's
Chaz. There's
2014. Right?
Richard Ham.
I'm not in there. Man, come on.
Who needs Scott?
I should have.
Wouldn't it be good to not play
I
solo?
like how you're singing in front of a video of the dice that we're playing. Which is,
Well, I couldn't do video capture at that time, so it was a case of, well, how the fuck do I? Tom Vassell said he would do a little bit cameo on the video, and then it turned around into him going quiet.
I like it. You got Stand By Me in there as well.
Yeah. Well, I thought Will Wheaton, they're playing Uno, whatever they're playing.
Those D&D guys, you're in tabletop.
Yeah.
You've got a quad head singing in shadows. Rodney. I don't recognize these guys.
The board
Craig,
game,
Chris,
board game
Ken,
corner.
Final. Board Game Corner. Are they still around?
No. No.
There's
Canadians.
Chaz on the swing.
Okay, now done.
Just sitting there by himself.
Yeah. It was.
Back when it was fun, but board games were fun.
But back when board games were
There
fun
we
and it
go.
wasn't stress and there wasn't
so much
pressure.
stress.
No, there wasn't pressure to go, oh, come on, play my game, make a video. Go on, tell people how good it is.
Within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, things have changed.
Our baby's grown up.
Yeah, so I mean, we did all those videos last year. You were at 5J too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And nobody watches them.
Not enough people watch them.
No.
Really?
Or after the fact. Yeah.
Even
I don't know,
after?
maybe the format is just boring. Because it is not entertaining, right? It's interesting. It's not entertaining.
Yeah, I remember back in the day before I even went to Essen, I used to watch the videos, but it was like hard work because a lot of the people that would demonstrate the games had very broken English, and it was like,
especially when you got obviously it's mostly international, which is not their fault. I mean, that's
it's not their fault.
They're doing the best they can for their English.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think we're going to come at it a different way. And
All cons or just Essen?
Doing a lot. All.
Yeah,
it's pretty drastic. I mean, here's the thing. I'm going by the last 2 years, right, of data.
So 18 and 19.
Yeah.
Okay.
And 20. We did 6 conventions in 20, and the participation was. I mean, obviously it's COVID. Whereas I thought the participation would go through the roof because nobody has anything else to do. It was inverted. That exact opposite of what I thought it would be. But anyway, I mean, we'll figure something else out. I mean, I don't think we'll do those giant booths anymore, but we might do. It might be interesting to go play the games and like get the impressions and then maybe record something like after the show.
Yeah.
Or really shortly after the show when we get home in the studio where it's comfortable and you don't have to like do it.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's an exhaust. You know how these conventions are. You like, just want to go to bed. Everybody's like, I'm going to play all night. But for us, it was ball busting work.
That's what you should do is you should create little teams of, you know, your team. 2 people go out and they play all these different games. Well, they play a game and then they come back to the booth where you go into like a kind of soundproof area and they recount the game and then
I would do it
post
those
videos.
Yeah, do it off.
Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah.
I mean, we struggled and spent so much money trying to counteract the noise of the call.
Yeah.
We can not be in the hall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go back to the hotel room and maybe record something.
Yeah, just give everyone a camera each.
Or
you know, they go around, they make some footage of the game and then playing. Then they go back to the cabin, they record their first thoughts, and then someone quickly Derek to edit it quickly together, and then you post it instead of streaming it.
Yeah, I'm trying to do as little work as possible, and still be interesting in board games, right? We've done the work. I mean, they added up the hours. The guys that did this for me last year, hundreds of hours to organize virtual Essen. It was even harder than it was to do it at the show for some reason.
Wow.
And we recorded 5 days.
How many people do you normally have at Essen?
Nobody watched it.
Yeah, but how many people?
Oh,
normally have
at this booth?
Yeah.
Like the team? 12.
Yeah, 12. And then at FIG, you had 4 of us.
Yeah, you had 4. But you weren't selling anything.
True.
I mean, you could do 4.
Yeah.
You could do 4. But did you not think that was a hard day?
It was hard, but it was fun at the same time. You know, it's like you just get totally lost. I mean, I was kind of starstruck just chatting to Lincoln. Bloody hell, I forgot my name. But
so starstruck, I forgot his name.
Yeah. But, you know, I closed my eyes and I could see Rodney and I go, yeah.
You get over that.
I know Rodney, but Lincoln, I was getting to know Lincoln a bit better, and we were talking music. And
Yeah. No, that's fun.
Yeah.
I agree. There are some fun times.
Yeah.
Scott, what's the best way to get a hold of Lincoln, Scott? Is there an email through?
By the hair.
Okay. I'm going to get a Zoom subscription. I think I want to start the Gateway Gamer back up.
Cool.
Just as like interviews at first, because my main computer is down, my main laptop. I got to get a Wi-Fi chip. Something happened there, but that should be getting straight out soon. But B, like I said, the focus just isn't there. My hands still lock up at times, and but I'm working on that. But yeah, I do want to start up the sit down part of it at the least.
Yeah, that's you could do it without. You can just do it on a phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do have like the laptop. I just want to talk to him about the technical things. So, and then like the overhead shots on like his playthrough games and all that.
We put a I can tell you, we put a Handycam, a Sony Handycam on a overhead beam. It can be done easier with a C-stand and a pole sticking out of it. You can do that.
I actually got like a backdrop bars and shit.
Those are harder because you have to put it on the bar, which clamp it.
Yeah.
Invert the
camera and all. Yeah.
The camera. Or get a C-stand.
C-stand. Okay.
I can send you the one I have.
All right. Yeah, I'll look at that.
It's easy. It's easy because then you can raise and lower it, and it goes. The camera mounts on the tip because it's made for that.
Right. Okay.
I'm gonna love you and leave you guys. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Same here, Barry.
Sorry to spring.
Good to meet you, Barry.
News
pleasure to meet you, Evan.
Royal Badger.
Next time we meet, if we ever meet, you have to call me that.
Are you going to the BGG Con?
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Too far.
I can't afford it, and it's too far.
Yeah,
it's a big trip.
It is a big trip from France.
Yeah, unless Berkey pays again, but I'm not going to pressure him for that. There's no point.
I would. He's got plenty of tabletop money or topper money.
I know he's walking. Just got. A huge windfall.
Yeah, he's done pretty well.
I don't know Berkey very well, but
he's a good guy.
But he seems awesome, and he keeps going around telling everybody about my game. So I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool. He's a nice guy. That's
Yeah,
why I'm
seems
still with him. That's why I still talk to him. He's nice.
Yeah.
He's cuddly in person as well. Anyway, I need to go because I've got to wake the kids up and take them to school.
Have a good one.
Okay. Take care.
All right.
Later.
All right, Nudge.
Well, finally, it's just us.
He's in France, if it wasn't obvious.
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah. He's like 6 or 7 hours
He's
ahead.
an Englishman living in France making wine.
Does he still do the wine thing?
I assume so.
I thought he got
Doing the what?
Wine.
Oh, yeah.
He works in a vineyard.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I thought he got injured or something. I didn't know if he was back to that or not.
Oh, got to ask him.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You guys want to see what I'm working on?
Sure.
It's very attractive.
Fancy.
Oh.
Neat. Is that an expansion or is that a new game?
No, this is a new game.
New game. Wow.
This is the cleaned up version. The
What,
original, the
is
original
your-
board was even less legible.
Interesting. What got you into game design?
Actually, it was my buddy Ryan who we did After the Empire together. We have been,
Was that your
nerdy
first
friends. Yeah, that was our first one. We had been nerdy friends forever. D&D and Magic the Gathering and all that kind of stuff. And then we started getting into hobby board games. And then I opened a board game store. And then, eventually he was like, hey, man, I've got this idea for tower defense mixed with, worker placement, Euro game. I'm like, sounds cool. You want to do it with me? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting how it just turned on.
That was it.
Yeah.
And then basically I was like, man, how could I ever, come up with a cool idea on my own? And I really didn't for about 3 years. And then in the last 3 years, it's been like, oh, I got to make that. Oh, I got to make that. Oh, I got to make that. And now there's
What turned the switch on?
It was really getting into the community of game designers, like on Facebook groups and like meetups with other game designers. And I realized how passionate I am about making thematic design choices in games.
You're seeing stuff in your head that's not out there.
Well, more than that, I could be looking at a game design friend's design that he's working on, and I just see some other possibilities or ways of solving certain issues that are kind of a little more, I don't know, just my brain starts really getting excited about how you can best very smoothly, but also thematically tying in all of the elements of the theme into the mechanics. And so I just really started loving breaking down other people's games. And then I finally started having a few of my own ideas.
So is it the problem-solving aspect of it?
Yeah, I think so. My brain really likes organization.
I'm the same way, yeah.
I'm a spreadsheet guy, when I'm designing
I'm
games.
not that far,
yeah.
Yeah.
So
No, the
I
problem
really
solving, I think I get. From the trains and all, I get that, yeah.
Yeah. And I just, I'm working on a new game right now. Not this one. I mean, I am working on this one, but I just, I'm almost to contract stage with my first IP game. And I was like, this is awesome. Because number one, I'm bad at coming up with ideas. So there's an IP, that's great. But now I can actually thrive in my.
Oh, so you have an IP to work with.
Yeah. So this is just one week ago that we've kind of chatted, and so I've just been pouring over this game. It's a video game, and I've been pouring over the game and
looking
up the game wiki and pulling all the data into
I see.
the database and
So it's a board game version of a video game.
Yeah, we're gonna make the board game version of a video game.
Oh, cool.
How do I take all of this stuff that can fit into the mathematical systems of a computer and turn it into a playable 60 to 90 minute
right
board game, and like that kind of problem solving, just like, I don't know, it's very fulfilling for some reason. I don't know why.
Very cool.
Yeah.
When did you start playing games? Like a couple years ago? A few years ago?
Board games?
Yeah. Or the hobby games, I guess. I know you played Magic and stuff. Right?
Yeah, hobby games probably 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, back
So
when I
like
opened.
stuff.
It's about the time
I started with like, Race for the Galaxy, Dominion, small rope game, or like that.
Okay.
Pillars of the Earth, that kind of stuff. Lord's Waterdeep, I think, was right a little bit later. Anyway.
Race for the Galaxy. That's one I just pulled out again. I've had this game for years. I just never played it because of all the symbology and shit.
It's a lot.
I played Rolled for the Galaxy, and I was okay with that. But I just sit there, I read the rule book, and I put it away.
Lots of people loved Roll for the Galaxy, but I think for me, I just kind of was remembering my experience with Race for the Galaxy and just wishing it was Race for the Galaxy.
Yeah, I'm sure if I played
it's a different game
first,
you play the Frontiers game or New Frontiers, I think it's called.
Yeah,
the board game version of the card game of the dice game.
I never. Isn't San Juan?
Really?
San Juan was the original.
Okay, I never did play San
Juan.
Card
builder.
Yeah, I played that.
Yeah.
I played that before I played Puerto Rico, so I get where you're coming from. Yeah.
Well, I think it's called New Frontiers. It's the board game version of Race for the Galaxy.
I don't think I've heard of it.
No, I haven't played that.
What? Nobody played it. No.
Yeah.
It just came out. Not just, but came out recently. Yeah, 2018. It is ranked 700 overall.
I think I saw that when it came out.
You might recognize it if you see the cover. That's cool. What's your full-time job?
I'm a chiropractor, and I have a coffee shop.
Right.
And I have a little girl who's 1.5 years, so that takes also the rest of the time.
I gotta go to a chiropractor's office next week.
Oh, you're Portland.
Portland, yeah.
We talked about that.
Oh, yeah, I did see this board game, New Frontiers. Yeah, designing
Top
games,
Chef,
you don't get to play that many. What's that?
Top Chef is in Portland this season.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I wonder if I know any of the chefs.
I think there's only like one local.
Oh, all right.
From Portland, I think.
Okay.
I remember where.
Because I worked in restaurants here for like a decade.
Oh, you might,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
You might know somebody.
That'd be awesome.
I love that show. I don't know why. I don't think it's the best cooking. I don't know. There's parts of it that I think make it the best, but then they do frustrating things to me. For me, like they just throw these weird ass twists that no one would ever cook that way, and then someone gets unlucky and they get kicked off, even though they're amazing.
Right. Yeah. I've actually only seen a couple episodes, but I kind of came away with that feeling where you're like, but why?
You're like, everything's encased in a block of ice.
Right.
Oh. So I gotta chip away at the ice for a half an hour before I can actually cook anything. That's just dumb.
Right. Yeah.
Just let the cooks cook the show.
Yeah.
I guess if you're a designer for that kind of show, though, you
have to keep. Yeah, it's a reality show.
You
jump the shark at some point. Yeah.
You back, Lance?
I am back.
You look grumpy.
Oh, I'm just.
Is that paint back there?
That's his normal face.
On the wall.
Yeah, that's paint.
Okay. I used all contrast paints, by the way, for the figure.
All contrast.
Although with the green, it didn't do much.
You just need a lighter green.
A little bit of darkness in the recesses, but it's mostly dark green.
So it was the worst ever, huh?
It wasn't what I wanted.
But
I'm probably gonna strip it and start over.
Yeah, you can fix it. Takes practice, Odie.
Oh yeah, I have no patience for it either. I'm like, oh, can I?
I'm
just
that way with
2
paint,
colors instead of 5.
I'm that way with paint myself. Even like house paint. Me and Jen had a conversation about that. She's like, I see you sit there for hours refinishing wood, but you hate painting. And I'm like, it's two totally different animals,
it's a
Jen.
different thing.
Yeah.
There's something about woodworking when you're done. You're like, I made that.
That sense of accomplishment.
Yeah. I mean, painting looks cool too, but it's not the same. You know, it's not a usable piece of furniture or whatever.
Yeah. But like everything, it takes patience, time, practice, agility in your hands. Yeah.
Sheepy time.
Hey, oh, that's the new AEG one. Right? Hey, Lance, are you? Is Gray Fox going to BGG?
Yeah, we'll go.
All right, I've got this game that I'm going to pitch to Josh. I think he's going to like it. We'll see.
Oh, Scott, did you play? What was the name of that game? EOS, Lance, the one we play tested.
No, he hasn't played it yet.
I have not played it.
He keeps ducking out on me.
I like playing Finnish games.
That's fair.
It seemed pretty.
That's very
fair. Honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's totally fair.
Yeah.
That's like listening to bands practice.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm curious to see how the other
I went through
factions
a
work.
year of playtesting with one of my. This is my older group that when I probably from the aughts, I should say, went through a year of helping the guy playtest the game, and it went from like this game to something completely different in the span of a year, and I'm like, it never got any better, right? Like for me,
Yeah.
it was just too mathematical, right? And then I'm like, why do I do this to myself? I'd rather just play games that are published.
Yeah.
I've gone through this process. I'm not good at that. I'm not patient enough to play test someone else's game.
The only other game I ever playtested was Ashes, the Plat Hat game, and I was on it for a while. I didn't finish it. He kept stopping and starting, and taking like a month or so off at a time, and then my life just got busy.
How'd you get into the playtesting group?
I just signed up. They
was open playtesting.
Yeah, they were pretty. They were still pretty young at that time. I think it was before the acquiring and all that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested in the creation part of it, like the functioning part of it, as to just playing it. Yeah, I can see Jen had no patience for the playtesting at all. I can see where you're coming from, Scott.
It's actually kind of a small niche of interest.
Exactly. Like if you find someone who really likes it, hold on to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't want to sit around and listen to a band practice. I want to go to the show. Like I want to play a published game.
Well, I don't spend that much time doing it, so I want to spend the time, with the
right. Yeah.
No, totally.
Finished products.
Yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always
you don't like
thankful.
helping people out. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm always very thankful when people do.
But I will say one thing: this playtesting experience was a lot easier than Plaid Hat's, only because it was digital. Plaid Hat, they had to print out stickers for the dice, and then put each side of the symbol on each side of the die, and print out. Did they send? No, I printed out the cards too. Yeah. But this one was a lot easier, where it was just you go on tabletop simulator. It took a little bit to figure out, especially since I kept confusing some of the controls with a CAD program I'm used to.
Yeah, Tabletop Simulator and like Tabletopia are close enough where anytime I switch over, I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Wait.
I mean, they're the same company.
Are they?
I thought so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Am I wrong?
I don't know any different, but
I guess Tabletopia is more of the rev share built into it versus Tabletop.
I just assumed they were.
Well, it's also
a different company.
program versus.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the first time I ever used either one of them. Well, that's the only one I ever used, actually.
Right.
Yeah, I've been playing all of the new games I've been playing is online. I guess that's pretty much like most people. But
yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
I still missed it.
My group got back together for the first. Well, we got back together 4 weeks ago. Then I cut it off because Michelle had to have the surgery. I didn't want to get her
right
catching
around,
COVID theoretically, even though she was immunized.
So how does your play group work? Do you guys do the same game kind of in a row, or do you just do a new one every time? Or
So if it's a campaign game, I started up because I back all the Kickstarter stuff, right?
Right.
It all comes through this house.
Yeah.
And I say, this is a campaign game. Do you want to try it? And they're like, sure. And then as time goes on, I get bored of a campaign because most campaign games aren't worth the campaign, right? I mean,
Right.
Well, you just
Bored of them.
you keep doing the same stuff over and over again.
Yeah.
It doesn't just like
yeah. Like I think the last campaign game we finished was Rise of Queensdale. Because it changed so much in that it's a legacy game, so it all changed. And then Aeon's End, we did Legacy.
It looks really
Finished that too, which is a phenomenal legacy game.
Yeah.
And then I mean, but it changes every game, right? So they rip away everything from you, and then they give you stuff, and then they rip it comes back.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that
But if
one.
if the campaign is so similar, like I'm drawing a blank on it. Something Stone, Charterstone.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Once we
I never
got past like game 4 or 5 as Charterstone, we saw the formula, right?
Yeah.
And then we're like 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's just look at the rest of the stuff and like see the story, right? We just want to see the story. Very disappointing story.
Oh,
we're kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's good. We didn't put another 6 to 8 hours in to finish it. And I did the same thing with King's Dilemma. They loved it. I just saw it as a math issue. Like I didn't care about the story. Like the story didn't change the game enough for me to care.
Right.
It was interesting to see the twists and turns that it took, but in the end, when you solved the storyline, it's a spoiler. It didn't change the game. Just gave you a sticker to put in the book, which was one of 2 endings. Didn't do anything for me. I wanted it to change the game massively, and then you had to wait. I don't want to go into that one, but anyway, we would play a campaign up until the point where I got tired of it. They would play it all, no problem. Like it's the best game group ever.
Except for
no
you,
one,
Scotty.
No one complained. I'm the picky one. Yeah. I'm the picky one.
No, I get you.
Unless if any of them said this is really boring, I don't want to play anymore, I would totally not play anymore because I don't want to make them unhappy. They're coming up with my house. Like they're driving. Some of them are driving like half an hour, 45 minutes.
Right.
So I don't want to make someone miserable with what we're playing. So this one I said I'll commit as much as we can. It's one standard thing.
What's the new one?
Etherfields.
Etherfields. Yeah.
But each dream is quite different from the previous dreams, so that I'm excited because it's all different. The base mechanic of the game is the same, like it's a deck builder.
Yeah.
And you have hopefully more stuff. There's a lot of cards in that box we have not looked at yet. There's like a stack of cards to stick that we have not touched. So I'm hoping more stuff will happen.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Like opening the boxes in Gloomhaven, it's always you're like, "Ooh, what's inside?"
We never unlocked anything in Gloomhaven. Like
really?
all our characters, no, all our characters could not be. I mean, we had to play. We would have had to play. I'm guessing 10 to 20 more hours to unlock anything because all our quests were really hard.
Wow. Yeah.
Really difficult.
I mean, we only did like 7 sessions, I think, and like every single time we were unlocking something.
Yeah, I wish we would too.
That's probably what he was shooting for, but I guess it's not always going to work that way.
It doesn't always work.
Yeah.
We didn't unlock any characters. We did unlock. Yeah, I wanted to. I think we unlocked a couple of the fun. Gosh, I want to go back to it. I mean, I really loved Gloomhaven gameplay.
It was good. Yeah.
I think we just had. I think something happened. Like if a convention happened back then, we would put the game on pause for like a month and then never come back.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I actually just went and taught my buddy and his wife and son Gloomhaven last week. It was a black because I hadn't played in it 2 years since the pandemic, and so it's kind of fun to be like, wait a minute, wait, hand me that book, wait, hand me this book, and I had to kind of remind myself how to play it.
Right.
But I was like, oh yeah, this is a good game. I like this.
So Jaws of the Lion. I think we were talking about Jaws of the Lion and how different it is, or not different it is. It has no unlockable characters.
Okay, I haven't played it.
I think, from what I've heard, it's the same 4 characters. Yeah. So that's a big difference.
It's pretty much just game in a box, not campaign style, right?
No, it is a campaign.
Oh, it is campaign.
But,
okay.
Yeah, but it's not like as much as Gloomhaven. And I didn't know that there was no unlockable characters. If anybody is listening that knows that for sure. But I had heard it somewhere.
Kabuki Kid, I'm sure knows.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I never got into Gloomhaven. I tried it a couple times. Just that box sat there for years. It's still sitting there.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where if that group you're hanging out with could just be playing D&D, like you can't really
we don't
replace.
play. Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
play.
you can't really replace D&D.
Yeah, we don't need it.
Two of the guys in the group already have a D&D group, so they didn't want to. I don't think they would want to keep playing D&D with me, and I don't even really like D&D.
Yeah,
because I don't role play. I don't role play. I like.
Yeah, neither do I.
I like combat and crunchy. But if I have to pretend that I'm somebody and make up a stupid voice or some kind of conversation, then I have to talk to someone pretending to be somebody else. I can't do it.
I hear you, Scott.
I hate it. Yeah, I hate it. It's not fun.
Yeah.
For me, I think it's the theme. I'm not really into the fantasy. I mean, some of it I enjoy, like the Game of Thrones, the books, and the TV.
You could play anything you want in RPGs, right?
Yeah, well, the RPGs, I'm the same way with that. Yeah.
I don't like the activity.
Yeah. Feels like goofy to me. Yeah.
It is.
I don't like the prompts of like, I walk into a bar. What do you want? Play a game. I want to see the next part of the story. I don't know. You know, I don't talk in character. I'm more doing this to piss off the kids.
Have you ever played?
I mean, it you know, it just a lot of people,
and just don't feel comfortable with it.
Their lives are so perfect that they don't need to pretend to be something else. So we should just be envious.
Oh, is that what
yeah. Perfect, Scott. Well,
have you ever played with Steve Bonacore?
I have never played a game with Stephen Bonacore. I played one game with Stephen Bonacore.
I don't think I've ever had
a game about playing gold out of a bag.
I've drank with him a lot. I don't think.
What did you do? You played what?
Played a game with him.
The game that Tom Bassel hated, and he said Tom was wrong. And I said, "Well, let's play it. It's the game where you draw gold nuggets out of a bag."
Gold nuggets out of a bag.
Never even heard of it.
A few years ago.
Was it awful?
I thought it was super fun.
Oh, good.
You get burlap sack and you put gold. You put nuggets in it, and some of them are gold and some of them aren't, and some of them are bombs. And
I don't really.
It was perfectly fine. I think that's the only game I've ever played with it.
Really?
I'm trying to think. We always talk about playing something, but never actually happen.
I listen to that podcast a lot with him and Ignacy.
Yeah.
And he's for a while he was always talking about like if you have any kind of like guest spot where I come on and play a character, like do some kind of role playing. He's like, I don't care how big your podcast is. I don't care. You know, he's like, I will show up and I will do that because he just apparently
he's
loves
retired
it so
now.
much.
He needs something to do.
Right? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh, he's newly retired too. He's like
it was like a year. Yeah. It was. I think his last thing he did was get the big box kind of going.
I still haven't received it.
I got mine like 3 days ago. I have not unbagged each bag from the cubes yet, but
I don't know about retirement, but like being forced to stop working myself. I know that first couple of years are rough. It's like there's no purpose. You know, it's like, what do I do with myself? Your sleeping's all screwed up. You know. So yeah, I'm sure he's looking for anything right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he went from like 19 conventions a year to none.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he did a major move, like not soon before that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he moved to Florida from
he moved to Boynton Beach, Florida.
From New York.
Where my dad.
Okay.
I grew up.
He was in New York or Jersey? I can't remember. To Florida.
I think he was in New Jersey.
He was in Jersey.
Yeah, upper New Jersey.
He lived in New Jersey, worked in Manhattan.
Manhattan, yeah. Up there by Hoboken or something, I think. I can't remember.
Sounds right. I don't know him. I just feel like I know him because I listen to the podcast all the time.
Yeah,
Bonacore is pretty real. I mean, he's a good guy.
Oh, yeah.
He likes to drink.
He does like to drink.
It was so funny. We both flew home on a cruise. He was drunk as a skunk. I'm like,
no.
he'd be drunk and like going on a cruise tomorrow. It was after Gamma. We were both on the same flight.
I don't know if I could do a cruise. I've never been on one.
They're awesome.
It's something about being trapped there in the middle of the ocean that bothers me. It's not that like the boat's going to sink or
You're
anything.
surrounded
It's like
by unlimited amounts of food and drinks and entertainment, and on a board game cruise, board games.
Sounds pretty good.
It's pretty
Does BGG do a cruise, or is that the?
We canceled the last two. Yeah.
Okay.
The last
I've
one
never been on.
was Alaska.
That'd be fun, man.
Alaska was the last one you did.
Yeah,
that'd be fun. How many people go
there
to that normally?
We don't do a huge one. It's 100 cabins, so like 200 people.
Oh wow, that's small.
Yeah.
Well, shoot, I probably wouldn't get in on.
But
that
here's
list,
the thing: the
rest of the boat.
The areas where we game are limited in space, right? So we fill the conference room.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the last one we did was Fort Lauderdale. Sorry, Miami. That's what it was, Miami. Not Alaska. We went on one of the mega ships, it's like a floating city. Like there's 19 restaurants and 10 bars, and it's crazy.
Wow.
There's not 19 restaurants. It's more like 8.
Still, I'm impressed.
It's crazy what happens on these things.
Like even then, when I went to the Space Center, Kennedy Space Center, we passed by. There were 2 of them docked, and they weren't the huge ones, but I was just shocked at how big they were.
Yeah. Well, the big ones are really big. There's 20 decks on the big ones.
You're not renting the whole ship. You're just renting like a small.
So the way it works is we meet up with the representative of the cruise line, which is Royal Caribbean, and we say we want a ship that has the conference room available, and we want 100 cabins.
Yeah.
Can we get that? Yes, we found a ship for you. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Contract. 100. Got to sell 100 cabins.
How many cabins are like on a ship normally?
Oh, thousands. There's like
thousands. Okay.
Yeah. The ship we went on is it's 4,500 cruisers. I don't know what the word is. Cruisers, and 2,500 staff. So it's like almost 7,000 people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's that one's massive.
Cruisers, cruise Naples, Creeples.
Yeah.
Scott, did you ever think about doing them riverboat cruises? Like, I bet you could rent out the whole boat. Like, I was thinking about
steamboat?
It's like I know there's one that goes up like the Mississippi.
I need to see how that works.
Yeah, I know there's one that goes up the Mississippi, but they're big in Europe. Like one goes up the Rhine, I believe, and Scandinavia. But they're pretty. They're small. You know, you could probably rent out the whole boat.
That'd be interesting. We should look into that.
I was just watching
crashing down. Yeah, it's all come crashing. We had 2 really awesome cruises planned. One to Tokyo. A one-way trip to Tokyo is a relocation cruise going into Seattle.
That's cool.
Then, that was like a 12-day.
12. Wow.
6 days at sea, something like that. Would have been awesome for board gaming, right? Because what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
And it's not like a sunbather cruise. You're on the Pacific. Now I was a little worried because it's choppy.
Yeah.
In the Pacific. But I still wanted to go to Tokyo, not really bad. Japan. And the other one that got canceled was the Mediterranean cruise. It was Spain to Italy. Back.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Yeah. I think it went out of Barcelona. No, not Barcelona. Madrid.
Yeah.
Either Madrid or Barcelona to Rome. And back.
Yeah. Sounds great.
Stopping every day somewhere.
When those start back up.
Both canceled. Now next year we're doing it back to the basics. We're going out of Houston and doing a 7-day. I think it's Caribbean. It'll probably have Cozumel in there.
Yeah. You put that stuff up on BGG?
Yeah.
On the website? Okay. Cool.
I
want to do that. It sounds cool.
They're fun.
Yeah.
And I don't like beach. Like, I don't like the beach. I grew up in the same way. I don't care about the beach. So I never get off the boat. Well, I never say never. I have gotten off the boat and done some things, but I always end up like overheated or like I'm like, man, I wish I'd just stayed on the boat. Yeah. But there's nobody on the boat, so I'd be by myself. But
yeah, Yeah, I'm not a beach.
But a lot of the
Yeah,
excursions are
neither am
fun.
I.
We did in Alaska, for instance, we did whale watching, which is awesome. We
Yeah.
did a glacier hike, which was really cool. You get to see a glacier real close, and then we did the train ride up in
The
up the
Klondike.
mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really great. I went to almost to I feel like it almost went to Canada and then turned around and went back. And then there was another one too. Oh, like a salmon bake, which I hate salmon. I'd never love it. And then from there was like the best salmon I ever had because it's like the real salmon.
Yeah,
Dude, when you have fresh, I mean, pretty much fresh
Yeah.
anything, but fresh
Yeah.
salmon's really, really good.
Cooked on the grill with
Yeah.
a little like maple on it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
With
Saw
paper on
bald
it?
eagles. We did 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Me and Michelle did 2 weeks. It was so popular we sold 2 weeks of cruising.
Oh, really?
So it was back to back 2 weeks. By the end of the second week I was ready to be done.
Yeah.
Really?
We were kind of like, we want to go home.
Yeah. If I were to do a cruise, I'd probably be the one to go up to Alaska.
I'm not a nature person, but I was really stunned by it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jen and I talked about it. That I really have no urge to go outside the country, other than I think I'd like to see Australia, Ireland, and Japan, but not Tokyo. I want to see like the mountainous areas and out further.
Oh, yeah. Japan's awesome, man.
I don't want to do big cities and shit. I'm not a people person. But other than that, I really have no urge to go outside the country. I want to see more of the country, first, I think. And maybe Canada.
The cool thing about a cruise is you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about getting food, acquiring food, and you don't have to worry about the traveling part. Now, if you go off the boat on your own, you got to worry about coming back. That's the biggest part. Because they will leave you.
Yeah.
That would be my main concern. Jen's never on time for anything.
One of the guys, in fact, but they will go to the ends of the earth to get you back on a boat. One of the guys in our group was off by an hour, and he was missing, and the fucking captain drove out to where he was and got him and brought him back.
Wow.
Which is super weird, right? The captain of the boat.
Yeah.
So embarrassing.
So let me tell you a story, like something about that. So years and years and years ago, I mean this is like 20 years ago. My older brother and all of his kids and his wife, and then my mother and my stepdad were going to go on a cruise together, and they asked me if I wanted to go, and I didn't have a pot to piss in or a wind to throw it out of, so I had no money, so I wasn't going to go, and I was just like, nah, it's okay, I don't really want to go anyway, whatever. Regardless, the whole plan was to save money. My brother was going to drive from Las Vegas to Florida because he had a Winnebago, and they were just going to jump there, and they were going to take the RV, and they were going to drive to Florida and then meet up. And my mother and my stepfather flew. Well, somewhere in Louisiana, the RV broke down, wouldn't go anymore, and literally I mean, they were plenty of time. It was like 22 hours. The boat leaves, and so then but it's like midnight on a Saturday or something, and they're middle of nowhere, and they managed to get a tow into the nearest town to and the idea is, okay, well, if we can find a service station that a guy's willing to come in and work on it and fix whatever's wrong with it, they can, fix it, and then they'll be able to get me there. And so then they were like, well, they get to a service station, they're like, yeah, it's like, this is like a 14-hour job to get this thing fixed. It's not going to be ready in time. So now my brother's scrambling, and it's once again, middle of freaking nowhere, small little town in Louisiana, and he's looking to see if he can rent a car. He's calling my mom, it was just the beginning of cell phone days, and call my mom saying, yeah, this is what's going on. And they're like, he's asking people, I'll pay you $1,000, just drive me to Florida and come back, and he can't get anybody who's willing to do it. And so he eventually found somebody that found a way to, I think he rented a car from somebody. Like, it was just like somebody like literally like, I'll give you $500. I just need to drive your car to Florida. And then when I come back from the cruise, I'll bring it back, you know? And the guy was like, you know, something like that. And so they like, it was like 6 hours to go or something like that. It was a 6 hour drive to get there. And like 6 hours from them was when the boat was leaving. And my brother says, like, at our mother's funeral, I will tell this story. Everybody else in the car, all the kids and his wife are freaking out and are just like losing their mind. Like, we're not going to go on this cruise. We're not going to go on this cruise. And everybody's just losing their mind. And he said, I never once had a doubt. He said, there was no way on earth they were going to get that boat to leave if my mother was on that thing. Cause my mother is a grinder. She just, she gets what she wants. She just, yeah. And I remember, like, he said he pulled into the parking lot and they were like 20 minutes late, you know, because of the traffic and everything like that. And everybody was like, get your stuff, grab your stuff and run. And he was like, relax. It's not going anywhere. And he said, sure enough, it was like, there's the captain, like the co-captain, like the head purser. And there's my mother. He said, 1 foot on the boat, 1 foot on the dock. You aren't going anywhere without me. Yeah. And like, literally, like, yeah, everybody's like freaking out. He said, nope, I knew there was a better chance of Jesus coming back than there was of
that boat leaving
without us. But yeah, that's
awesome.
My wife has always said she will never go on a cruise.
Why?
She just doesn't want to be in a boat and not be able to see land. Like, I can't. I mean, it's like, we've talked about going to Europe together, and like, she's
go to Alaska. Then you never go in open water in Alaska.
Maybe, but I mean, but she's like,
you can see land the whole time.
Pretty much, they do it on purpose so you can see the
right.
Yeah, they she said that like, she doesn't want to like go to, like, I was like, let's go to Europe sometime, and she was just like, yeah, I don't want to fly on a plane over the water.
Oh, even over the water. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think you do very much of that either.
We don't have a train right now.
They go across over Greenland. Now, crash over Greenland, you probably die too.
Like,
you're gonna be in the middle of the
crash anyway. You're going to,
yeah.
There's a chance. But you're not helping the case here, Scott. Yeah.
I mean, my mom is very similar to that. As she aged, she didn't want to do any of that stuff because of fear. She wouldn't even come with me on my last cruise.
Yeah.
Out of her hometown.
Yeah, I get my
cruised
grandmother.
all when I was growing up. Her and my stepfather cruised, like, I want to say at least 3 times a year.
My grandmother got like that. Her house became her world, basically. Yeah.
Get those things in your head, and you just can't break free of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's as they say, it is. Oh, it is what it is. And nobody ever says that about anything.
It is what it is.
Yeah, and nobody's ever like, I just won the lottery. I'm rich. It is what it is. Yeah. They never say it about anything that makes them happy. Just
So were you guys planning on going to Gen Con or no?
We may go. I mean, like, I don't think we're going. I mean,
you might go as an attendee.
Just to schmooze, right? You know, but yeah, other than that, no. It's just like no booth, no, not gonna be a lot of people there, or whatever, you know. So
I'll be curious to see how they pull it off.
You said you put that link in there, and I clicked on it, and I was like, holy crap, it's the Gamers Table guys. I haven't seen them in forever.
Is it the Gamers Table guys?
Well, like the very beginning of it is the 3 guys that were called the Gamers Table.
Right.
And then remember they had a channel for like the longest time. Like, they were doing videos, and like, and they like they like, where'd they go? I don't know. Maybe they're still
No.
making stuff. I just don't know.
Is there anybody? Yeah, that's an actually interesting thing about. Are there any creators that have just like disappeared out of the board game world? I know Jeremy's out now.
Yeah. Oh, there's quite a few, I'm sure. I mean,
Let's see here. Gamers Table, episode 57, The Last Night on Earth. Craig Stewart.
9 years ago.
Yeah, he and I
Craig
exchanged.
Stewart.
He and I exchanged lots of emails back in the
Oh,
day.
they did a video 1 week ago.
Well, he's like doing. It's
Yeah,
not
obviously.
Gamers Table stuff. It's it's like 1 year ago.
The Gamers Table episode 175 in HD Game of Ham. 1 year ago.
1 year ago. Game of Ham.
It's weird. I
Looks
never
like-
came across these guys. I never.
Really?
No.
Oh yeah, they
they
were.
sound familiar. Yeah.
They were like, I mean, like I said, like, 10, 12, 15 years ago. I mean, they were like, they proved that like you could consistently put out content, but if you didn't like, I thought they did a really good job with a lot of their stuff. They were the first people that they did the whole like roundtable discussion thing, and
Their first episode is Castle Ravenloft.
yeah.
Yeah.
Second episode is Cave Troll 10 years ago. Mission Red Planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I remember and the thing is that Craig Stewart guy.
Yeah.
He was he was a like he did video editing for like a news station, and so like he had like basically like access to all this like basically music and stuff like that, and like and he knew what he was doing. Like he was like and it was like one of those things where he definitely like, I mean, there was lots of times when I had questions about, hey, how do I make this happen, or how to like my lighting sucks, how do I make this better? And he would he would definitely give me a hand. But yeah, no. And like it's just three guys that really love playing board games and play games.
Looks like they've been doing it for 10 plus years.
Yeah. But this opening thing was for was the Gamers Table people, and then
It's interesting because like just by being around for so long and not having more than 1,229 1.29 thousand subscribers, 1,290.
Spit it out, Scott.
That's not a lot. That's not a tremendous amount for being around for 10 years.
No, it's not.
Just never got noticed by anybody. Did they put it on BGG?
Yeah.
I think the style of the hobby changed a lot.
Well, 10 years ago, nobody was doing this stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, it caught up and exceeded, I think, and people just aren't patient enough with that anymore, It grew up. It got more professional,
it's definitely
basically.
a labor of love
media.
because,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to say, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure it's disheartening.
It would be frustrating to me if I was
Yeah.
doing something week in, week out, day in, day out, and never got anybody to look at it. That'd be really frustrating for me.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I backed away. One was just burnout, but that was another big one. I didn't feel like I was going anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's harder and harder these days with so much, so many people making content now. It's like throw a stone. I mean, I look at the random game on BGG and I want to watch videos about it, and I see like at least 20 different creators talking about one game.
Yeah,
Pretty crazy.
I just went through that. For some reason, the YouTube algorithm got stuck on certain pages, and like I just found Our Family Plays Games like 2 months or something ago.
Yep.
Yeah, they're very, very entertaining. Yeah. And then it's like, all right, what else am I missing? And I hit a couple more, and then it just opened up a new algorithm, and now I'm just getting bombarded with like new channels that I never heard of. There was another one, an Asian guy, Shelf Stories. something
Yeah.
like that. He's pretty interesting too.
Jason Perez, I think.
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah.
I really like his stuff. I really like it.
Yeah, the shelf. I think it's shelf. There's two of them that sound familiar.
Oh, okay.
One was an Asian guy. One's I'm going to say Hispanic or Latino, in origin, something like that. But the Asian guy does more like skits, like smaller skit type deals. Like what was that other big one that used to do it and then they went away? They ended up doing like their own film thing. They were big at PAX.
Outside the box.
Not that one, but they were pretty good too. The other one, they were tied with Plaid had a lot.
Bored with life.
Yeah, Bored with Life. You know, it's sort of like skits like that, but not as complex. You know, or like outside the box, like you were saying. But again, not as long and complex. But
No idea.
yeah, it's amazing. Like that algorithm on YouTube. Like I'm in the history.
So you don't subscribe to people. You just look at stuff that comes across your browse.
No, I do subscribe to certain people, but usually you'll get like recommendations. It's just
Yeah.
for whatever reason it got stuck on the same channels over and over again.
I have so many YouTube subscriptions now that I don't ever get anything random. I think,
Oh, really?
you know, because it's always going to be like something on my subscriptions. I don't see anything I have. I have like over 100, maybe more.
Well,
Yeah, I
aren't
probably
you
got more
awesome?
than 100.
Definitely more than you have time to watch.
Yeah. I mean, I got other interests, but I have probably over 100 subscriptions.
303 subscriptions.
Yeah.
304.
That's a lot of channels.
No.
They're not all board games, but most of them are board games.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I'm a history nut, but that algorithm, if I fall asleep watching something with history, I wake up to Bigfoot or Ancient Aliens, guaranteed 85% of the time.
Do you have auto I guess.
I love that Ancient Alien stuff.
I don't know what it is. It's just I'll fall asleep watching something about like Roman history or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And I wake up to Bigfoot or Ancient Aliens.
Oh yeah.
Lance got the control.
Those ancient history channels like invariably go to aliens.
I'm telling
Eventually.
you, it's alien.
It's got to be aliens.
What's that mean?
The guy with the hair.
Yeah, the hair guy.
It's always aliens.
Grant Leon.
Oh, hey, I know that guy. I'm gonna watch you.
Yeah, your logo. Yeah, you finished your logo.
Yeah, I did.
Next weekend.
You are going to watch me next weekend. That's true.
Yeah, you're coming to my town.
You want to know what's pretty funny? I don't know if I told you this. So there's a poet I really like and have liked him for a lot of years. I don't know, 10 years or something like that. I've liked some of his poetry. And
you told us this.
Yeah, he started doing comedy and I have him tattooed on me, and now I'm gonna be performing on a show with him. I wonder if that's gonna be weird.
It's gonna be awesomely awkward.
Yeah. So
are you gonna show him the tattoo?
I mean, I'll tell him about it. I don't know if I'll show it to him. You know, it's also in like a weird place to show another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sign this.
Yeah.
No, lower.
Dude, check it out.
Is he the first comedian poet?
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so. I imagine there's other ones. I don't. There's not. I don't think it's like his poetry was always funny, anyways. So it's not that big of a sidestep or whatever. So, yeah.
Do you remember the movie Cocktail?
I never saw it, but I know this is one of Tom Cruise's
first lawyer poet.
I remember seeing it.
Yeah.
They ran this really hot bar that was like.
Oh, what was the name of
dark.
So
like,
I Married an Axe Murderer.
Yeah.
Remember that movie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Woman.
Myers?
Whoa, man.
Whoa,
oh
man.
I ordered the large cappuccino.
So knowing.
That's like the best part of the movie is like the first 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Then it all
It's
just
awesome.
drops, but
I love that movie. Yeah. The actual plot is. Yeah.
we used the Colonel with his wee beady eyes and that smug look on his face. Like, oh, you're going to eat my chicken. We used that clip for our lip. Our lip. Yes. Yeah. What is it?
Cry yourself to sleep on your great big pillow.
Sputnik.
Makes you crave it fortnightly.
Chemical in the chicken that makes you crave for it nightly.
Yeah, we use those clips for our lip syncing tests at the game engine we were working on. So I remember that clip so well. Dad, what do you have against the Colonel?
It's wee beady eyes.
I know, just his wee beady eyes. And that smug look on his face. Like, oh, you're gonna eat my chicken.
It was hilarious.
Awesome. It was great.
Yeah.
The first 40 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
and then the expert
you stick it
stuff.
out for the end because you watched almost all of it anyway.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. Oh man.
How's the night been?
We just been
talked a lot tonight for some reason.
Yeah. Just been hanging out, listening to Aldi talk.
Yeah.
Very angry.
We're doing our convention, Grant. So.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. We haven't announced it yet, but.
What are the
sort of
dates?
announcing, that would be November.
Well, you told me.
I think you said 17th.
17th.
17th, 21st.
20. Wait, I've got it.
2021.
I've got it. 17th through 21st.
Yep.
I just said what you
it's a week
said.
before Thanksgiving.
All right.
Yep. The Dallas Hyatt Regency, downtown Dallas, right by the ball. It's connected to the ball, to the ball tower. It's called Reunion.
Downtown Dallas Hyatt Regency.
Yeah.
Are you
I guess I
excited?
can probably find this.
Yeah. Should be fun.
Nice. That's very exciting. What made you decide to do it?
You kind of have to start planning like 6 months in advance.
Yeah.
I mean, normally what we do, it's not happening this year, is we go to Essen. We go to Gen Con, we go to Essen to get all the games made this year. Like, as many as we can. Right? And we put them on the shelves. This year we're not going to Gen Con, we're not going to Essen, so we have to kind of scramble and figure out how to get games by not going to those shows. Without going. Because normally we would ship back 2 to 3 pallets worth of games from Essen and a full truck from Gen Con. Like a full truck.
And that's just to sell on the BGG marketplace?
No, this is to play.
Oh, to play. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
we have a huge player library. We have like 10,000 games.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's
What do
huge.
you do with those games?
And it's fairly current.
Good question. We cycle them out and we auction them all. Not auction. We sell them to donate to charity.
Okay.
$10 a game.
The whole thing, the whole library.
About 1,000 games a year.
Wow, that's
So
pretty.
we get about 1,000 games, maybe a little more than 1,000. This year we probably won't get 1,000.
That's
But you have to make room. It's like this weird cycle, like 1,000 in, 1,000 out.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
and you kind of keep a resting volume of 10,000
because I don't have
games.
enough. I mean, we got a building now, but I don't want to grow to capacity of the building.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Games.
Yeah.
Because they're just sitting in tubs.
Right.
We pull out what's not played.
So
The library is very cult of the new heavy.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Like more than half of the games are played are new. More than half.
Well, I mean, that's one of the nice things for people about a convention is you get a chance to play something before you spend your money on it.
Yeah.
Right?
But BGGCon, that certainly was true. Because
Right,
we have
have-
all the Essen releases like right after that.
I mean, that's the thing. We're like spoiled working in the industry, but when you think about like the average, I mean, a lot of people, it's like, I mean, they're gonna get 3-4 games a year, and that's like a lot.
That's a lot.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
If you're getting 3 games a year, like that's a lot for most people. And when there's 1,000 games coming out, it's like,
Yeah.
I get it. It's like I
I
don't
like
want
3,000 games.
I think that's why some people, where a game might not be great, but people have to talk themselves into liking it because they're like, look, I spent my money on this. I gotta play it because this is one of the 3 things I bought this year.
Yeah, you definitely have like a buyer's bias.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sure.
I always do.
But I understand that. I don't think it's like a bad thing.
Yeah.
Grant, have you ever been to BGG?
No,
It's
I've
not.
been to Gen Con
We got a strategic
and
con.
Origins and New York Toy Fair.
Oh, how was the toy fair?
I mean, games are a small subset of it.
Yeah, yeah,
It's really big.
yeah.
It's really big. And the games have like a nice little section, but I mean, games are 6 aisles
like-
out of 100 or
Yeah,
something.
they're like a
that.
thumbnail in that stuff.
Yeah,
That's the way Nuremberg is too.
yeah.
I've heard that.
Like
yeah.
20 halls of toys and games are one hall.
Yeah,
The other
And
19 are toys.
you certainly see. I mean, because of the games being such a smaller portion, you don't really have the camaraderie at Toy Fair that you do at other stuff, right? I mean, there's not the people playing games on the floor in the hallway and stuff like that, right?
It's also a trade show, not a public really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's in New York City, so you can go do other fun things in New York City too while you're there.
New York.
There's nothing to do in New York City.
Yeah.
There's a
New
shit
York
ton.
City.
It's just you got to go to New York to do it. Yeah, I hate driving in New York, especially. Yeah. But no, Grant, I think you'll enjoy BGG. That is, I'm not trying to kiss Scott's ass, but that is my favorite con. I think
why is it
Origin.
your favorite con?
Well, I haven't been to like Gen Con or anything, but I've been to PAX, Origins, and Unpub, and there's 2 smaller ones. But this one is just because there's more. You're not there to buy. You're not pressured to buy shit. You're not pressured there for
Yeah.
the spectacle. You're there to play games, basically.
That's
Yeah.
fun.
It's an all-inclusive price. You get access to the library. There's 10,000 games. We have a hot games room where we basically have every single game that people want to try, like really badly.
Yeah.
They can't dominate it. It's just sitting there on the table.
That's awesome.
And you can wake up at 2:00 in the morning and go down to the hall, and somebody's there.
Yeah, it's open 24/7.
Yeah.
The library doesn't
Oh.
always close.
That's awesome.
That's fun.
You can check out games overnight.
Yeah.
I plan to be there.
Yeah, it's a really fun time.
Be good to have you here.
Like I said, Origins was my favorite until then, but that I noticed the last 1 or 2 I went to, I started to change. Got more crowded and
Origins, yeah.
and just the atmosphere
And
changed.
this is nothing against the Origins library, but I went to the Origins library trying to find one game and they didn't have it. And then I'm like, well, do you have this? And you can't browse it because it's all behind a wall.
Yeah, that was a pain
what
in
is
the
the
ass.
point of that?
And then you had to sit there in that small space with it. You couldn't go anywhere.
I mean, maybe some people will. They took your license too.
Yeah.
I guess they maybe being that much bigger. Maybe I would have to start doing. We're never going to get that big.
Yeah.
But like, I guess they just didn't trust the people to bring the game back, even though you had to pay $20 to get the ticket. To get it, remember you had to buy the ticket, right?
Yeah.
It's a different way of running a show.
Yeah.
I
How many
definitely like
people
the
do you-
all-inclusive.
Yeah.
How many people's typical of BGG Con?
Last year was almost 4,000.
Oh, nice.
Pushing
Yeah,
4.
it's smaller. Yeah.
But it's probably going to be half that this year
Yeah, but
because I don't think we can go higher than that. But I don't know.
You'll see.
There's some questions still to be answered.
Maybe I was gonna.
to be honest, I haven't really been to a con for fun before because all the times I've been working.
Business,
You can work and play at BGG Con. I mean, every publisher, well, in the past, most every publisher that you mostly care about is there.
Yeah.
But it's more relaxed at BGG.
But yeah, you would be able to have a meeting easily because it's not Gen Con.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went to
Yeah.
I went to one Gen Con and I was like, this is not a good place to do pitches.
Boy, I mean, Gen Con 2019 I was there for think 2.5 days, and I think I did like 32 pitch meetings.
Wow.
In that time.
Well, you probably
Did you
planned
pitch on
ahead,
the show
though.
floor, or did you guys have offsite?
No, I mean, it was, well, I mean, there were some that were on the show floor where it was, either they had one of those little sort of set up back rooms where you go into, or there were some that we just pitched at their table. And then, a bunch of them were, hey, let's meet at this bar, or we have this set up at this hotel and we're doing meetings there. So, but it was a lot of, I was lucky that I had a co-designer, because right, if you're in a meeting and they're liking it and it's going well and you have another meeting, well, there would be like times where it was like, all right, you finish this one, I'm gonna run over there, you come over there when you're ready.
Yeah.
Like, we're just,
Man, you planned ahead with all that stuff, though, right? See, I
almost
I just
all
show
those,
up.
no,
And
no,
I'm
no.
like, hey, what are you doing right now? You want to look at the
I
game?
mean, I would say maybe if we did 32, 25 of them were set up before time with like actual schedule, and then maybe 7 were like, we're passing by their booth, we're like, hey, do you have any time tomorrow, sort of thing. But most of it was set up.
That's the smart way to do it.
Yeah.
Let me write that down.
Yeah.
I think most publishers like to be scheduled too, right? Because they can turn it off at the end of the day.
Yeah. And you know what though? After all of that sort of stuff, the person that signed my game is because we bumped into him at the bar and he was like, do you have it with you right now? Let's play it. And we played it and everybody laughed a bunch and had a great time.
Yep.
Now we pitched to him at Origins and had given him a prototype, so he kind of already, he hadn't really played it much. He'd already heard a somewhat pitch, so when we ran into him, it was like, oh yeah, I remember liking that idea, sort of thing.
That was 25th Century, right?
Yeah.
Grant, I meant to ask you yesterday, is your game still accessible, like available, or is it caught up in the the printing thing and all that?
No, it's available right now. We had some bigger distribution stuff get paused because of pandemic things, but it's still available. You can get it directly through 25th Century's website or through Amazon.
I think we have it in the Geek Game Shop.
Do you?
Nice.
So,
yeah, I want to pick it up to try it now that I can get more people.
I think we have all 25th Century's games.
That's great.
I
mean, we
what's it called?
Curmudgeon. We looked like we were gonna have a
$24.99.
It looked like it was gonna be in Hot Topic stores all over the
country.
country.
That would have been awesome.
Oh, that would have been great.
And then Hot Topic paused all of their exactly. And then they paused all their party game orders.
Wow.
Yep. Well, hopefully you can reboot that.
I mean, hopefully as things open up again,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Yeah, that was a rough year for new designers and
bad year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know I still have friends of mine that are like, yeah, I bought it. I haven't had a chance to play it yet because I haven't.
I mean, we discontinued. Well, we didn't discontinue the party game category, but we paused it.
Yeah.
For the Golden Award.
Did I tell you guys me and Tim Eisner?
Who?
Tim Eisner. He did March of the Ants and Grim Forest. Tidal Blades. He and I had this party game, which we pitched at the Round Bar at Gamma, and basically it was like an immediate sign, yes, although we didn't have a contract yet. And then that was pandemic weekend.
Yeah.
Pandemic weekend. And the guy was like,
talking about the balloon incident.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh my gosh. And the guy was like, hey, I tried to play this over Zoom with my team, and it turns out party games aren't fun over Zoom. We're like, well, okay. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm working on 2 more party game designs right now.
Nice.
Doing playtesting of them a bunch.
Over Zoom.
No, in person now. 'Cause most of everybody I know in Los Angeles is vaccinated now.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
we just meet out. I have a nice patio at my house, so we've just been meeting up mostly like every weekend,
That's great.
every other weekend, I guess.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So got another one this Saturday.
Yeah, fun, man.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I think Curmudgeon is very fun, but I think it's niche, and I think some of these other ones that we're working on have a potential to be a little for a wider audience, which would be nice.
Yeah.
You kind of have to know each other for Curmudgeon, right?
Yeah, I think
It
it is
helps.
always best with friends.
Yeah.
I mean, even when we did the play test at Gen Con in the like unpublished room, whatever that at Gen Con, when we would get a group of people that knew each other that signed up and like sat down, everybody would have a great time. And when it was like 4 or 5 strangers that signed up and sat down, it was always like, is this okay?
Is it mean?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I did a lot of work on it to try to not make it mean, because I don't like mean stuff myself.
Yeah.
I think in certain hands it could be, but I tried to make it so it's like you're not just insulting like someone's mom, you're insulting like their unicycle or their monkey or some, right? Like you try to make it silly.
Something that's not connected to them, really.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
that's probably
so,
good.
Yeah. Try to make it silly, I prefer it being silly than I want it to be mean. There have been a few times you play with someone where you're like, oh God, oh boy, you really went for it. But,
right. Where if your group was into that, then that's fine.
Yeah. When we first started doing it, we had avatars a lot, so you weren't insulting the people playing, you were insulting the avatar they were playing as.
Oh, interesting.
And just to kind of have a buffer. And most people actually really like those in playtests, but all of the big box stores were like, no, avatars are for hobby games, and a party game, we don't want party games to have avatars in them.
What a weird line.
I mean, almost every single one of them basically said that, and so
people can't make that connection.
Yeah,
on the mass market.
Yeah.
Did you talk to the Barnes and Noble buyers by chance?
I mean, Chad's the one doing all that stuff, so I don't. I
see them at every con. They're always playing and looking like they're having a blast. Like I want to be in that group for.
Yeah.
They get everything thrown at them.
Who's that? The Barnes and Noble.
The Barnes and
buyers.
Noble buyers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that'd be a fun job, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like our game is probably. I feel like Curmudgeon just being insults is probably too edgy for Barnes and Noble. You know.
You might be surprised.
Yeah.
They're a fun group.
Totally. I just, yeah. But we'll see. I mean, how did you, Evan, get hooked up with Gray Fox?
Gray Fox? That was just dumb luck. I went. Ryan and I were like 3 months away from kickstarting at the end of 2018. 2017, 2018, I think. And we went to, we hit like way too many conventions. And we went to tiny regional conventions like Geekway to the West, where they have, all the St. Louis folks. And Shane wandered by our little demo table. And he was like, what's this thing? Yeah.
That's
and I was
cool.
like, right, he's like, have you ever thought about going to the publisher? I was like, not really. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, it's a thing. You should come play it with my lead developer.
Nice.
Like, okay, great. So yeah, dumb luck.
Were you working for him yet, Lance?
Nope. No, sir. About a year later.
Okay.
So it all went downhill from you, Evan.
So yeah, Lance didn't get a chance to warn them off of it because he wasn't there yet.
Obviously, we're quite pleased with the.
Just from my little interaction with Shane, I don't really think he needs Lance for that.
He doesn't need what?
Lance for that.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Lance,
my few interactions. He seems like an okay guy, but
I love Shane.
Yeah.
He definitely hated his first experience with After the Empire.
Really? And he still wanted to publish it?
Well, he really trusted Josh.
Oh.
Did he? Okay. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Which
is good.
Do you check out any games for the company, or is that not your role?
If I get an email, I'll take a look at it, and then I usually send it to Josh with my thoughts.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott, how do you decide what to put in the BGG store? Like you had the this Freeman Freeze games. How do you decide on that? Is it something you play or something somebody else?
Well, the Freeman
plays?
Freeze game was a favor.
Okay.
Because nobody. I mean, I don't know what the backstory is, but it did not go into distribution.
Oh, really?
And I thought the game was really good. So I offered.
I thought most of those.
So that was you personally?
Yeah.
But what about the Japanese import?
We'll take any Japanese import. I don't care what it is.
Okay.
Just because it's hard to get those games, and if they're good, they're really good.
Yeah.
Now we do lose some on that because not everything is good. But some. Now I think I talked about this, and I think I talked about it with Jeremy Howard. He's like, just buy everything. I'm like, well, we do, but we get stuck with a lot of dud, right? Because there are a lot of dud games. And we don't know that until we get them, right?
So you're just blindly, yeah.
When you go to Tokyo Game Market, it's only like 1 or 2 days long, right? And all the good games are picked up immediately by publishers, right? Like the publishers there are like hawks.
Right.
Am I speaking wrong, Lance? Like you're all there to really get the games like signed. That's how Love Letter got signed in the fucking elevator.
Yeah, I mean,
so everybody's
usually,
like,
if you think it's going to be the thing, then
you sign it on the spot. Okay. We just try to grab everything to see what they have. We don't care because you get 20. I mean, most of the games are handmade.
Yeah,
or a very small run, like under 100. So we just buy what we can or what's left over and bring it back. But now, the interest in Asian, games has gone down massively.
Well, that's because there was so many stinkers that people tried to.
There are a lot of stinkers.
I mean,
used to be like you would get hit after hit after hit. Now it's not that way.
Right.
Now the diamonds scattered on top of the ground.
The diamonds are lesser and
scooped. And now people are digging and trying to find the next.
I still thought the Settlers of Catan was going to be a big hit.
The what?
Settlers of Catan.
You
know that one?
Settlers of Catan. Chris Catan.
Catan.
Oh.
Settlers of Catan. Yeah, you didn't hear that about that one? The goal of the game is to make the longest poop. I thought that was a surefire hit.
Surefire.
I also thought the game where you toss cards into the hidden trader game of tossing cards into a toilet bowl was going to be massively huge.
Hey, I own Who Shit the Toilet.
Who Shit the Toilet?
Who Shit?
There's a hidden trader.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that. Yeah.
It's basically the Resistance, but it's
and it fell flat.
You have to throw your cards into the toilet to make them get flushed. But
there are a surprising number of poop games.
They love the poop.
I own one of the 200 copies of Who Shit the Toilet.
We have one too.
That never got made.
Yeah, we have one too. I'm surprised no one picked that up.
It was just it was the same. It was literally Resistance with.
It was Resistance with throwing the cards in the toilet.
with who was the person that went into the toilet and took a poop on the toilet and made it shitty. Yeah.
Did everybody close their eyes, or did you physically throw the cards?
No, you don't. You add a card to the stack.
Oh, okay.
And then you.
So the toilet bowl box is just a gimmick.
Yeah, it's just a gimmick.
I thought it was part of the game. Cool.
It came with toilet paper inside of it, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I'm looking at the game right now. I can see it on my shelf.
And then we have a deal with Spielworks to buy like over like 100 copies of every print run. Spielworks. Spielworks.
Spielworks.
And they
And
used
those
to,
games are
they
heavy.
used to have gold, and now they're not all gold.
Are you sure about that? They're all pretty good.
How are the
We
sales?
sold out
on
of the cost instantly.
How are the sales on
that's
the
a game
heavier
of-
ones in general? Not necessarily.
Say again?
Like overall, how are the sales on the heavier Euros?
They all sold out eventually.
Do they?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
All right,
surprised
it's
if
2:00 in the
Freeman
morning.
won.
I
doesn't sell
am
out
beat.
Me too.
I apologize. I'm tired, and
it's
I'm going to call
going
it
on.
quits. Thank you, everybody. Grant, good to see you.
Yeah.
Evan.
Yeah, sorry I was here late.
No,
But
you're okay, brother. You're on the West Coast. I mean, so is Evan, but who's
Yeah,
Yeah, Evan can make it on time though.
All right.